Okay.
Still really great.
It's still there. Some can say we're basically first panel.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't affect.
Yeah, it
that.
doesn't.
And if there's a gap, you just wait in between. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. And for those of you joining us online, good evening. To those of you in the Asia Pacific, good afternoon to those of you in Europe. Welcome to Coexistence 2.0, U.S.-China Relations in a Changing World. I'm Mark Wu, Faculty Director for the Fairbanks Center for Chinese Studies here at Harvard University. And it's my pleasure to welcome all of you here today. We gather at a time when relations between the United States of America and the People's Republic of China are fraught. So much so that when our leaders smile when they shake hands, as they did in Bali this week, it's considered headline worthy. The United States and the People's Republic of China each face challenges at home, politically, economically, socially. Yet, despite these challenges, each is confident that its political governance system is superior, confident that time and history is on its side, confident that its society is best equipped to harness the innovations and emergent technologies ahead to forge the societies and the futures of the 21st century. In different domains, as we will discuss today, one seeks to preserve the status quo, while the other seeks to change it. Yes, it's no exaggeration to say that the planet's two leading nations are locked in a strategic rivalry. Yet even amid this rivalry, there is a need for cooperation. Cooperation because we live on the same planet that is warming at alarming rates. Cooperation because we live in a world where viruses know no nationality nor boundaries. Cooperation because we face common threats from terrorists and anarchists determined to upend our societies. And cooperation because the future of humanity depends on it. So even as this rivalry comes into clearer focus, we must find ways to coexist. And that brings us to the theme of this conference. Because in the end, despite our differences, despite our confidences, the vast majority of citizens of these two countries seek the same thing: material security, physical security, opportunity, and a better future for our children. So in this time of competition, dialogue is more important than ever. That is why we are so encouraged to see so many of you here today with us, both at Harvard and online, from the US, from China, and from elsewhere. Because together we must ponder the question of how we should shape the terms of our future coexistence between these two countries for the sake of our planet. I hope today's panel provokes even more dialogue with each other, and more importantly, that they forge new interpersonal connections amongst all of you gathered here today in Cambridge, as we find ways to manage what certainly will be some difficult times and choppy waters ahead in US-China relations. Before I proceed, please also allow me to acknowledge and thank our co-sponsor, the Harvard Kennedy School's Rajwali Foundation Institute for Asia, based at the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation. And also allow me to extend a word of special thanks to Orville Schell, Mary Kay Majestat, and the team at the Asia Society Center on US-China Relations, and to Susan Shirk and Lei Guang and the team at the UC San Diego's 21st Century China Center. Without their support, this would not be possible, because little more than 2 months ago, they were the ones who alerted us to the fact that so many of the country's leading thinkers on US-China relations would be gathered here in Boston this week. And they suggested to us that we take advantage of this opportunity to spark a dialogue. So I certainly hope we will kindle that fire today. And with that, let me turn it over to my partner in crime, my co-organizer, my colleague and friend, Tony Sage.
Thanks very much, Mark. First of all, let me second Mark's words of thanks. I also want to thank Mark for giving me an honorary appointment at the Harvard Law School, which I find extremely impressive, as I've never ever studied law, which is useful in the context of China, I guess. As Mark just said, we really are at a key moment in terms of the thinking about the relationship between Washington and Beijing. And both of them have really outlined very recently agendas which really run into conflict one with the other. Of course, in Beijing, we've had the somewhat schizophrenic 20th Party Congress, in which Xi Jinping clearly outlined a model as an alternative to the West, politically, economically, as well as globally, focusing on the role of the party, industrial policy, Chinese-style modernization, and clearly the idea of an international order which is decentered from US dominance. And by contrast, really October, I think, was a crucial month of decision for Washington. And there, of course, we had two key documents which came out in the month of October. First of all was the banning of the export to China of chips, semiconductors. And if that really goes through, that will have a huge impact on the capability of the Chinese economy to develop. And it's really just one in a very strong set of levers that the US could employ to undermine development of the Chinese economy. And then, of course, as we all know, there was a national security strategy, which clearly sees Russia more as a short-term problem, but China as the key long-term challenge. I think one of the questions that is my mind is really, what is Washington's end game with this and with these actions? Is it just to effect change in certain practices of China, particularly focusing on those where there's the sense it doesn't comply with WTO agreements, other agreements that it has signed on to? Or is it really to actually hamper entirely China's economic development and prevent it from in any way being a challenge to US hegemony? But as Mark just said, there is the need, despite those tensions, for collaboration if we want to produce good global public goods. Without US-China participation in a number of key areas, it's very difficult to achieve those objectives. And there, I tend to divide that into three different categories. First of all, what I see as global commons. And the global commons, obviously, one of the key examples is climate change, but it also includes other areas around oceans, so on and so forth. I think a second area is global engagement, that we can bucket a number of areas where collaboration would be beneficial, even including control in the future of pandemics and how to deal with pandemics. And thirdly, last but not least, the question of global regulation, needs for cyber regulation, financial regulation, issues around cross-border trade, so on and so forth. So despite those tensions and differences, it seems to me that some kind of collaboration is necessary if we want to move ahead with global public goods in their provision for the community of the world as a whole. So as Mark said, we'll have some robust discussion today, and we'll be starting with a panel chaired by Yasheng Huang from MIT, who does not have an honorary appointment at the Harvard Law School. And I think it's going to be a very enjoyable day of discussion. So thank you very much.
I'll just make a... Let me test again. All right, please excuse the typo. Okay, I'm gonna test again to make a couple of logistical announcements. The first is that the facilities, the restrooms are out the back door to the left in the far corner. You do not need to leave the conference space should you need to use the facilities. The second is that I just want to highlight for you that there is a microphone in the middle of the room. And so rather than raising hands for questions today, please do queue back there and we'll take questions there, and that will make it easier. for that to be the case. Of course, if some of you find it physically difficult to queue, please do just raise your hand and we will have a roving microphone available for those of you as well. So with that, I think we've proven that the audio system is working again. And so Yasin, welcome, and let us turn it over to you for the first panel.
Yeah. I'll find you. So my name is Dinda Elliott. I'm the executive director of the Fairbanks Center for Chinese Studies, and I'm so honored to be able to open up the first conversation today. And I hope this will be a series of conversations throughout the whole day. I also want to give a special shout out to Orville Schell, without whom this conference truly would not be happening, and Mary Kay Magstad at the Asia Society, and Susan Shirk and Lei Guang at UC San Diego for supporting this wonderful event today. When we set out to plan this conference, we felt strongly that we wanted to and needed to have some influential Chinese voices in the room. That's not easy, obviously, given the current political climate and restrictions on travel. And so we are especially honored and grateful this morning to have two brilliant Chinese thinkers joining us on Zoom to help us understand the Chinese view of current US-China relations. Our two speakers today are Da Wei, Director of the Center for International Security and Strategy at Tsinghua University, and Jia Daojun, Professor of International Political Economy at the School of International Studies at Peking University. We're equally thrilled to have Yashang Huang, MIT Professor of International Management and brilliant China analyst, moderating this conversation. And after the two opening remarks, I hope very much that the three of you will have a robust conversation and an exchange of opinions. So thank you so much for joining us. Over to you, Professor Huang.
Thank you very much. I thought we only have technology problems at MIT. So, okay. So, Mark, I'm not very happy. I'm not an honorary professor at Harvard Law School. That's something else to discuss. It's really a pleasure for me to moderate and open today's conference with two prominent Chinese academics. It is extremely important to keep dialogues open, communications channels open between China and the United States at all levels of the society and the government. And academia, I believe, ought to play a leading role in continuing the dialogues and conversations with China. So that's why I'm very, very happy to moderate this session with two professors from China.
Let me interrupt for a second. Yeah. I'm so sorry, but we just have to do a little bit of technical behind the scenes work. So we're going to pause for 3 or 4 minutes before we start. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what do I do?
Sit tight for a second. Oh, Pat, tap dance. My soft shoe. We'll be ready. Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Here. Waiting for.
Okay. Yeah.
I think
it's a little bit difficult for me to. No, it's okay. Oh, is it they cannot hear us? Oh, a little bit further. I see, I see. Yeah. No, but we have to, so you tell me when I should end. So, yeah. Okay. Okay, it's not on. Okay. Yeah, the professors, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Professors, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
I can too.
Yes.
I cannot hear them. Professor Jia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear from you. Can you hear from me?
Oh, but we cannot hear you. Can you test the microphone?
Oh,
No, we cannot
well,
hear you.
according to my mic, it's working.
Right, we cannot hear him. Right?
Oh,
It's a problem of in the conference room. I can hear Professor Zhang very clearly.
can you see what's in the chat box? Hello? Oh, well, maybe there's something on their end.
Yeah.
Connection. People online can hear. Okay, that's good. Yu Xiang, we can hear each other and we can hear Professor Huang. That's good. Well, 没问题吧？刚才
没问题，张老师，咱们都正常。
对，刚才那个洛德大使在，好像他也不在了，是不是他们那个就中间转换的有点？
Okay, so I think we can hear them now, right?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So I'm gonna sit
Okay.
here. It's very difficult for me to look up, but the camera is not. Yeah. Okay.
Professor Huang, you look great. We are seeing you. That's good enough. You don't need to see us.
Oh, okay. No, I want to see you. So Dinda, are we? Oh, we can go. Okay, that's great. Yeah. So hopefully the problems between China and US are this simple. Yeah. So let me turn to the professors in Beijing very quickly. And let me ask Professor Jia to begin and share with us your perspective of where the U.S.-China relations are, especially in the aftermath, in light of the meeting between President Xi and President Biden in Bali, Indonesia. So what is your assessment from the vantage point of Beijing? Professor Jia, thank you.
Okay, you want me to go ahead, right?
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to join you. Because of time, I'm going to save on the niceties of words. I have planned to talk about 5 minutes and with 1 minute on each of these quick points. First is I'm a little more concerned about what you mean by coexistence, because in the US, coexistence used to be a Soviet phrase. And although here in China, we talk about 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, but the Chinese language for that is 共处. That means, relate to each other rather than 共存, existence as in a material sense. So does your framing of coexistence point 2 imply an academic acceptance of the Soviet framing in the Cold War? That's something I want to learn more later on. The second quick point is that the US really is unrivaled. Sitting here in China, I don't quite see where this anxiety about the US status in the world comes from. We can go on about US military power, your dynamism in technological and business innovation, your share of the world economy, and your capacity to get others to follow you in a foreign policy preference, including towards China. Your main challenge is in domestic income distribution. Where does all this anxiety arise from? And it is also true that China has benefited enormously from input from the United States in its modern history. Different from the United States, which is self-sufficient by and large in energy and other essential inputs, China has to cultivate overseas markets for inputs and resources and the market for its final product. So this interdependence for China is natural and structural, including that with the US. And so that's probably my second point. So to continue on a little bit with the second point is that there is hardly any basis for China to even contemplate a Cold War 2.0 as a modality of relations with the US or the rest of the world, even though we do have some voices here in China that may lend support to that idea. The third quick point is that in the US, we do understand China now is a balance issue rather than a wedge issue between the Democratic and Republican parties. It's very difficult, if possible at all, for us to agree on a timetable or genealogy of what went wrong. But we must bear in mind that we have had 6 years of minimalized contacts between the functional agencies of the two governments. And then what can we propose next? I do propose that China should have the political fortitude to promote greenfield investment in the United States, regardless of the political rhetoric out of the United States. And then last but not least, what the US says to be invest, align, and compete is really the same as dual circulation here in China. Earlier, Tony Such made similar points, or beginning with Mark Wu made similar points. Each of us has our confidence, but we also need to bear in mind that countries, especially here in Southeast Asia, are already talking about having their own version of non-alignment in the face of US-China competition, real or imagined. I'm going to stop here. What I read, it's going to come out in the South China Morning Post. So if anyone wants to read the whole write-up, you can refer to it some other day. As always, the Q&A will be the most interesting part. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jia, for that opening remark. It's very good to have your frank opinion about the framing and other issues. Now let me turn to Professor Da. Same question, where do you think the relations are and what do you think the prospects of the relations are going forward?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Huang. And first of all, let me thank Fairbanks Center and also Institute for Asia for having me for this important dialogue. I think it's extremely important and smart to have Chinese perspective in this conference. I think it's important for us now to break the echo chambers, which I think is growing rapidly both in China and in the United States, which is very bad for the bilateral relations. And on the status of the current China-US relations, I think, of course, it's bad. And I think all the experts I met in China or in the US, I think are very pessimistic. And I think from Beijing's, watching that from Beijing, I think many American observers already believe that we are already in the second Cold War or a new Cold War, though it's not a mainstream view here in Beijing, but I believe many in the US believe we are already in the new Cold War. And of course, we had I will say a successful summit in Bali. Not because it can solving the problem or save the bilateral relations, but I do see a possibility of stabilizing our bilateral relations in the coming months and maybe next year. Next year, we don't have a significant political agenda in both capitals. So probably we can do something, and the two leaders agreed to encourage senior level exchanges between the two governments, and of course, people to people exchanges. I think that's very important. But having said that, I have to admit that it's very fragile. It's very fragile effort because I don't know what the new Congress in the US will do next year. I think the incoming speaker, if he visit McCarthy, if he visit Taiwan, for instance, I think that will easily break the effort of stability. So I don't know, but I still hope, I still cross my fingers. I hope next year we can gradually stabilize the bilateral relations by increasing the exchanges of the officials and the average people. And in the mid and long term, I think two things are very extremely important. One, of course, is Taiwan. The other, I think, is technology and the decoupling. I think these two issues, Taiwan is the only issue that may drag us to a military conflict or even a war. And the technology and the decoupling issue will probably decide the end game of our competition, if we use this term competition. I think we need to gradually try to, if we have time, if we are fortunate enough, we need to try to reach a new equilibrium on those two issues, I mean, Taiwan and technology, and to explore the ceasefire line. Where should we stop? I mean, the US and China, where should we stop? For instance, small yard, high fence, it's okay that US have a small yard, but I think very importantly, first, the yard should be as small as possible. Second, the boundary should be clear. And the third, we need to keep the fence stable. We cannot move the fence, every month, every year, every day. It will create dramatic, huge sense of uncertainty to the two countries, particularly to the community of business. So that will create big trouble for us. So I hope we can first reach some short-term stability next year. And if we are so lucky, maybe we can try to explore midterm and long-term coexistence. But I'm still very pessimistic. I'm very cautious. I don't know if all that will happen. Okay, I'll stop here. And like Professor Zhang, I look forward for conversations and the Q&As.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhang. Let me sort of go back to a very interesting observation that Professor Zhang made about Cold War II vis-a-vis Cold War I. One could argue that the reason, well, so 10 years ago, if we would have a similar conference here at Harvard, it would be cooperation between China and the United States, right? So I think one key issue is relative to where we were 10 years ago and 15 years ago, the state of relationship between US and China is extremely, first of all, the direction was unexpected. Secondly, relative to the high level of cooperations at all levels of the society and the government, students and scholars, intellectuals and government officials, business investments in both countries. I mean, Soviet Union and US never had that level of cooperation. It was kind of taken for granted that the two nuclear powers had a tense relationship with each other. So the minimum that the two countries could do was to maintain peace, right? So one could argue relative to where we were and relative to what we expected the relationship to evolve, we're in a very bad place today and in an unexpected place today. So whether or not Cold War II is a right framing, it does describe the anxiety on the part of many sections of American society because the relationship was moving in such a positive direction before. So I wonder if Professor Zhang, if you could elaborate on this point that that coexistence is a too negative term. If that's not the right factual description, what would be your description of the current relationship?
我的英文永远都是跟不上的。So we also always have a problem with English language. I take issue with that framing because too often here in China, we're not as attentive to the nuances. But I don't have a catchy vocabulary to describe the difference between, what I observed to be the US-China relations today and that between Russia, Soviet Union and the United States. But it is a huge disappointment, and both China and the United States must deeply reflect how and why, even during the height of the Cold War, the Soviet Union and the United States could collaborate, or allow their scientists to collaborate to deliver vaccines for children. Whereas this time around with COVID, we're not cooperating, literally. If such a bad pandemic is actually preventing, and then I often, raise this issue, although it's passé, Wuxi Biologics that supplied ingredients for AstraZeneca, the COVID vaccine, came under sanctions by the United States. There are lots of things that make us feel, and these sort of little details add up among the professionals. A lot of times with these workshops, we listen to diplomats, we try to be politically correct, and some of the academics echo, try to do the so-called right sentiment, go with the sentiments. But I must say, the shape of the relationship, if you think about, the contrast that these two capable countries are not cooperating even on medicine. And then there is talk about biotechnology being the next round of US sanctions following semiconductors. And here in China, frankly speaking, many industries and hospitals, whatnot, they are making preparation just for that to arrive. What are we really doing ourselves? Cold War or not? So that's why I really take issue with the notion of coexistence.
Yeah, so that's an excellent point. The Soviet Union and US collaborated on vaccine. In many ways, there is a de facto collaboration between China and the US, right? One of the scientists at Moderna played a key role in research on the Moderna vaccine. Shanghai Fuxing acquired the distribution rights of the Pfizer vaccine in China. So there's not a shortage of human capital collaboration, and more spontaneous, actually, more organic, rather than sort of coming from the government. But it is really a political decision, right, to kind of not allow that collaboration to go forward. So it was not lack of fundamentals, it was really lack of political will, political willingness. So we have to address that issue, right? So you described the problems very accurately, but what is what is your view of what is causing this lack of collaboration on the basis of very good fundamentals and the foundations that the two countries have laid out for the past 40 years, right? That's totally unexpected. Sorry, I didn't ask a question. Yeah, so,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's a long stories to that, but instead of agonizing over what caused that, I think both of us need to self-reflect. After SARS here in China, our public health system, the Chinese Center for Disease Control, benefited from seamless collaboration with the United States. And that collaboration, began at the national level, went down to the provincial and city levels. And that spirit of cooperation, even some of the programs need to need to be restarted. And frankly speaking, the Chinese side needs to, this time around, it needs to pay up for these kind of activities, including for the work by Americans here in China. And then the sensitivities for these legislations over sharing of data, both of our countries have come up with legislation that are quite restrictive, but then in their implementation or later on we need to create the kind of legal and other environment by listening to the scientists, by listening to the people who work in the field of epidemiology or whatnot, and rather than beginning with everything saying, well, this is going to be competition, this is going to be one over the other in the aggregate or abstract nation state sense.
thank you, Professor Zhang. Let me turn.
Can I add a few words? Yes.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think, I agree with both of you about the, your summary of the reason. I think we are intellectuals always feel nostalgic to the old good days. But I think we should not overemphasize on the political, for instance, the leaders factor. If the US have a different president, or if China is another different leader, we will have a different China-US relation. I think, it plays a role, of course, but I think generally speaking, there is a macro explanation. That is, we are passing the golden age of the globalization. I think the China-US collaborate very well in globalized world, and the two countries benefit from that a lot. But I think obviously, it's more obvious in the US and in developed world. There are some people suffered from that globalization. So, we are securitize our economic relations, not only between China and the US. I think the whole world is securitizing their economic relationship. China, US, China, Japan, China, India, for instance. And even I think between the US and the EU, they are talking about subsidy, the industrial policy. I think there is also a sense of securitization, no TTP, no TTIP. I think that's a big trend. I miss the old collaborative time, but I have to say we are in a new era, which I am not very. I do not enjoy it very well.
Yeah, so I think you're absolutely right about the consequences of globalization driving social divisions in the United States. But globalization is also a global phenomenon, and so it is not just between China and the US, and a lot of the domestic issues in the US are driven by globalization, but also driven by the lack of social protection and those issues that have absolutely nothing to do with China. And it is unfortunate that politicians in the United States are framing everything as rooted in globalization as a whole, and in particular globalization with China. I absolutely agree with you that rhetoric is factually debatable and not correct. In fact, there's a lot of research that shows that globalization with China has lowered the prices in the United States, has improved the standard of living. So it is unfortunate that the issue now is such a hot button issue that people are not willing to defend globalization with China. But let me ask Professor Da a different question. You mentioned Taiwan in your opening remarks. It would be great if you can share with us sort of China's view of Taiwan issue. And there's a kind of a debate about who is moving the status quo, right? So in the US, there's a belief that China is moving the status quo on Taiwan. And in China, there's a belief that the US is changing the status quo. And if you could share with us the view from China, how US is moving and changing the status quo, what is the foundation of that particular point of view? And then maybe we can have a better understanding of the Chinese perspective.
Yes, of course. Yeah. First of all, I really don't want to have finger pointing to each other who moved the envelope. But it's true. What you described, both capitals blame the other side for changing the status quo because we don't have a common definition of the status quo. But from China's perspective, we criticize the U.S. because we think the U.S. is hollowing out its one China policy. The U.S. has its long-time one China policy, though China don't agree with that, but we know that you have one China policy. And for instance, in that one China policy, the U.S. have many restrictions on the high-level exchanges between the U.S. and the island. But obviously, the executive and also particularly legislative branch tried to break that or remove those restriction. And I think Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit is a good example of that. So there are many, many other cases. I don't want to, for sake of time, but I think from China's perspective, the US is hollowing out the one China policy, which caused a problem on Taiwan issue and turns it into very dangerous. But of course, I know that US also criticized China for that. So I think probably the most important thing is not to find out who make the first step, but how to stop. I think this is probably the more meaningful issue that we should answer.
Yeah. Okay, so let's avoid discussing original thing. And but I think it is kind of important, right? To pin down the causes and I think when the formula was devised, one China policy and restrictions on high level visits and the sales of weapons to Taiwan, when that formula was devised, Taiwan was in a very different place politically. right? And it was the later years of authoritarian regime. But today, Taiwan is a vibrant democracy. So there's an added complexity to the relationship. And the US, I'm not defending the policy, but the US sometimes has a very ideological approach to foreign policy. So in that sense, you could argue that the US has moved the needle because the ideological component that was not there, now it is there in the consideration. And I worry about Speaker McCarthy. First of all, I worry about him becoming speaker, but secondly, I worry about him going to Taiwan, and the goodwill that was established in Bali may disappear overnight because of that. It's really unfortunate that the issue has been elevated ideologically to this level. So let me open up the Q&A, right? And we have about 17 minutes and 20 minutes. So there's a microphone there.
Go ahead. There's a microphone. You can go to the microphone.
Yeah.
I'll just announce again, please just queue behind the microphone in the middle, and for anyone asking a question, please identify yourself by your name and your affiliation. Thank you.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, or Yiming, teacher at Boston University. It's very good to see Professor Zha and Professor Da here, and thanks for sharing your wisdom. I think the Chinese Professor Zha in particular was leading the very complicated discussion on U.S.-Japan relationship in the early 2000s, 2003 to 2006, and your team's efforts really made a difference in stabilizing and managing the relationship. Oh, okay, sorry. So, but my question is. I think when we talk about U.S.-China relations, Soviet Union, Russia is really looming large. So I wonder the Chinese leadership managed to avoid the Soviet fate, right? Now, do you think what's the strategic thinking, and how likely that China can avoid the Russia fate today? So, is my question clear? Okay. So, so the Soviet Union, yeah.
So let's keep it short because we.
Soviet global aspiration and norms are very similar to China's, and then Russia's, and they couldn't coexist in the current era with U.S.-led based order, and now looks like Soviet is on a trajectory that's even worse than before. Soviet. So I wonder whether there are serious discussions within China to think about how China could avoid the direct clash with the U.S. proposition or the Russia's current state.
I see. I think to answer your question rather quickly, there's, I don't think my Chinese colleagues agree with me all the time, but that's fine. Chinese foreign policy, including that toward the United States, or at least the public projection of it, has gone through a learning curve. There was a, phase of what's called wolf warrior diplomacy, and that was celebrated, but we have turned the page on that. And one specifics of avoiding this direct conflict, confrontation with the United States. Taiwan is a special case in relation to the Pelosi visit. But when you look at the reactions to the Biden's announcements on chips, we basically stay quiet. And instead, we have actually tried, the government has actually, I support that personally, try to discipline those Chinese companies that were designated to develop the chip industry. In other words, you ask more about yourself rather than blaming the US. And that's one way to avoid conflict.
Okay. So maybe next question.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. So, good evening. My name is Koi. I'm just an engineer. So I'm not socialist, I'm not in the liberal arts study. My question is, China have a lot of history. Every time you claim like 1,000 years of history, civilization. So American short history. So we have a lot of different culture, but why we use this civilized idea, make a proposal, focus on both of our country interested, both of our people interested, like 3 issues: environmental issue, pandemic issue, corruption. Those are issues without border. We don't have divided border. We don't have to be focused on whatever the South China Sea and China's line. There's no border. This is our common issue. Why, from your point of view, can you propose some of the solution to help to solve those 3 very important issues? So I'd like to hear from you.
Okay. 3 big issues, yeah. Professor Da, maybe we can start with you. Yeah.
Okay, I agree that those are important issues, and the list can we can also even add other elements, particularly those transnational threat to all the human being. But I don't know how to answer this question. But I think unfortunately we do not live in a vacuum. And the geopolitics, I think, plays a, it's in our mind. I mean, in all the leaders' mind, in the experts' mind. So so those transnational issues, those important issues are always being influenced by bilateral or geopolitical or ideological issues. Yeah, I don't know how to answer, but I will say this is the reality of our life. We are human beings. We are not God, so we are not perfect. I don't know if maybe Professor Zhao have a better answer, I guess.
Okay, we're not God. That settles the. Yes, next, please keep your questions short. Yeah, observation shorter.
You had said the main issues between US and China were technology and Taiwan. What is China's position on the US position on Hong Kong? And is there any population in China that thinks that the US should be involved in the Hong Kong issue?
Okay.
There are many aspects about the Hong Kong issue or the Taiwan issue, what else. I think the basic difference, going back to what I said about the 共处,共存, or the English notion of coexistence and your tradition of international studies in assigning country ownership, is that for China, it's territorial, it's territory-based. We are not, as let's say, as Huang Yashen just said, ideology or theory-based. Democracy is important, but democracy in America is none of China's business. Americans pay their own tax, they pay their own, they sort out their own issues. If they cannot sort out their own issues, we here in China have no obligation whatsoever to venture out and offer, or to pretend even, say, we had a better solution. Too bad, as I said, here in China, we also have had that string of rhetoric that supposedly project a uniquely Chinese solution to the world's problems. But here in China, we are way more modest. Even frankly speaking, here we're called Neidi, the mainland, and Hong Kong. There are many of the Hong Kong's problems in the mainland do not have a solution. You have to sometimes take measures what we ourselves may call corrective, and that may not be to the liking of the Hong Kong, some of the population in Hong Kong, but it's a, if I use a Dawei's phrase, we're not perfect. If one party takes the position that somehow it can assign itself to adjudicate all the problems in the rest of the world, then you better stay the course till the end. If you don't, you don't want me to a longer list, right? And so it's okay. Let me stop there. Yeah, please.
Maybe let us imagine. I think all the countries have human rights issues, human rights problems. How about China sanction the U.S. For gun violence? How about China sanction the U.S. after the Capitol Hill riots? What will American people view that? I think we should put our feet in the other side's shoes. Criticism, I think, on human rights is welcomed here, but sanction and other, those issues that Professor Zhang mentioned, I think it's not welcomed here.
I think that's actually an interesting point of view, right? So if US can criticize China on human rights, China has as legitimate right to criticize the US. But that does mean that human rights are a legitimate issue in bilateral relations and bilateral conversations, right? So that's, which is kind of the US position all along. But I think we ought to acknowledge that. Next one.
Thank you for this fascinating conversation. I want to go back to the question of how we're framing this and the questions raised about coexistence. And I just wanted to ask you to quickly comment on some other potential frames. So one is kind of FDR's idea of having multiple policemen. And then the second would be kind of the Chinese phrase, 争霸,争雄, which is a competition for power in a sense, but without a fundamental disagreement in ideology and an acceptance of a unipolar world order. And then the third would be kind of a Maoist idea of China standing with the third world. So what do you think about these other framings and how might they allow us to think about coexistence in a different way?
What's the second one again?
The second one?
Yeah.
Still, so fighting for who's the hegemon or the xiong, like
head.
Like
maybe we can keep communicating.
He's the hegemon.
So there's a language session going on there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the general question is: are there other ways to frame the relationship other than the ones that have been laid out? I thought we went through that issue before. Yeah, so, okay, so maybe we turn to the next question.
Good morning. Good morning, my name is Mario Artaza, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile. My question is the following. We tend to concentrate very much on competition or coexistence in terms of trade or in politics. But we leave out sometimes something very relevant, which is the defense, the strategic, the military side. What are your thoughts with regards to how we can further coexistence when there are partners in the Pacific moving forward with AUKUS, with the Quad, engaging countries, for example, by China in terms of military alignment with Iran, with Russia and exercises? How can we move forward in gaining trust when we have those lines? Thank you very much.
Trust. Right?
The only purpose of giving Australia the California class nuclear-based submarine is to kill Chinese nuclear submarines before they venture out of the so-called First Island chain. That's no secret. And it's Australia's decision to make whether or not it would invest in doing that much. But I'm less, let's say, worried about these things because, let's be frank, military industrial complexes exist in all countries, and that fear-driven investment in new technologies will someday be translated into civilian use. But then the key point here is communications, frank and honest deadlines, like we draw very clearly towards our neighbors, Korea, Japan, Australia, Southeast Asia, what you can do, what you cannot do. That there's no ignore, I wouldn't say ignore, we leave aside all this talk about order, about legitimacy, or even history. There are boundaries. And so long as we are honest with each other, we're open with each other about the boundaries, then we avoid misjudgments about each other's determinations. And then that's a way to avoid conflict. But I'm not really that negative about this, what you said about security, even joint exercise, whatnot. In the military industrial complex is a way of life in all countries.
Professor Zhang?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, so we have two more. Maybe we can gather the two questions together and end the session. Jason?
Thank you for being here. My name is Jason Xu. I'm a former legislator in Taiwan and a current senior fellow at Ash Center. So my question is following. So in terms of deterrence strategy, U.S.'s export control aiming at cripple Chinese ability to get advanced microchips. But if U.S. completely cut off China's chip supply, would China be back to the corner and then attempt to launch attack on Taiwan for the matter of the semiconductor supply? And also, a few months ago, there is a Chinese scholar, Chen Wenling, mentioned that in order to grab microchips and TSMC, China must invade Taiwan. What is that a prevalent view from the Chinese academic or think tank world? Just want to comment on those. Thank you very much.
So two professors, let me have the last question and then we answer both of them together. Yes, the last one.
Hi, Professor Dai and Professor Zhang. I'm Harry Wang. I'm former sportsman scholar back to Beijing and right now a student at Harvard Kennedy School. It's very nice to meet you two professors again. My question is actually relatively lightweight. The COVID-19 pandemic has prevented many of the critical human-to-human communications for the past few years. After the COVID-19 lockdowns and impacts finally wear off, what do you think are the first priorities that can boost the current U.S. relations that can happen? Yes, thank you very much.
Professors?
Okay, James, I think you're really underestimating the wisdom of people here on the mainland when you say, TSMC is worth launching an attack. Yes, you are right. Chen Wenling did say that much. But what you did not notice is how quickly and how thoroughly what she said was denounced. And, this is one of the problems for us here to observe America too. We only pay attention to what's written and what's said. We fail to pay attention to what's not so loudly said or what's not transcribed into a different language, a language we're familiar with. The semiconductor industry in China has made great strides in development, given its low base. And we have had our share of problems, including what was said earlier in terms of corruption. The state of affairs today, or the vulnerability in the supply chain,
is the answer has to come from within. The US can identify that. Even without identification, we should have done better. No matter how you criticize it, made in China 2035 or what was said, indigenous innovation, we have had some 30, 40 years to do a better job on semiconductors and on other lines of industry, including biotech. So what do? Attack Taiwan for that? No, you really underestimate us. We will work. And if you go back, you think about the so-called US choking, right? You remember Congressman Virginia Woolf, right? He had this legislation back in the 90s about a space program. We did it. We'll do it again. No doubt. It's a matter of time. We have to determine, we don't have to go to Taiwan to snatch anything. Come on, right? Now, with regard to the second question about what can happen between China and the US, I think rather immediately we need to open direct flights between the countries. If China and Israel, China and Singapore, China and Korea, between China and the US, we need to open reopen the travel for the people to move between the countries. And doing that is based on the faith that the majority of the population on both sides, they really can make judgment on themselves, by themselves, about the other society, rather than assuming that every American coming to China is either a Pelosi follower or some whatever characterization, or every Chinese going to the US must belong to any of those camps. Let the people feel it out by themselves.
I agree with everything Professor Jia said. I think semiconductor industry, that's a very long production and supply chain, and no country, no region, no company can monopolize the whole thing. And obviously, this is a common sense. So we should not exaggerate any country or any region's capability or role in that supply chain. Occupying Taiwan is useless for produce semiconductor chips, I think, or occupy any other places. I don't think we can. I was in the same conference with Chairman Lin. We laugh at her, to be honest. So don't exaggerate Taiwan's role, and we are not so stupid on the mainland. On the second question, I think besides those flights, obviously that's urgent, badly needed. I think with that flights, and then I think what we need to do is to make sure that people from the academia and from business community can travel safely with confidence. I think past three years or maybe 4 years, I think harmed the confidence of people from academic community and business community to travel. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Chinese scholar don't dare to travel to the US. US scholar has concern travel to China. I think that must be end. And I think the two governments can help that happen. Yeah, that's my suggestion.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Professor Jia and Professor Da, for sharing with us your perspectives, your points of views, and I really appreciate, and I think the audience here, as well as on Zoom, we all appreciate how direct, how frank, and how specific you are in your discussions and the remarks. So on behalf of the organizers of the conference, on behalf of the audience, let me applaud your participation in this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will just add that for the professors who are on the screen, we want to thank you again so much. I will tell you that at 8 a.m. in the morning, we have a jam-packed room here. So they came out to hear you. Everyone in this room is listening with ears wide open, and we have hundreds more people online. So thank you so much for joining us and for sharing what might be some glimmers of hope So very grateful for that. So it's now my pleasure to introduce, we're going to have a break for about 5 to 10 minutes, and let's reconvene here at 9:30. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
咱们俩可以下了吧？你还是接着听会儿。
可以下了，然后我可能听一会儿，待会把摄像头就关了。
差不多吧，咱也没啥这个东西。
对。
先谢谢啊。
好，再见，贾老师。
你可以跟我讲中文没关系。是啊，是啊，对。嗯。我知道断层在后面啦。对，第二个交给对对对。比较多时间，因为我就是那个假期的时候我会 travel 对对，然后就最近比较还在改我的书稿，所以一切非常的 chaotic， 希望12月前把它，我就会比较下学期应该比较轻松，然后比较多时间可以跟大家见面。我觉得这学期好累，对，然后每天都黑眼圈很多，对。你们就那个随时跟我，对对，冠池以前帮我教课，对因为我教那个contemporary Chinese society， 他是我 TF 的指导员，对。谢谢，拜。Hi Tony, how are you? I thought you were on leave this semester. So many people say you were on leave.
Like someone was saying to me, that taking sabbatical in the 2020s was happening.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Not the great timing. Nice to meet you. Yeah, that's it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice wrap up. Yeah, very so. Explaining what. Well, with the forum, we've got about 40 minutes. So it's some back and forth. So yeah, 6 or 7 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's the expectation, obviously, for your book, but what you mean by it, what the consequences of it are. And I think you can begin to find it also, because that would be a nice link into the next panel about standard exchange. Yeah. Yes. But that's right. I don't have my. You can find me on WeChat. So recharge here.
All right, why don't we get going? We're gonna get moving, please. Just take your seats, everybody. No, this is tough, always tough. Exactly. Gotta keep that. That doesn't work either. All right, we're gonna get going. Good to see such spirited discussions.
Take more than 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. My name is Edward Cunningham. I'm Director of China Programs over at the Rajawali Foundation Institute for Asia at the Kennedy School, along with Tony Seish. What we're going to do now is switch gears and move from the bilateral, which is a level of analysis I think most of us tend to be biased towards, and dig a bit deeper. I think in the end, many of us, or at least most of us, have our heart with the domestic, understanding some of the domestic political economy of the PRC, and what are some of the drivers domestically in shaping both the guardrails and the opportunities in this relationship. What are the goals of the government? What are the goals of the party? What are the social factors? What is the state of the economy? And how those contours shape opportunities and possibilities. So we couldn't have a better panel, of course, to guide us in this exploration. We will be moderated by Professor Seish, who introduced himself before over at the Kennedy School. We also have wonderful panelists, Arthur Krober, who most of you know, founding partner, head of research at GavCal, Professor Yawen Lei, associate professor of sociology here at Harvard, Professor David Shambaugh, Director of the China Policy Program at the Elliott School at George Washington University. Professor Susan Shirk, Chair of the 21st Century China Center and Research Professor at UC San Diego, will round it out, particularly talking about her new book as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Tony, and they're in your hands, Tony.
Great, thanks, Edward. So we got a pretty clear indication of what Xi Jinping would like to achieve with the third term in his leadership, and even his projection of what he thinks is going to happen up until about 2035. And I think this panel is crucial because I think if you want any serious analysis of the US-China relationship, it has to be based on a solid understanding of China's situation and also its capabilities and the challenges that it will be facing. Many analysts, particularly some writings out of Washington, almost seem to believe there's going to be an inexorable rise of China, that the economy is going to keep expanding and growing. And that gets projected into fear factors of when the Chinese economy is going to overtake that of the United States of America. Personally, I think that's a debatable proposition, and obviously it's impossible in terms of per capita income if one thinks about that. And this has major consequences on how you view what the domestic capabilities are going to be and what they can project. But what if its institutional and economic fabric is weaker than many outside observers think? What is the consequences of that for the relationship? And as Edward just said, we have four great colleagues who can help us think through these challenges in this panel, and then we will open up to comments and questions. But I think what I'd like to do is start with Professor Shambaugh, sitting here to my right, because what we need to understand is what is the nature of this beast, the Chinese Communist Party? And Xi Jinping clearly sees the party as the key to attaining any of their policy goals. It was continually referenced throughout his report to the party Congress. He talks about the need for a strong, united, disciplined party being vital for China to meet its objectives, whether it's economic, whether it's social, or whether it's global. But David, you present a much more complex picture, and I was interested where you saw both strength, but you also see weakness. And I think you also saw in the report somewhat fear and anxiety. We had black swans, we had rhinos, we had domestic concerns, we had international concerns. So perhaps you could start off with your reflections.
Sure. Well, thank you, Tony, and a delight to be here and with such close colleagues to try and unpack these complex questions. So let me try and respond directly to your question about the party and the report. I mean, I think we've all probably read it many times. How harsh, right? You know, I think I took away from the report exactly that sort of contradictory, almost, I use the word schizophrenic character to it. You know, on the one hand, there was a lot of hubris, pride, confidence, almost braggadocio, you know, bragging through much of it. And then there's a profound sense of insecurity, defensiveness in it as well, which in some ways is a kind of metaphor for the regime today, the party today, and even the country today. It is both of these dimensions simultaneously. In fact, you know, Psychology 101 would tell you that an insecure human being frequently overreacts, overcompensates, and acts in hubristic kinds of ways. I don't know if that's an appropriate metaphor to, you know, put the CCP into Psych 101, but there is that contradiction, yes. So I would say that the way I would characterize the regime and the system today is neo-totalitarian, not authoritarian. I think we have to revive the term totalitarian in a new phase. It's not identical to either Maoist totalitarian China or Stalinist totalitarian Soviet Union or Nazi Germany or But I think there are a number of features that we see today in that regime that lead me to use that term, or the way political scientists, at least, and historians have used that term. So let me try and run through just a few of those features that I see. I mean, first of all, overall, I see the party as having been turned into, by Xi Jinping, into a kind of robotic machine. It's like a military where orders are given from the commander and everybody salutes and implements them or pays a big consequence. It's a highly disciplined party, yes, one could say. That's his intent, but it's robotic. Now, what's the opposite of robotic? A more lively creature, what the Chinese call Dang de Shanghua, party life. It's a term that goes way back to Yan'an. And every leader from Mao until Xi Jinping used the term Dang de Shanghua. What they had in mind there, Deng Xiaoping in particular after the Cultural Revolution, but continuing through the Jiang Zemin and the Hu Jintao periods, was to create a party that was responsive to its society. You might say horizontally, different constituencies in society, that was responsive vertically inside the party, whereby feedback mechanisms were encouraged. They call that inter-party democracy, Dangne Minzhu. You know, it's a participatory kind of party. That was that model that Deng instituted. And as I say, was followed until Xi Jinping came along. Now it is a highly personalized, dictatorial, centralized, and institutionalized system. One thing that's been institutionalized, Susan and I have been reflecting on the 1956 book by Zbigniew Brzezinski on the Soviet Union entitled The Permanent Purge. She will, I think, speak more to the anti-corruption purge. But this is now institutionalized. That was not a one-off in the first few years of his rule. This is now a system in which that has been institutionalized inside the party. She has some statistics, which I'll let Susan give you on that. So the irony of all, there are many other, so there's ideologic, certainly ideology is back. Kevin Rudd has very well described that. But what kind of ideology? Dogmatic ideology, not flexible ideology, the way Deng had turned it to kind of post hoc ideology that would rationalize policy decisions, or justify, I should say, policy decisions made on pragmatic grounds. Now it's classic Marxism. Very dogmatic, very personalized, right? How many volumes of so-called governance has he published? Good grief. More than Mao's read books, I think, by now. So it's a sycophantic, a one-man rule, an echo chamber, one might say. Certainly high degree of personality cult. That's a key feature of totalitarian regimes, all of them. No balancing factions. This is a one-party faction, one-faction party, I should say, the Xi faction. There's no feedback in the system. Really no pragmatism vis-a-vis the economy or foreign policy. You know, his predilections and his ideology are dictating moves towards the economy and in the external domain that are not in China's best interest, one could argue. The what Susan likes to call the control bureaucracies, which I like, are now central. They are in control. Everything has been securitized. If you read the report, national security or security, 国家安全, appears no fewer than 91 times. It's the second most used term to development in the report. Everything securitized. There are now 16, Xi Jinping defined 16 types of national security in his report. That's an increase from 11 when he inaugurated the National Security Commission back in 2012. So it's, you know, growing. Everything now is securitized. Excuse me. So, you know, this is a very, and the report is just emblematic of a very insecure regime, fearful, even paranoid, and I don't use that word lightly, of external subversion inside of China and containment around China. So, you know, we all know about the ramped up repression and the surveillance state that he has institutionalized over the last decade. There's a kind of xenophobic hypernationalism, wolf warriorism, if you will. There's a total intolerance of civil society, intellectual creativity, or really freedoms of any kind. The planned economy is back big time. Arthur will no doubt speak to that. Industrial policy in many domains, SOEs, DE. So these are all characteristics of a totalitarian state. There are some elements that we don't see that we did see in the Soviet Maoist China, namely terror. Right? If you go back and you read Friedrich and Brzezinski's classic book on totalitarianism, but people live in intimidation, but they're not being terrorized and taken off to the gulags unless you're Uyghur. So I think the irony, and I'll just close on this point, Tony, the irony is Xi Jinping has spent, an enormous amount of time trying to make the CCP a party that would not follow the Soviet implosion. I mean, he is obsessed, and I would argue his predecessors, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao, were both obsessed with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they have written about that, and we can talk about that. But they have worked since 1991 to prevent a replay in China. But there was until Xi Jinping one predominant way to avoid the Soviet implosion, namely managed opening. Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao both believed in the Zheng Qinghong is the one I give credit to. I don't know if Tony and others share that, but managed opening, open civil society, open media, open economy, open foreign relations, open intellectual life, and so on, but manage it carefully. You can always pull back. That was their model. The second school of thought that came out of the Soviet internal assessment inside the CCP was just the opposite. Don't go there. It is a slippery slope, this school thought. It will cascade, opening will cascade out of control, cannot be managed. And you will wind up like the Soviet Union. That is the school Xi Jinping belongs to and was part of before he even came to power. So long story short, school number one prevailed during the Jiang Hu periods, but right at the end of the Hu period, and Susan book is superb on this point. What we're seeing in China under Xi actually started in 2009, not 2012. So I'll just leave it to her. But I think the irony is that in order to avoid the Soviet demise, he's definitely strengthened the party and the regime, but in the short term, medium term, you might say, no doubt about it, compared to 10 years ago, it's a much stronger party. But I would say in the longer term, he may well have weakened it because it's made it so sclerotic, so robotic, and that's not a party that is sustainable in my view. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, David. I mean, I suppose, from Xi Jinping, if he looked at 2012, 2013, his argument would be, no, managed openness didn't work. Look at what we've got. We've got Bo Xilai, the problems there. We've got corruption. We've got inequality. We've got local government acting on its own behalf rather than the center, society slipping out of control. That's why we need this kind of tougher response and where it's led it to. I think one of the things that surprised me with the Congress, and you really, I think, have highlighted this, is I don't know any analyst that really expected Xi's dominance to be as absolute. For example, with the Standing Committee really having 7. I think people might have said 6, 5, whatever. But it clearly shows that he has no respect for other opinion groups within the party.
Right.
And they have no kind of channel into that. And I suppose one of the things, David, that comes up as a consequence of that, and I'd like to ask you, and you talked about it becoming sclerotic, what do those other groups do? I mean, if you're a part of that previous group, right, do you act out of the system? Do you have a way in? What do you do?
Excellent question. I was actually going to end on that point, and I forgot. That is, there is no doubt enormous discontent in the country and in the system and in the party itself with the direction that she has taken it. But to see that, because we can't go to China, and because the consequences, the intimidation, and the real consequences of incarceration are so severe that But one just senses, 40 years of spent more than half my life going to China. We know these people, the school number one people of the Soviet. They are throughout the system, and one cannot imagine that they're happy at all with what's been going on. But discontent does not equal opposition, and it certainly doesn't equal organized opposition. So what do? I suspect in situations like this, you sort of de facto opt out. In other words, passive resistance. Bureaucrats and apparatchiks and cadres just stop being zealous in the implementation of whatever policy they're supposed to implement. They kind of slow things down, and perhaps even begin to examine in their own minds what it is they're doing. I don't know if you've seen the movie The Lives of Others about East Germany, and the Stasi agent, began to sympathize with the people he was monitoring. I'm not saying, but so watch for cracks in the system. Where? Propaganda apparatus, internal security apparatus. Once the cadres in those two apparati begin to be a little squidgy in the implementation of discourse and security, then these systems hollow out from within. They don't get overthrown from the bottom. They don't fall from the top down. They hollow out from within, and it's the apparatchiks that begin to get squidgy.
Okay. Yeah, I think the schizophrenia in the report was quite remarkable. I mean, when I listened to all the glowing parts, I was thinking, wow, I really like to live in this place. This just sounds tremendous. And then we got to the kosher with all the kinds of problems, all the kinds of fears that were sort of rolled into that. I think, I don't believe struggle is gone. And I think even though the 6 people in the standing committee are all acolytes of Xi Jinping, they're all now going to be jockeying over the future. And so I think it'll be a different kind of struggling from what we see. And I think that's something we're going to have to look out for. But I think, one of the key questions, of course, in addition to the strength of the party, helping it meet its objectives, is going to be the health of the economy, which is crucial. And so we see the phrases decoupling, dual circulation, made in China 2025, Belt and Road Initiative. And I see all of those as a part of geoeconomic risk mitigation because of the fears you say were in that report to shield China from what it sees as Western restraints. And I think China is making a bet that it thinks that great powers are the powers that set technological standards of future industries. And I think they look at the US, they see that. And I guess one of the questions there is that viable with its current economic approach? And can it do that with what it's talking about, indigenous innovation? And that also relates to what, Arthur, you see as the general state and health of the economy.
Thank you. Well, first of all, Tony, I'd like to point out that Made in China 2025 and Belt and Road are not phrases that you should bring now, according to Communist Party guidance. So one of the interesting features of the Xi Jinping era is the speed with which slogans and brand names are adopted and then discarded. I think that would be a good subject for a PhD dissertation. Yeah, I think to pick up on the comment that David made about to use Susan's term, the control bureaucracies having a much greater voice in things. I think there's no question, if you look back over the last 40 years of Chinese economic history, the challenge has always been to manage the party's control agenda with the growth agenda. The control agenda has always been there. And if you had any illusions about the centrality of that agenda, I refer you to the events of June 4th, 1989, when Deng Xiaoping took pretty decisive action to reassert control at immense cost to the economy at the time. So this is not the first time that a Communist Party leader in the post-Mao era has made a decision, pretty large-scale set of decisions to reemphasize the control part of the agenda. So historically, it's always been a tension because the primary objective has always been to maintain the political monopoly on power of the Communist Party. But the growth agenda has always run a very close second to that because there was a desire to make the control worth something. And if you control something whose value is zero, that is interesting, but not very important. But the objective is always to have control over a system which was domestically prosperous and internationally influential. And I think the continuity between Xi Jinping and his predecessors is that he shares that same core goal, that he does have an ambition for China to be a much greater player on the global stage. I think it's also pretty clear that there's an aspiration for China to become the regional great power of Asia, which is one of the reasons that it comes into direct conflict with the United States, which has essentially had that role since 1945. And so to achieve this aim of greatness, economic growth and economic development has to be a part of that, has to be a big part of that. So it is kind of an interesting, if you look at the word count in the Party Congress report, it's kind of an interesting question as how you should slice it. As David pointed out, the number one term that was used was development, so that's still first. The number two term, which is zoomed up in recent iterations of this report, is security. And security was mentioned more often than the economy or reform for the first time. So that clearly does suggest that there has been a pretty significant shift in favor of security and the, if you could call it, the control agenda, and definitely a downplaying of some elements of the economic agenda. But I think it's complicated. And so if you look, for example, at some of the policy measures that have been taken over the 10 years, and particularly the last 5 years, of the Xi Jinping era in the economic realm, I think you can see that they combine elements of political or securitized, if you will, objectives and what you might call more technocratic objectives in different degrees. So, for example, the zero COVID strategy, which has been implemented with considerable zeal, clearly bears the imprint of Xi Jinping personally. He's staked a lot on this individually. I think there's a lot of evidence that he has squashed alternative views, and that has become a significantly politicized endeavor. It is worth pointing out, though, that for the first 2 years of that policy, this was also economically very successful. China had less COVID and stronger economic growth in 2020 and 2021 than any other major economy. And the problem arose this year when more transmissible variants made the old strategy of kind of localized pandemic control non-viable, and they're really struggling with that. And I think up until the Party Congress, clearly the messaging was zero COVID forever, basically. And immediately after the Party Congress, there were some pretty significant adjustments, which I think will not have a major immediate impact. Clearly, over the next few months, the goal will be to contain some pretty severe outbreaks that they're having, including in Beijing. But I think it does signal a recognition by the leadership that there needs to be a pathway out of this, and that cannot be deferred indefinitely into the future. And reasons for doing that include, number one, that it's pretty bad for economic growth, and number two, as the speakers in the previous panel mentioned, it's pretty obstructive of a lot of diplomatic, academic, and business activity that is beneficial both economically, but also for China's ability to function in the world. So we've seen there sort of a mix of control and and growth-oriented options. You could look at the crackdown on the property market, which in many ways is an extension of the financial de-risking campaign that took place starting in late 2016, a lot of which had to do with the correct recognition that there was too much debt in the system, there was too much systemic financial risk, and for China to have a sustainable long-term growth trajectory, they had to get a handle on these things. So yeah, you could say this was about control, but it was also quite legitimate from purely economic considerations that they wanted to contain these things. Finally, another thing that has been made much of is the crackdown on the internet platforms. Very complicated issue, a lot of things at stake there. I think it is worth noting that this, although it is rightly attracted an enormous amount of attention, its actual impact on the broad private sector in China is pretty modest. Most companies were not affected by this. And a lot of the concerns that motivated the crackdown on the internet companies are pretty similar to the concerns that motivate regulators in all countries when they look at these large monopolistic, unaccountable tech companies. So clearly there were political elements, but there were also economic elements as well. So I view the situation now as essentially a continuation of this long-term struggle that the party has had over decades to manage these growth and control agendas, which are clearly in tension, but clearly to a degree complementary. And so as we look forward, I think it is quite clear that the economic development vision of Xi Jinping, as Tony suggested, is heavily technology dependent. And, you know, in a sense, this is nothing new. There have been technology development plans you know, since the 70s or since the 1850s, if you will. This has always been an obsession of Chinese elites to upgrade the technological basis of the country. They have definitely become more central in the economic visioning of Xi. And the concern that I would have is that economic development is now viewed apparently almost exclusively in terms of industrial policy, i.e. supporting technology-intensive sectors like semiconductors, industrial automation, green technology, and so forth. And the theory behind this is that if you produce a lot of high technology goods, this will generate high productivity and growth throughout the economy. So from an economic standpoint, I think this is just wrong, that productivity comes essentially from making diffusion of technology and financial resources most optimal and creating good competitive environments for, you know, resource allocation. And they don't seem to be doing enough of the reforms in the financial, fiscal, and competition realms that would really guarantee that in the long run. So I think if we look ahead at the potential growth trajectories for China, I think there's two boundary cases that I would suggest to you. One is, let's say that they make all these investments in these high-tech sectors, many of which I think will be successful on a sectoral basis in creating, competitive industries. And that there's also a reinvigoration of some of the more market-oriented reforms. And it's perfectly possible, I think, for China to grow at probably around 4.5% for the next decade or so, and that would put them on track to surpass the United States as the world's biggest economy in nominal terms by the middle of the next decade. I think that's conceivable. We can't rule that out. I think the alternative boundary would be they just keep doubling down on this industrial policy stuff. They don't really enable any of these other significant reforms. And then I think you're more likely to see a drift downwards to sort of a trend growth rate more in the 2 or 3% range, which would be not terrible. I don't think that would be enough to upset the regime. I think there would also be plenty of individual sectors within that which would grow much faster. So from an international investment point of view, I think China would still be quite interesting to many people under those circumstances, but that would severely crimp China's ability to compete for global influence in the way that Xi has suggested that he wants to. So I think the question basically on which I am at the moment a little bit agnostic is to what degree in his next term will Xi start to permit an adjustment of policies that are more clearly focused on the broad objective of sustaining the kind of economic growth that is really needed for the fulfillment of his strategic ambitions.
Great, thanks, Arthur. And that I think leads us back to one of the questions that came up in the first presentation. Would she be willing to listen to conflicting opinions and ideas about economic policy? And there, I think one of the lines that is being spun out of China now, and I've had several people recite this to me, is, well, now he has a group of trusted followers in the Standing Committee, he might be more willing to have open debate. And of course, Li Keqiang was totally irrelevant as a premier, and now Li Qiang taking over, was an interesting figure. Of course, a huge cock-up with the lockdowns in Shanghai, but generally seen as someone who's business astute and business friendly. So again, it'll be interesting to see, how that plays out. Two things struck me from what you're saying, linking this back to the US-China relationship. One is, you seem to imply that for it to meet its technological goals, it's still going to have considerable international engagement. And also, secondly, if it wants to meet its financial and fiscal roles, aims, it really needs access to the global financial market. Is that fair enough, Arthur?
Yeah, those are very good points, and I'm glad you brought them up because I think you used the term schizophrenia to describe the Party Congress report, and this is one area where the schizophrenia is very acute. So on the one hand, you have a very clear self-sufficiency or self-reliance agenda, which, I think, as you, Tony, have suggested, there's a large defensive component to this. I mean, they recognize that the US is now basically hostile, and that a lot of technologies that used to be freely available from the US and its allies may not be so available in the future. And so therefore it really is urgent for China to develop domestic substitutes. So this has been a theme for several years, really since at least since the trade war began, for China to double down on the creation of domestic technologies. And this is, in the area of vaccines, this has had a really toxic consequence because they've essentially refused to make use of international vaccines in the hopes of having a domestic alternative. But at the same time, they recognize that they're going to need a lot of participation in this by this self-sufficiency drive, if you will, by a lot of participation by international companies, because they need the know-how, they need the catalytic energy of direct investment, and also because having a large number of companies from the United States and Europe have large stakes in the Chinese economy through direct investments is an important part of the political strategy, because those companies automatically become a counterweight to stronger efforts to decouple or to heighten the political rivalry between the US and China. So in order to stabilize their relationships with the global economy and the US and its allies, it's really important for them to have a lot of these companies in, both for the practical economic and technological reasons, but also for the political reasons. So it's very striking that during the trade war and during this sort of accentuation of the technology war by the Biden administration, the Chinese have refrained from any retaliation. They basically have responded by, in some areas, opening up or facilitating foreign direct investment in sectors that were not previously the case, notably biotech. And that seems to be part of a deliberate strategy. So it is it's a very complicated thing that they want to be self-reliant, but they realize that they can't be. And so the revealed strategy is actually to try and increase the interdependence as a sort of a defensive hedge against a more hostile and unpredictable world.
Great, thanks, Arthur. Obviously, applying neo-totalitarianism is a rather complex business. So one of the things that we've seen is quite a significant shift thinking about quality of growth and who benefits. So Yawen, you talked about, or you're thinking about common prosperity, which is a key concept for Xi Jinping. What do you understand that to mean? And can it really address the social challenges that China is facing? And particularly because a lot of those challenges really exist at the local level. And as we know, it's local governments that really have to provide 90% of the funding for these public goods and services, yet their financial capacity is now severely constrained. So how do you view these issues?
Yeah, thank you, Tony. So as a very humble sociologist, I can only talk about social problems, and I focus on inequality now. So as David mentioned that the government, Xi Jinping, President Xi Jinping tried very hard to kind of emphasize the role of ideology. But the problem is when you emphasize ideology that much, then how do you deal with the enormous gap between the socialist official principle and also the reality of high inequality? So social scientists have been trying very hard to measure the level of inequality. Also, one important measure is Gini coefficient. And then now the best data social scientists have is based on China family panel studies. And according to social scientists calculation, the level of income inequality has decreased a little bit between 2010 and 2016, but then it began to increase in 2016 and increase a little bit just between 2016 and 18. So the coefficient remains at around 0.47 to 0.53. So that indicates actually the level of income inequality remains stably high, unfortunately. And then if we look at distribution of income across different households, so we find that the lowest at the bottom of the society, the lowest 20% household only has around 4.5% of the national income. And then at the other end, so the highest 20% of household, the highest 20% of household has around 46% of the income. So that's a huge disparity. And then, so this is just income distribution. When we think about wealth distribution, the level of inequality is even higher. And there is another problem about declining social mobility. So as we know that, so in the US, upward social mobility is not very high, but in China, I think they began to have similar trend, but the situation is now worse as in the US. But the level of income equality is actually higher in China than in the US. So that's a big problem. So how can Xi Jinping kind of deal with this problem? And then there is also a problem about perceived inequality and also trust in government. So my own study showed that when people begin to see inequality as a serious problem, then it's more likely that they have lower trust in the government, especially the central government. And I think this might explain why Xi Jinping has tried to initiate this common prosperity initiative. So that's an upgrade version of the poverty alleviation program, because in the past, this poverty program just kind of tried to solve the poverty issue of the absolute poverty. But now he wanted to, through this program, he wanted to kind of create what he called olive shape of society, that meaning that you have more middle income group and then have fewer people at the top and at the bottom. And then he also claimed that he wants to bridge the inequality between urban areas and also rural areas, and also between different different regions in China. But so far we've seen that for me, he has been doing some ad hoc measures. And for example, crackdown on the tech sector, or I'm not sure if it's appropriate to say that kind of scapegoat of the tech sector. And then so crackdown on the ed tech. And in Zhejiang, he chose Zhejiang as an experimental zone to implement the Common Prosperity Program. But then we see that social scientists know that there are structural factors that cause this inequality. So as Professor Scott Rosale argued that educational inequality is a very important factor in accounting for the current inequality in China. And as we know that, as he found, Professor Rose found that the labor force in China actually has the lowest level of education of any comparable country. And that's a huge problem. So that means that in order to boost your economy, you have to invest more in education than where the money comes from. And as Tony said, that usually it's the local governments that are responsible for paying the bill. And now, when we think about the recent economic development in the real estate sectors, and it just beg the question of whether there is a sustainable this kind of ad hoc measures can solve this systematic problem in terms of educational inequality. And in addition to educational inequality, there is also problem inequality, increasing inequality in labor market. Author talk about the Chinese government shift to a more technology and also science developmental model. So that sounds a great idea, and we might expect that actually this kind of shift created a lot of problem, a lot of jobs at the high end, for example, like more high skilled service job, and it did a little bit with I look at the data from 2005 to now, and then like high skill service job have grown, but then the problem is really low skill service jobs are the kind of job that have been created by the high tech sector. Why? Because jobs in the platform economy don't have social security, don't have urban health insurance, don't have pension, and then no safety net and to protect people in this newly platform economy. And I think last year, so 2021, the National Statistic Bureau announced that 200 million people in China now have flexible employment. And what does flexible employment mean? That means basically people who don't have safety net. So that's people who actually are employed in labor-intensive service sectors. And then in order to tackle the problem of this kind of polarized labor market, so there are a lot of this kind of informal employment, and how the government can do. So you have to provide more, really have to build a more inclusive welfare state. You have to provide money. Again, where does the money come from? That's a fiscal problem. And in the end, Xi Jinping, again, just like perhaps the previous central government, have created a lot of like unfunded mandates for local government. And I don't really see and a lot of efforts in terms of, for example, like reforming a tax system. So at one point of time, the central government wanted to impose property tax, right? And then did experiment in Chongqing and in Shanghai, but in the end, they encountered a lot of local resistance, and there's also no reform about personal income tax. And then there's no reform about intergovernment fiscal arrangement. So given these conditions, I would think that the institutions she has could be could achieve, very limited goal or the hope that he wants to achieve. And I also want to bring out the case of Taiwan and also the case of South Korea. So both Taiwan and South Korea shifted to what I call techno development in the 70s. But what's different from the Taiwanese, Chinese, and South Korea cases is actually the shift in Taiwan, also in South Korea, happened, that shift to techno development. Actually, that happened at the same time when the process of democratization began. And what does that mean? That means that there is kind of input from the people. There is a political channel for disadvantaged group to influence the distribution, the politics of distribution. But in the Chinese case, even though Xi could have good intention, and then I just wonder how, without the inputs from like labor, from workers, from poor people, and how we can rely on the government's will and capacity to achieve the goal of common prosperity. I think I just stop here. Thank you.
Great, that's excellent. I mean, again, another challenge for neo-totalitarian control. And as you said, I mean, most of the measures that are needed to resolve this essentially are political, and they relate to current interests which are built. And simply asking billionaires to give away some money is not going to resolve it. And as you said, it's based deeply really in the fiscal system, the central local government relations, also fiscal policy, where you have at the moment structures which tend to shift resources from poorer to richer areas, so on and so forth. So those are major kind of political challenges we're facing. I think we have to get along in a not too distant future to some questions from the floor, but Susan is going to help us think about this picture. And you've used the phrase overreach, which I think brings us back to sort of where David started off, the consequences. Is it feasible in the current environment that China is in, where you've got an increasing, expanding middle class, you've got a very complex set of social challenges, which Yao Wen has just outlined. You've got multiple interests evolving in society, yet a heavily centralizing political apparatus. So is that viable for China moving forward? So when you write about overreach, what do you actually mean by it? What is driving it? And what are the consequences? And I think also a little bit about the consequences externally, which will lead us into the next panel.
Okay. Great. Well, thanks very much, Tony. And thanks for the opportunity to talk about my new book on this panel and hopefully encourage more people to read it and debate it. I'm really keen to get feedback. What I mean by overreach is not just ambition, but taking things too far, both in foreign policy and domestic policy, in a way that then snaps back to harm yourself. So it's self-defeating, exaggerated actions. And so the argument is that it's really the competition, political competition among politicians in China, domestic political dynamics that drives overreach. And that it begins actually, and this is probably the biggest surprise that I found in my research, it doesn't start with Xi Jinping. It begins even earlier and in a system of collective leadership. So I'm not going to go through the whole argument. If you want to learn more about it, but I'm very intrigued by that, and I'm pleased that people might actually still be interested in Hu Jintao since he was led out of the 20th Party Congress. So people said, oh yes, Hu Jintao. I'd like to learn more about Hu Jintao's collective leadership. But of course, that system of collective leadership in which there was peaceful, regular competition among leaders at the top and transfer of power after 2 terms, in which you had intra-party democracy to the extent that the Central Committee really exercised its formal authority to select leaders. You had this reciprocal accountability, retirement ages, the decentralization of the system, because of course, provincial officials are the largest bloc in the Central Committee. So all of these forms of institutionalization, which I once was completely convinced, along with scholars like Alice Miller, would really be sufficient to achieve the controlled opening that David talks about. But it proved not to be the case. So one of the other puzzles that I address in the book is, why was it so easy for Xi Jinping to establish this system of personalistic dictatorship after decades of this kind of institutionalization? And the conclusion that I've drawn, especially after this recent meeting of the 20th Party Congress, because we see how there's just no visible resistance to Xi Jinping's takeover and establishment of this type of highly centralized personalistic system. And that's really surprising. The Central Committee just rolled over. There was no sign of any resistance. So even though I do, Deng Xiaoping is my hero, I think Deng Xiaoping had a very sophisticated understanding of the problems of the Mao era, and talked about over-concentration of authority, this system leading to arbitrary decision-making, and set up this system of collective leadership, which actually harkens back to 1956 in Communist Party history, as a check. But Deng did not pursue demaoization deeply enough, fundamentally enough. So he depended on the collective institutions of the party, the Central Committee, the Politburo, but he was not willing to allow a legislature or a legal system to have independent authority to check the actions of party politicians. And, I think we need to conclude that that's one important reason that the collective leadership and the institutionalization of peaceful transfer of power within the party did not survive. And it was surprisingly easy for Xi Jinping to seize power. But of course, he didn't seize power. He received a mandate, because at the end of the Hu Jintao decade, they had tremendous problems of corruption, and therefore she was able to make the case, and it was supported quite broadly within the top reaches of party power, that there was a need for a stronger central authority. But of course, nobody reckoned with the possibility of having the kind of personalistic system that Xi Jinping established. So let me just quickly summarize why I think this system is so prone to overreach in foreign policy, in provoking relations with neighbors and with the United States, creating this counter coalition or coalitions, the backlash against China that has developed over the past few years, and that the Biden administration and the Japanese, the Australians are all, and the Europeans now very active in trying to counter Xi Jinping's overreach. And domestically, the costs are also piling up. Domestically, we see especially the crackdown on the private sector and the extreme zero COVID, the inability to adapt to the new variants in any way, has contributed to China's domestic economic problems right now. And here's how I think the system works. I mean, Xi Jinping has put tremendous top-down pressure on subordinate officials. And it really comes from this anti-corruption campaign, which is simultaneously a purge of rivals to Xi Jinping, real and imagined rivals, I would say. So according to the Party Discipline Commission's own statistics, up to 5 million officials have been investigated and disciplined, and there's a very large number of senior officials. So David was talking about this idea of the permanent purge. This purge continues. We're now in at least the third wave. And what's striking about it is the latest targets are the inquisitors, the same senior officials from the Discipline Commission and the Internal Security Commission, who themselves were once so trusted by Xi Jinping that they were carrying out the investigation of Zhou Yongkang and other senior officials. So subordinate officials are under tremendous pressure to survive and not be targeted by the campaign, and to compete with one another to advance in their careers by somehow proving their loyalty to Xi Jinping. And as I explain in the book, to show their loyalty, they of course have to praise the leader in nauseating displays of loyalty, in the famous words of my colleague Victor Schur, but also by jumping on the bandwagon behind Xi's policy preferences, and then carrying out his policies to an extreme, over compliance, and to an extreme, maybe a greater extreme than Xi himself may have originally intended. So the incentives within the system lead to this kind of overreach in wolf warrior diplomacy, picking fights with your neighbors, provoking the United States, and then internally as well, with ramped up repression and a more statist economy. The tragedy, of course, is that Xi Jinping, he's not more secure as a result of this system. In fact, I mean, one of my favorite chapter titles is State of Paranoia. And that's the kind of system that he's created. And you know, Mao said to Ho Chi Minh back in 1966, he said, the more your subjects praise you, the less you can trust them. So, you know, Xi Jinping realizes the same thing. He knows that he's putting subordinate officials under such pressure, so he naturally doesn't believe they're sincere. And what can he do? He has to just keep putting more pressure on them, and the system therefore generates more overreach. The third term is likely to be even more extreme. There's no reason to see any new checks emerging out of the system, which of course puts a lot of responsibility on the international response. But even though my book's not a policy book, in the last chapter, I do offer advice to both the Chinese side and the US side. And I advise that we should not respond to overreach with overreaction. And I'm pretty critical of US policy for overreacting. And I'm really quite worried that we haven't devoted enough effort to diplomacy with China, although I must say the Chinese side has made it extremely difficult to do that. But I feel, and I'm agnostic, genuinely agnostic about whether or not smart diplomacy from the United States can actually still shape Chinese policy. But I feel that we haven't really tested it adequately, certainly over the last 6 years. So I'm therefore pleased to see what happened in Bali and hope that we might see some more diplomacy in the next 2 years. And I think we have to also beware of the downside of this bipartisan consensus about the China threat, which I believe that China actually has brought on itself by its behavior. As Joe Nye said many years ago, only China can contain China. And that's really what we see happening today. But let's beware of overreactions that will really harm the secret of American success, American competitiveness, and the America that we all really value, which is openness. So I think I'll just stop
Great.
right there.
Thanks. We started 20 minutes late, so we're going to carry on a little bit longer and allow questions. So please come to the microphone if you have a question. And remember, if you're comfortable, let us know your name, your institution, and do remember that a question ends with a question mark. So there's a lot to think about in there. I mean, I think particularly on the over-compliance, I think you see that with the COVID shutdowns.
Right.
That I'm sure many local officials, just shutting down because that shows fealty to Xi. You could always make a mistake by not shutting down. What I hear coming out of this, though, is this tremendous tension between the way the political system is being described, what the needs are in the economy, what is being done in the economy, and the kind of social challenges which Yawen was highlighting. But let's start with the first question.
Hi, thank you. I'm June, a first year PhD in Kennedy School. My question is what do you think, like you mentioned, vicious cycle among the political circle, like distrust and then more loyalty and then overreact, and also between politicians and the government and the society, like distrust from people to and then more control. So what do you think are the potential solution to this? How to break the vicious cycle, like either in practical solutions or more practical ones given the context of China? Thank you.
That could take a couple of hours to get to, but
well, maybe I'll say just one thing, which is there is a kind of counterfactual about how Hu Jintao, who did a lot of good things in the direction of controlled opening in his first term, might have sustained it instead of the trend toward overreach. And because there are a lot of interest groups, as you point out, who really favor a controlled opening, especially the private sector, private business, intellectuals, students, professionals, coastal provinces, local governments, and especially in coastal areas. And we know that there was that kind of potential coalition of groups that could have formed a counterweight to the controlled coalition, because Wang Yang was giving speeches aimed at those people. And Wen Jiabao was giving speeches aimed at those interests. So there was, and I think they still exist. So I'm betting on society. I'm betting on local officials who now are kind of going broke because they have to pay for all this testing, constant testing in zero COVID. And that's just not sustainable. So, you know, I think Chinese society, again, none of this is inevitable. What's happened so far, it wasn't inevitable. And therefore the future also is very difficult to predict.
I think the control elements never went away, in that we tended to focus on what we wanted to see. And I think Barry Norton has written about this very instructively in terms of the economy, in the sense, you know, what do we get wrong? And that we tended to think there was an inexorable move towards markets, the central control was down, but it never really went away. Personally, I just think it's in the DNA of the party. It's very strong. Let's take the next question, the gentleman there.
Thank you so much. My name is Scott Wong. I'm a student here at HLS. My question has to do with the legitimacy of the party. So for a long time, political scientists have characterized, the party's paternalistic role, as stemming from a performance-based type of legitimacy on the promise that the things will look better tomorrow than today. But as our speakers have pointed out, there is now growing inequality, more visible inequality, and over-securitization and overreach many of the social problems. So I guess my question is, what do you think are the party's solutions to this legitimacy crisis? And perhaps does the party even bother to find a solution to this problem? Thanks.
Which is a performance-based.
Yeah,
I can say a little bit. So there is a concept called performance legitimacy. So basically in the past, like social scientists think that like Chinese government, right, derive legitimacy from their performance, but performance can based on economic growth. But I kind of wondering whether kind of like bridging the gap between like the ideology and also reality could be, I don't know if that could be a source of legitimacy, for example, like this common prosperity initiative. So even though it doesn't really kind of help GDP growth, but if it's kind of like, if it help reducing inequality, or even if it doesn't help, right? So we have a alumna, Ding, Isa Ding, a graduate from Harvard. She developed the concept of performance legitimacy. Basically, the idea is that you perform, it's kind of like a performance, literally just performance. Then that could, right, a show, right, that could lead to increase in legitimacy as well. So there is this component. So I think she can kind of do this kind of populist strategy. And then even though it didn't really, maybe even if the campaign doesn't really reduce inequality, it's still likely that this kind of performance, just like Bo Xilai's initiative in Chongqing, could work. If you go to Chongqing nowadays, people still think Bo Xilai is a good guy, right? Yes.
Yeah, why don't we take next? I think there's 4 questions. Let's take them all together, and then I'll give our panelists, each one of our panelists, a chance to reply to the bits they want to, or any concluding comments. So,
okay, I'm Michael Enright, currently at Northeastern, recently back in the US after 24 years on the ground in Hong Kong and China. Two of the panelists describe Xi's recent documents as schizophrenic, which strikes me as perhaps a way to describe for foreigners, but almost completely inappropriate to try to understand where the policies come from. In what world are these documents not schizophrenic at all, but completely consistent, because that's the world that the people making those documents are in? And does that world allow for the sort of adjustment that will allow China to adjust if it overreaches and gets response?
I am Kazunori Koike, a visiting fellow at Ashton.
You speak louder, please.
Originally from Japan, Bank of Japan. I'm working for the Bank of Japan. I have a question to Mr. Kruger. About the economic development model of the Chinese economy. From the economical point of view, if the economy is going to be more and more developed, I think decision making should be diverse, not centralized. But according to your argument, the Chinese CCP is going to more centralize the decision making process, like an industrial policy. But the China is already so developed, and they have a very diversified supply chain. And we do not see a reformist in the core leadership of the Communist Party. How do you think that the fast track trajectory, development path you mentioned can be achieved? Can you explain a little bit more about your argument? Thank you.
Great, thanks. Please.
Hi, my name is Mabel Chan. I'm associate in research with the Fairbanks Center. I just have one question, and that is, I want to have a takeaway from today's talk from everybody's offering red flags about destabilizing factors within China, because that's what we're talking about, China's realities. And as we know, China is obsessed with stability. So in your view, what is the red flag here? What is the biggest, most disruptive, threatening, destabilizing force that you see internally that is brewing right now? Clearly, I've heard overreach, I've heard neo-totalitarianism, I've heard inequality. So if you could pinpoint the biggest threat to stability, thank you.
And last one.
Thank you. Thank you. Should we expect kind of cultural genocide?
And you are?
I'm Alan Chiu. I study innovation and also geopolitics. My question is, should we expect the kind of a campaign of cultural genocide happening to Taiwan as has happened to Xinjiang? Thank you.
All right, let's start with Yawen. If you have any final comments either on these questions or a last thing you want to say?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of answers on these complicated questions. So I have just perhaps one comment on destabilizing like factors. So I think this zero policy is really very too over. And I think this is a lot of Chinese people are so obedient to the government and so very kind to the government and don't complain too much. But then I think these zero policies really give them a chance to see how once people's freedom can be taken by the government. So usually, like they don't care about, a lot of people don't really care about surveillance technology, don't care about social credit score, just a lot of this kind of thing. But then really when your freedom is really constrained to that extent, then people begin to think about really the importance of freedom. So that's what I think this really is simply, this could lead to some problem. And you see there are protests recently against zero zero COVID policies. I think this is in the short term, but in the long term, I don't really know. I think unemployment could be an issue because even among college students, the unemployment rate is super high now. That I will look forward to how the government would address the problem. But as many of the panelists said, that the government's policy, for example, crackdown on the tech sector, I mean, have led to a lot of layoff of these people. So there are a lot of negative consequences of their policy.
Arthur?
Great, thank you. So first on Michael Enright's question, yeah, I think that's a very fair terminological correction. I think what we're highlighting here are that there are real tensions between competing policy agendas in a very complicated world, and that leads to statements and policy movements that sometimes don't seem completely aligned. So I think you're right to point out that what looks to us somewhat contradictory is in fact a real attempt to grapple with a very complicated set of cross-cutting problems. And of course, I think it's also important to remember that this party Congress speech has a large political component to it. So I think we can't really take every word in it purely at face value. It has certain kind of signaling functions. And as we can see in our own political system, it is not the case that leaders of any stripe are always 100% consistent in the policies that they pursue and the ways that they message them. So I think that's a very fair point. On the centralized decision-making thing, yeah, I mean, I think long-term, clearly it's a bad idea for centralized decision-making to become too extreme. I think the question mark in the short run is you could imagine a situation in the next 2 years where Xi Jinping takes advantage of this highly centralized system where at the top everyone is sort of on his team to push through some very big things. I mean, Yawen mentioned the property tax, which would be a major mechanism for pursuing a real common prosperity agenda. It hasn't been implemented in the past because it's been run into too many political obstacles. But if there's anyone who has an ability to steamroll over those political obstacles and vested interests, it's Xi Jinping and his team right now. So I'm not sure I would bet on that, but I think we should leave open the possibility that in the next few years, this centralization could potentially be used to push through some things that were just in the too hard bucket before.
Okay, well, first I just want to put in a plug for Susan's terrific new book. Christmas is coming. It makes a great gift for your loved ones. And I will collect later. It's really, I've read it cover to cover. It's superb. I'm also really intrigued and pleased that Yawen raised the other definition of performance legitimacy. It reminds me, since we're here in Cambridge, of Lucian Pai, who was Susan's doctoral supervisor, who wrote, of course, a lot about political culture in Chinese politics and about the theater of Chinese politics, by which he meant the need to biaotai, to declare where you stand, to constantly prove, in a false way, your loyalty to either a kohao, to a slogan, or to the leader. There's a falsity, Lucian argued, to this. There's a veneer, it's a false veneer, this kind of performance. This is what we're seeing in Xi Jinping's China today. So thanks for that other definition performance. Michael Enright, good to see you again, asks, what world is there where the work report is consistent and not contradictory or schizophrenic? Well, the work report is not written for foreigners, first of all. It's written, as Arthur just said, for internal audiences. But the world is the echo chamber inside the party world of these theoreticians and institutes that literally draft it, which Tony and I and others spent a lot of time going to these, interacting with these people. They live in their own little universe. So I think that's the point. It's not contradictory to them, even though it is to us. And then the last question I'll address was the question about what's the most destabilizing force in China today? I would say it is exactly the type of over-centralized, personalized, robotic, repressive, dictatorial party we've been talking about today that she has created. The system itself is the most destabilizing force and dangerous factor in China today.
Can Chinese decision makers, Xi Jinping, adjust policies, moderate policies to reduce the costs that are piling up, domestic as well as international? I would think, yes, that he can, because as we've said, he certainly has the authority to do so. Nobody's going to stop him. And let's remember, let's go back to the third plenum in 2013, this remarkable document, agenda for reform, not just economic reform, legal system, all sorts of things. What was that all about? I mean, it seems to have been part of his original policy of trying to build a broad coalition of different interest groups. But then, of course, almost none of it was carried out. But it does provide a kind of agenda if he wanted to revive that reform impulse and appeal to those groups once again. In terms of the greatest risks, though, to China's internal political stability, I think it's the complete lack of power sharing at the top, and therefore all the other senior politicians in the Chinese Communist Party who, have no sense of sharing in power, patronage, their own career security is at risk. And also they're certainly dissatisfied with the quality of decisions that Xi Jinping has made and the consequences for China. So of course, the problem is there is no figure. As I think David said, discontent or dissatisfaction doesn't equal opposition. But and coordinating an opposition is extremely difficult. There are all sorts of rules. They're not allowed to talk to one another directly. They're under increased surveillance. Even retired officials, just in the last 6 months ago, there are new regulations that put retired officials under more intense surveillance and control. So, but remember, how many people have been impacted by the large numbers of officials who have been disciplined, put into jail, or otherwise punished? Their families are they must hate Xi Jinping. And so there's not an insignificant group of people who have a lot of reason to be very, very unhappy with Xi Jinping.
Great. I actually have a very different interpretation of the November plenum, but that's for another event. Well, we started 20 minutes late and we're only 30 minutes behind schedule. So I think we're doing pretty impressively this morning. But please join me in thanking our panelists for a lot of them.
So we've got a 10-minute break, meet back 11:10. Thank you very much.
I think everything.
started again? Can everybody please take your seats?
I've been seeing you for a little bit. David, long time no see. The hand Joe Nye. See you.
Thank you. I hear you were talking about self-fulfilling. Invented.
And you're.
Everybody, can you please take your seats? We're going to get started again. Hello, everybody. Can everybody please take your seats so we can get started again? Everybody, we're starting again, please. So if everybody could please take your seats. Hello, we're starting.
Hope you're well.
Okay, here. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, everybody.
No, I hope you forward too.
Yeah.
Please take your seats, everybody. Can you please take your seats so we can get started? Can you please take your seats so we can?
Everyone, please take your seats.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So it is my honor to introduce the next panel on competition and cooperation in security, ideas, and rules. China and the United States are competing on multiple fronts, as we've been hearing. China is challenging the United States' long-held role as predominant Indo-Pacific power. Is competition inevitable? How can the two sides avoid a hot war? So to debate and discuss these questions, we have a terrific panel of experts. Our moderator is Graham Allison, professor of government at the Harvard Kennedy School and author of the book, as you all know, Destined for War, who has done plenty of thinking about US-China security issues. And our speakers are Andrew Erickson, professor of strategy and research director in the Naval War College's China Maritime Studies Institute, Taylor Fravel, professor in the Department of Political Science and director of the Security Studies program at MIT, Joseph Nye, University Distinguished Professor Emeritus and former Dean, Harvard Kennedy School of Government, and former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. And finally, Jessica Chen Weiss, Professor of Government at Cornell University, who recently wrote a very important piece in Foreign Affairs urging the U.S. to pull back from zero-sum competition with China. So over to you, Graham. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thanks for the organizers for putting together such an extraordinary conference. As I understand my instructions from Mark and Tony and Susan, it is to be the moderator, that is to try to make our members stay, or the members of our panel stay within 2 minutes in answering brief questions, and be provocative with the first 2 or 3 questions before we go to the audience. The topic is described in your program. If I took time to give an adequate introduction to each member of the panel, we would have no time for the conversation. So you can read about them. If you don't know about them, you probably came to the wrong meeting. So I want to just jump right in. And again, let me also say what great timing folks had. Who knew? You already knew that Bali was going to happen. You probably could have predicted that there would be a bilateral, but was to some degree uncertain. And you certainly would not likely have gotten all the contours of it. So I think obviously a timely meeting for a timely topic. So let me start with a hard question. So back in 2012, Xi was just becoming president, and I was trying to learn about China and had the great good fortune to have as a mentor Lee Kuan Yew, the world's, I think, premier China watcher. And one of the questions that was live at the time was, well, what about Xi's ambitions? And if you would ask most China experts in the West at the time, and in the intelligence community otherwise, the question, are Xi and his counterparts serious about displacing the US as the predominant power in Asia in their lifetimes? You know, in
mean, is that a realistic objective for them? You would get the answer, well, on the one hand, on the other hand, it's complicated, blah, 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 okay? So I just asked Lee Kuan Yew this question, and actually in that little book that Blackwell and I did with the Q&As with him, we put the question. So I say to him, you know, is she and his colleagues serious about displacing the US as the predominant power in Asia in the foreseeable future? As he would do when he thought somebody had asked a really dumb question, he would sort of look at you incredulously, his eyes would widen, and he said, and then he would actually answer directly, and he said, quote, "Of course, why not? Who could imagine otherwise? Why would they not aspire to be number one in Asia and in time the world?" So question one, agree or disagree with Lee Kuan Yew's judgment today, and why? And in the first question, we'll go this way. And the second question, we'll start with a question from Jessica's foreign affairs piece that was already mentioned and go that way. So Andrew, less than 2 minutes.
Graham, thanks for this. Appreciate the chance to share solely my personal views. I think Lee Kuan Yew was fundamentally onto something, particularly vis-a-vis Xi Jinping's leadership and ambitions. He has announced extremely ambitious goals going out to 2027, 2035, and 2049. It's the grandest and most strategic plan that any great power has today. I think that's for sure. What's worrying about it to me is that under his leadership and under his guidance, the PLA and China's armed forces more broadly are pursuing the centennial military building goal of 2027. This looks in its actual manifestation like a relentless ramp up to give a rather complete tool set for having military options vis-a-vis Taiwan, which he refuses to renounce. And more broadly, he is challenging the rules-based order and some of the key elements of the fabric of the international system. 1945, different from pre-1945, in an international effort to limit the use of force to resolve sovereignty disputes, most importantly at the level of conquering and annexing internationally peaceful, free societies. Now Putin, in control of Russia, has reopened very badly that terrible Pandora's box vis-a-vis Ukraine, and Xi Jinping is leading a military ramp up that appears designed to achieve increasing capabilities to threaten to do so and potentially to do so vis-a-vis Taiwan. So I'm fundamentally with Lee Kuan Yew's overall assessment, and I take an internationally focused interpretation of what I felt I was hearing from Professors David Shambaugh and Susan Shirk, in that I see under Xi Jinping a neo-totalitarian system, that would be one way to put it, that is engaged in dangerous overreach with, as I see it, few acceptances or credible commitments to durable constraints and guardrails. In short, I'm tremendously concerned.
Good. I think they made it in 2 minutes, so a good example for our panel. Taylor.
Great. Thanks, Graham, and thanks to the organizers for having me participate today. So in response to your question, I guess I would say the following. It doesn't surprise me that a regional power would want to be a regional hegemon. I think most regional powers would aspire to be a regional hegemon. So in that sense, the goal is not that puzzling. And we would see this in different parts of the world and different points in history. So the question, I think, before us is, how quickly is China trying to achieve this objective and at what cost, right? Because to extrude the United States from the region is not a simple matter. The US is a major economic power in East Asia today, and more fundamentally is also a major military power in the region through its alliances with South Korea, with Japan, Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and Thailand. And if anything, the alliances are sort of growing stronger and they're tightening. We saw most recently the trilateral agreement between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States called AUKUS to build nuclear-powered submarines, but really it's a framework for much broader military cooperation. And so China may have this goal, but it's gonna confront a wide array of challenges in order to be able to achieve it. And if we take a sort of a traditional sort of international relations sort of definition of hegemony to be the only major military power in the region, then China, to achieve that goal, is going to have to find a way to push the United States out, right? And I think that's going to be really difficult. The US will not go willingly. The US allies will not want the US to leave. And if anything, trends are sort of pushing in the opposite direction. So I think we're going to see more of a new military balance forming that China's going to find pretty difficult to manage, although as Andrew noted, its capabilities are increasing and it has a very set of ambitious sort of modernization objectives, but it's a complicated region, lots of unresolved disputes, even especially Taiwan, before one considers the broader sort of question of the US presence. And then of course, other countries in the region have a say, do they want the United States to leave or not? And so again, hegemony, dominance, of course, if you can get it, why not? How much are you going to pay for it? How hard is it going to be to achieve? I think in the case of East Asia today, it's not a simple matter. And so he was right, but he didn't really he didn't really say how you're going to get from A to B. And I think that's a really important
further
question.
along in the chapter, but we won't go there right now. So, Joe, you've thought about this question over many decades, and looking at it in 2022. Lee Kuan Yew, right?
Well, it's always dangerous to disagree with Lee Kuan Yew. I think the quote you have is actually right, Graham. But I also had a conversation with him a year or two after that, and I said, not do you want to, but can you? And Lee Kuan Yew's answer was, the Chinese can mobilize the talents of it was then 1.3 billion people. But the US can mobilize the talents of what was then 7 billion people. And he said, what's more, the US can recombine these talents with a diversity and creativity that ethnic Han nationalism can never achieve. I thought that was interesting because it not only complements your quote, but it also tells us that when we're thinking of a strategy to respond, the great danger is to take the title of Susan's book, is overreach equals overreact. So to underestimate or to overestimate your opponent is equally dangerous. And I think right now we're in the business of overestimating, and it's led to, I think, a somewhat overreactive and not totally coherent policy. Why do I think that the future that Lee Kuan Yew is right? I think that if you look at what's going on with China's long-term trends, we heard this morning the short-term problems of zero COVID and what people are talking about, the property markets and so forth. But if you look at long-term trends over 10, 15 years, China's suffering demographic decline. The labor force peaked in 2015, and the shape of the population pyramid is one where more and more old people are going to be supported by fewer and fewer young workers. The second thing you notice about the long-term trends is that the answer that most people would give on to declining labor is use technology, robots replace people kind of thing. And China is certainly, and Xi in particular, certainly put a lot of emphasis on technology. But there's a problem, which is whether the secret is a highly centralized government investment in a particular technology, or whether it's the diffusion of technology in the society which really gives you productivity. I think there's a good deal of evidence that it's the latter. And then you come to the third problem of Xi Jinping's China, which we heard about this morning, which is a lot of this diffusion of technology depends not on government bureaucracy, but on the private sector. And instead, what Xi is doing is emphasizing state-owned enterprises. And you could argue that what he's doing is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. So as I look at the long-term trends, I not only agree with the first proposition that Graham mentioned of Lee Kuan Yew's, but I think I agree with his second proposition that he told me.
Good, good. Jessica, agree, disagree, and comment.
Thanks. I think Taylor really well covered some of the challenges that China will face regionally. And so I wanted to focus maybe in discussing the second part of the statement, which is whether and to what extent China will seek to become the predominant global power and replace the United States as the unipolar power. And here I think I would refer you to the threat assessment provided by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence for 2022, where it states that the CCP will continue efforts to achieve President Xi Jinping's vision of making China the preeminent power in East Asia and a major power on the world stage. And I think that the real question here is whether or not the struggle between the United States and China will result in some form of coexistence 2.0, or whether in fact the two sides need to be locked in a zero-sum battle for world hegemony or preeminence. And so in my view, I think that remains an open question. I don't think that a country's strategic intentions are ever etched in stone, certainly not something that was written down secretly, hidden away. And indeed, in between the stated aspirations, which set out a direction for indeed world-class leadership, preeminence, et cetera, there's a key question as to what form that might take, to what extent these are mutually exclusive visions of international leadership, and then to what extent might we indeed find terms of coexistence between these two views.
Okay, let me do one more round on this one before I do Jessica's question. So as we try to think about this, I think Taylor's proposition is that why wouldn't a regional power seek to be a regional hegemon? And especially if it's a rising power, if it's becoming stronger. So I try to put this against a historical canvas, and I ask about let's say, for example, the rise of the US at the beginning of the 20th century, and Teddy Roosevelt, and what he thought about there being foreigners in our hemisphere, as he put it. Why was Spain dominating Cuba? What were the British and the Germans doing trying to settle a territorial dispute in Venezuela? Why shouldn't he take another bite of Alaska? Or of Canada to add it to Alaska. So if I look at this against on a historical canvas, doesn't it seem quite normal that if it as China becomes bigger and stronger, it'll seek to be more influential in its region? Let's just take the region to start with. And then the fact is there's some other major powers there, and that the US thinks of itself also, and is, an Asian power and a Pacific power. So that makes it slightly more complicated. But British thought they were a Western hemispheric power. They had been for 100 years. And that was how we had freedom of the sea. The US had no capacity to do that. So how much of this is baked into the structure of geopolitics, and how much is peculiar to China? Or another way to think about this, if Teddy Roosevelt were consulting with Xi Jinping, would he say, why are you being so assertive? Or would he say, why are you being so cautious or so timid? So, Andrew?
Well, I think there's some critical historical changes that make today very different from that era, without even going into the Roosevelt corollary and some other important nuances to that discussion. The post 1945 international order is fundamentally different. I think that's extremely important, and we should never go back. There are many reasons I need not enumerate here. Second of all, if we're going to talk about international politics and security and things that have shaped that in the post 1945 era, certainly nuclear weapons are also extremely important. So against that backdrop, I don't think that there is a legitimate or a practical basis for the PRC under Xi Jinping to cite previous historical patterns of great powers arguably throwing their weight around to say that China should have the same rights or breathing room or something like that to do it today. And I think it's very important to prevent that Pandora's box from being further and further opened. The international system is riddled with tragedy and inconsistencies, but overall we're far better off with the post-1945 world we've built with so much blood, treasure, institutions, and frankly, various means of deterrence. So I don't think there's a durable and compelling historical analog that survives that transition, nor should there be. And I think American efforts to prevent that terrible Pandora's box from opening widely are largely supported in the East Asian and Indo-Pacific region. And it gets back to the issue of alliances and partnerships, and also military development and balancing or hedging against a perceived rapid meteoric buildup in Chinese PRC military power that we've seen.
Taylor?
Yeah, so
you started this. So.
I started this. I'll keep at it. So nuclear weapons was the first thing I was going to say. This is a very different world. Setting aside everything else, I mean, if Britain had nuclear weapons in the 19th century, like, would they really have left? I'm not so sure. Or how hard would it have been to get them to leave? I'm not so sure. So we have to understand, not only are we in a nuclear era, but of course, the US provides extended deterrent guarantees to a number of the allies in the region as well. Second factor I would point to would be the kind of complexity of China's regional environment, right? It has 14 neighbors on land. It has 8, or however you want to define it, at sea, right? It consciously has to always balance in its own terms different strategic directions, north, south, east, west. I mean, this is a very complicated environment with which to achieve hegemony, especially if you have another major military power who's present in the region. I'm just not sure what Teddy Roosevelt tells us about that. The U.S., a very benign strategic environment, 2 oceans as neighbors, 2 oceans as buffers, 2 neighbors, not as much sort of to worry about it as China does. And so I think what we are probably going to see is, I mean, the military power component is very important, but I think China is going to focus more in terms of increasing regional influence, in terms of using that military power to backstop its sort of diplomatic and economic initiatives. But I think it's the economy that's really going to be the most important element with which it seeks to sort of increase influence in the region. But that is something that has changed over time and is improving, but will also take sort of more time to come. So I think there are just a lot of differences from the earlier period. And I know history doesn't repeat, it might rhyme. I'm not sure how much it rhymes in this particular context.
Yeah, all historical metaphors have similarities and differences. The problem with the Teddy Roosevelt example is alliance structure. Lord Salisbury's Britain was worried about the rise of Germany. They needed an American ally, despite the outrageous things that Teddy Roosevelt did. Graham and I go fishing together in a place in southern Alaska where Teddy Roosevelt rigged an international commission to get a chunk of what would otherwise be British Columbia for the US. However, the Brits put up with that because essentially they were worried about Germany and they were about the US. Transfer that alliance question to East Asia. Susan mentioned that I once said only China can contain China. Well, they're doing a pretty good job of it. If you look at the structure of alliances in East Asia, the world's third largest economy, Japan, is much tighter with the US today than it was 20 years ago. And we now have the Quad, which includes India, which previously was very delicate about even meeting, which has now met several times in person. And if you look at the AUKUS or the AUKUS deal and the questions of bringing Australia into this, you see that China has done a pretty good job of creating alliances against itself and is doing a pretty good job of containing itself. And if you say, okay, but there's Belt and Road and there's the attractiveness of China. Well, look at China's soft power. When you go to the Pew polls, the international polls that are most reputable, and you ask which countries do you see as favorable, and Xi Jinping has said that he needs to increase China's soft power, it looks like, by all the polling I've seen, that the US is far more attractive to all other countries in East Asia than China is. And that it's going to be very hard for China to change that because of the reasons that Taylor just said. If you have disputes with a good number of your neighbors, including India and the Himalayas, or various things in the South China Sea, it's very hard to put up a Confucius Institute in New Delhi and make yourself attractive if Chinese soldiers are killing Indians on the border. So on both the alliance structure and the soft power issue, I would say that we can't go back to Teddy Roosevelt.
Jessica, any last comment on this one?
Yeah, just building upon those excellent comments, I would say that, as Jonathan Kirshner pointed out in his recent book, An Unwritten Future, the drive to seek regional hegemony rather than just leadership or preeminence would be the only thing that would actually derail China and, pose a fundamental threat to its security, much in the way that we have just described, this, China containing itself by provoking this concerted reaction around it. And I would just say on the lessons of history and what the structure of international politics requires, obviously there are important structural drivers and historical analogies, but nonetheless, I think we risk overstating their predictive power. And in fact, if we rely too much on them, I think we tend to neglect our own agency and certainly the agency of leaders in Beijing to choose a wiser path that avoids such a conflict.
Okay, let me now turn the panel back around to the policy front. Jessica, most of you probably know, spent a year on the policy planning staff, which she left recently. And after leaving, wrote a foreign affairs piece that was mentioned about the Biden strategy for addressing the China challenge. And if I quote here, US politicians and policymakers are becoming so focused on countering China that they risk losing sight of the affirmative interests and values that should underpin US strategy. The current course will not just bring indefinite deterioration of the US-Chinese relationship and a growing danger of catastrophic conflict, it also threatens to undermine the sustainability of American leadership in the world and the vitality of American society and democracy at home. So let me start by saying, Jessica, any second thoughts or comments? And then we're going to go down the panel this way. The question again is agree or disagree, and 2 minutes to explain why. Yeah?
Well, first of all, let me provide a slight corrective to your description of the piece, which was not aimed as a critique directly of the Biden administration's policy, rather of the broad thrust in American foreign policy, which really predated the Biden administration, starting with the Trump administration. And I would say that the dynamic that you just described, this tendency to define success in terms of defeating China or standing up to China, that is much more pronounced on Capitol Hill. I would say that the Biden administration and its national security strategy very clearly emphasized the importance of stating what we are for, not just what we are against. But I would say that there are two different muscles, I would say, in U.S. foreign policy instincts. And one of them is to defeat the rival. And the other one is to drive toward a future that we want to see, not just for our peoples, but for the world. And if anything, this essay was an effort to really create more space and more attention toward making sure that beneath these words of into an inclusive, free and open world that we seek to create and lead, that we make sure that the actions that we take are also lined up in support of that vision. And so while competition is not going to go away, my hope is that it could be over time disciplined in service of that, so that the actions that we take are always aligned with those principles.
Okay, Joseph, agree, disagree, or why?
I read Jessica's article with great appreciation. I agree at about 99%, maybe 99.9% with what she wrote. And she wrote it for the Journal of the Council on Foreign Relations. I wrote an article that's in the September issue of the Journal of Chatham House, which is called International Affairs rather than Foreign Affairs. And I gave it a provocative title, which was How Not to Deal with the Rising China. And basically it says what she says, but she was in the administration, so she has to be a little bit more careful when she says, I'm saying that basically we're overreacting. And I feel that we've used metaphors related to fear and to structural inevitability too much. And we're putting ourselves into a situation where, as somebody put it earlier, you're going to have I guess it was our two Chinese professors, you're going to have a major disruption when a Speaker McCarthy or whoever is in his place decides that he'll lead a delegation to Taiwan that's even larger than Nancy Pelosi's delegation. That kind of overreaction in Washington, we talk about a bipartisan consensus on China. Yes, but no. And I think I'd much rather have a bipartisan consensus along the lines of Jessica's article or my article than what we're seeing.
Taylor?
Largely agree. I mean, I think the only point I would add is, the administration and a lot of the public commentary on what it's doing in China, and sometimes I think repeating the challenges of the previous administration, which was viewing confrontation as an end in itself rather than a means to something else, or viewing competition as an end in itself rather than a means to something else. And so there's not yet quite the vision of sort of what the future will sort of look like and how we're going to mobilize these competitive tools. And so it's very easy to build support for, the coming McCarthy visit, right, in the April recess, which is going to probably precipitate a really, significant crisis. And the reason why I think many of us are concerned about that now is because we don't necessarily see the relationship in a place where something like that can be kind of effectively sort of managed, in part because it's sort of the narrative as it sort of exists in Washington that undergirds the bipartisan consensus doesn't leave a lot of room for more nuance and thinking, how might we approach something like this, right? What would sort of the administration actually do? Would it actually encourage Taiwan not to invite McCarthy, right, to preempt it? Or would it not want to incur the wrath of Congress leading into the next election, right? And sort of say, well, this is co-equal branches of government and so on and so forth. It just has to happen and you have to deal with it. And so I think we're still kind of missing this sort of sense of what our goals are that we can then assess our policies against. And in the national security strategy that, it was 2 years. It came out so late. But
the 11th edition,
the
11th revision, yes.
3 times. But I think there was one or two mentions of peaceful coexistence with China, but no description of what that actually means. And so I think we're in a very challenging situation going forward.
Andrew?
I'll be the first to say, I think it's a very sad state of affairs, but when I look at what came out of Bali and bilateral discussions and the readouts, I don't see a basis for deep cooperation. I'm sad to say that, but I don't see evidence that China under Xi would be willing to accommodate, make the most first move, or make a major credible agreement in any particular area. In fact, some agreements have been particularly not respected or honored under Xi. Look at the treaty enshrined commitments vis-a-vis Hong Kong. Look at the pledges to the Obama administration regarding cyber, South China Sea. Look at China's own agreements with Ukraine. Unfortunately, we're just not in a credible place. I think the administration has articulated some very positive, broad visions, inclusive visions, and is actively advancing them. Look at President Biden's energetic attendance at COP27. Xi Jinping, sadly, was a no-show, and China's doubling down on coal, which is just about the worst approach to the climate. And bringing it back into this room, I would ask anyone to correct me, but in today's PRC under Xi, I don't think there's any equivalent to a high-profile conference like ours today, with a concluding panel on the subject of toward coexistence 2.0. What should China do? And I think that's a large source of the inability to have a positive, shared, productive, even just a clear-eyed set of durable, credible arms control negotiations, such as the US and the Soviet Union were capable of to great effect in the latter stages of the Cold War. That's part of the concern I have, this seemingly reflexive official PRC invocation of the trope of a Cold War mentality. Well, I think US-China relations might be better if we could at least have a late Cold War mentality on arms control. China will not submit itself to any meaningful arms control agreements, by meaningful that actually constrains China. China already has a wide range of military superlatives, including the world's largest and most formidable conventional ballistic missile force. Is China willing to enter into negotiations to even discuss that? No evidence that I can see. That's partly why the INF treaty collapsed. Russia wouldn't honor it. China wouldn't even talk about joining it. So the US wouldn't unilaterally tie its hands anymore. So I think, sadly, the historical analogy here that's apt is a structural pattern we see in both the pre-1945 and the post-1945 eras. That is, there's a certain life cycle of great powers in terms of rapidity of development, and then it sows the seeds of its own slowing, even though arguably society is better off for having its needs better addressed. And this is the critical decade, what the Biden administration calls the decisive decade, what I call the decade of maximum danger for US-China relations. Under Xi Jinping, a peaking Xi Jinping, a peaking PRC in terms of relative power, a peaking Chinese Communist Party in terms of relative ability to mobilize resources for repression at home and abroad. It's going to get worse before it gets better. But as China slows down across the board in national power, there will finally be the basis for what might broadly be called more of a geriatric peace in the slowing common to great powers. We need to get through this challenging decade, and then there'll be time for catch-up cooperation when Chinese societal priorities have significantly realigned to invest in and address the inequalities that Professor Lei rightly referred to. The rapid demographic aging has been mentioned by many. that will be finally the place for cooperation, but this will be the difficult decade to get to that place. And in the meantime, I see very little prospect for meaningful, credible, sustainable cooperation and commitment under Xi Jinping. I'm very sad to say that, but I think it's the honest truth.
I'm tempted to become a panelist rather than the moderator, but I will resist. I'll only say first, Peking is a very odd analogy and concept. And anybody that wants to understand Peking should look at peak oil predictions for the last 7 decades, which have regularly been offered and never been fulfilled. Oil has peaked in the 1940s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, okay? So that's the first proposition. Second proposition, I think, Andrew, while I agree with much of what you're saying, the proposition about China sitting down for arms control, particularly with respect to, say, strategic nuclear arms, which the Trump administration sought, is the proposition that says, you have 400 weapons, I have 5,000. I think we should sit down and agree on a freeze. Anybody that would go to that poker game would be unusual, particularly if I figure I have a GDP approximately equivalent to yours. So why should I sit at a table without enough cards to play? And I would say that was a foolish aspiration, and it produced predictable responses, even a little bit of incentive to expand your arsenal so that if you ever got to a table, you would have more to play with, okay? But as a matter of concern. So I think thirdly, I see this as two set of compelling, contradictory imperatives in terms of the overall relationship. On the one hand, geopolitically, this is destined to be the fiercest rivalry we've seen historically, I believe, okay? I suspect. Secondly, on the other hand, and it really matters who is successful, because as you say, the international order and the rules that we would like to live under. On the other hand, we coexist, or we co-inhabit a very small globe in which, in the absence of some degree of coordination and cooperation, we can't even have a biosphere we can live in because of greenhouse gas emissions. If we have a nuclear war, we end up with our own society destroyed. Pandemics don't have passports or viruses. Nuclear proliferation is something in which we both have a considerable stake to certainly stop short of nuclear anarchy. So I think it's the attempt to try to deal with absolutely compelling, contradictory imperatives. Scott Fitzgerald calls this the test of a first-class mind, to hold two contradictory ideas in your head at the same time and still function. So I think the question is, could Biden and Xi do that? I think maybe. Okay. Could two governments do that? And two polities, particularly ours as well as theirs, I'm more dubious. So that's my 2 cents. But we're going to the audience now for questions. There's, I don't know, there's one microphone here, and I think there's another one over here. Introduce yourself. Can make a short statement, and then a question with a question mark, please. And it can be to the whole panel or to somebody in particular, if you have a particular point of agreement or disagreement with one of the panelists.
Thank you for the panel, and my name is Meng Ye. I teach at Boston University.
Can you get closer?
My question is the Chinese strategic discussion. So I'm kind of a junkie that reading Chinese documents a lot from 2019 to 2021. When China's, I think this most prominent proposition is decentralization, 去中心化. That kind of captures their strategic moves in the region and globally. And recently at the APEC summit, yesterday, President Xi Jinping wrote a letter saying that Pacific is no one's backyard. no great power competition will be tolerated. So I want to get to your reaction. This number one, is this China's new strategy, 去中心化 and no great power policy in the neighborhood, sufficient to have a more stable external relationship in the region? And two is, does that offer possibility for US-China cooperation beyond strategic and military arena? Thank you.
Good, thank you. I'll take a shot. Jess?
So thanks, Minion. I think that statement, squares well with China's long-term emphasis on the sort of so-called democratization of international politics, of resisting, hegemonism. And so I don't know about seeing that as necessarily the centerpiece. We'll have to see what follows it. But nonetheless, I do think that as China moves forward to champion its version of reform of the global governance system, I will look to see, to what extent that is borne out in terms of trying to decenter any particular great power or even that rivalry. I do see that the actions and the statements that led to the summit at the G20, the declaration, as well as the bilateral meetings that were held as being a relatively positive sign. I know that those who've watched Chinese domestic politics closely, came out of the 20th Party Congress, as we heard here, seeing a much more dogmatic and flexible and potentially aggressive China. I personally find a hard time squaring that analysis with what we have recently seen. It may just be tactical, but nonetheless, the kind of flexibility, the kind of smiling but steely face that she put forward at the G20, I think we're going to likely see more of that to come, which is, a little bit different from the wolf warrior tone that we have seen. I wouldn't say that it's going to be gone, of course, but the idea of struggle to what end? Struggle to coexist, to force the United States to accept China as a respected peer on the international stage. I would like to see, hope to see that's where that's headed, but we'll have to see. Thanks.
Does anybody else want to comment on that?
And I would offer Xi Jinping's interaction with Justin Trudeau in Bali.
Andrew, I don't want to be too ornery here, but I would say that was attempting to remind people that if you can't have a private conversation, you're not going to have another private conversation with me. Okay, please.
Jolly, investment banker, unfortunately.
You need to get close to the microphone. Yeah.
Yeah, Orlando Jolly. I am currently an investment banker. Have worked with a lot of state-backed enterprises over the course of my career, particularly in the energy sector. Thank you so much for your time. Two questions, both short, building on each other. The first one being, I really appreciated the historical canvas point that you made. However, I guess if I take the two issues that you offer of geopolitics versus maybe China idiosyncrasy in terms of outward expansion, I guess question one is perhaps is another apt explanation for this outward move ideology, ideological entrenchment and exaltment. And building off of that, going back to the first talk where some of our speakers talked about macro issues and particularly economic securitization being more important to this cooperation than leadership, does the ideological point perhaps supersede that and have scary implications?
Well, let me take a first cut at that. I mean, I'll belie my sort of background as someone trained in international relations, or we tend to downplay the role of ideology. But I think in terms of foreign policy, obviously ideology is very important in China overall, right? It's core to the way that the system works. But I think at least you have a tradition in foreign policy where that's not played as much of a role. Right, you see China engaging all kinds of countries with all different kinds of ideological backgrounds, and primarily is focused on pursuing whatever specific interest it has, like with that particular set of countries. Now, I think lately, right, China's, sort of talked at various points about the China model, or the sort of hinting that or suggesting that, right, it's sort of state-led capitalist approach is something that others might be able to replicate. It's ways of controlling smart cities and policing and things might be things others can replicate. I see those more as kind of methods of control than an ideology sort of writ large, as like a way in which you're going to structure your political life. But generally speaking, I think China's taken a pretty flexible approach to with whom it has diplomatic relations, with whom it develops diplomatic relations, and that's based upon the sort of underlying kind of fundamental interest that it has. And so I see ideology in that sense playing very, very much kind of a secondary role, to the degree that it plays a role, and not a primary role. And you can just look at the diversity of relationships that China has to see where if you're making an ideological argument, I think it would be hard to square why China engages very sort of significantly such a diverse range of states. I think instead it's just being quite pragmatic and trying to see where it can improve ties and sort of gain advantage.
Please.
Andy Zalecki, Harvard Business School. Can any of you flesh out just a little bit, with a little particularity, the end game that you think Washington ought to be playing for, that you think Beijing could plausibly accept? Thank you.
Sorry, the end game that Washington is playing for, that Beijing might live with? Okay, George?
I'll take a crack at it, Andy. If you take the formal statements of the Biden administration, they are, in fact, maybe Jessica should answer this, but they are to talk about a cooperative, competitive relationship. And the title of this panel is Coexistence 2.0. But I think what we heard this morning from our Chinese professors was that the word coexistence 2.0 sounds too much like Cold War. And you do find some people in Washington who make Cold War analogies. It's one of the things I warn against this article I mentioned. But we haven't really articulated, to my mind, a overarching concept of something like containment was in the real Cold War. I personally like Kevin Rudd's term, managed competition. And I think what we've seen so far is much more on the competition and not enough on the managed. Though Bali may begin to change that, even if Kevin McCarthy manages to reverse it in a few months. But I think that idea of a managed competition is interesting and important. So I think an Australian has said it better than Washington. Let me just say that on terminology, we don't get too fixated on terminology, but I don't think we've done as good a job at this end of expressing what we want as we should. The basic proposition, I think, is that the US does not pose an existential threat to China. China does not pose an existential threat to the US. This is not like Nazi Germany or Stalin's Soviet Union. And that's why the title of our panel, Coexistence 2.0, makes sense, except for the fact that our Chinese interlocutors this morning don't like it. So I would go back to Kevin Rudd's managed competition with a bit more emphasis on the managed.
Sure, thanks. I think it's going to be important but tricky, and it's going to have to look at multiple different domains, coexistence, and what's the end game is going to vary, I think, by domain. I would say that the United States does not pose an existential threat to China, and that China does not pose an existential threat to the United States yet, but I worry about the direction of competition leading to increased insecurity on both sides, not just in the military domain, which we've been talking about, or regional alliances, but also in terms of the integrity of our democracy. And of course, they have similar concerns on the other side. And so to my mind, a potential form of coexistence could look like, a renewed emphasis on the United Nations, the Westphalian basis of the UN Charter, reinforced, bounds around the sovereignty, non-interference of these equal states. But of course, that's not enough. That's sort of the lowest common denominator. And so when we think about the rules-based, so-called rules-based international order, not as a single order, but about many nested orders, could we think about having both the kind of fit for purpose coalitions that drive forward higher standards or quality standards in various areas, but also an equal effort to drive forward and kind of revitalize some of the encompassing institutions that have, I think, to date really stagnated or been paralyzed by a growing geopolitical rivalry. I would say the United States is not a status quo power. We have not been since the Trump administration, and I would say continuing today, there are questions about, to what extent the United States wants to support and reinvigorate, not just in name, but in deed, the various institutions that have, long brought, I think, a measure of stability to the world. And so I think when I think about what is it the future that we want, it also has to be across the board. Where are we going to reinvest? And also not just reinvest, but reform, because unfortunately, I think that part of the reason that China has been so successful in tapping into the resentments of much of the world is that the system is a little bit outdated. It hasn't been kind of reformed to reflect sort of changes in the balance of power and influence around the world. And so while this may not be a vision of cooperation, I would say that the function of these institutions is also to regulate conflict, to prevent the kind of dangers that Andrew forecasts. And so, you might think about progress as either being more cooperation, but also, reducing the risk of really catastrophe that would really render today's world, I think, unimaginable.
Andrew, quick.
I don't unfortunately think a UN approach will work, because look how China and Russia are cooperating to undermine those very principles of state sovereignty, such as Ukraine, a sovereign, indisputably sovereign nation. And when we talk about managing, the question is how to manage, who will manage, on what basis. And I think there we run into the fundamental problem. I at least have yet to see an argument that the US should accommodate, enter into some sort of management agreement approach discussion. I have yet to see such an argument that comes with any evidence that China itself will actually accommodate. In what area? Can anyone name one specific credible example? I have yet to hear one.
Okay, good. Let me drill just a little further on this topic for a second. We have 10 minutes left and we're going to get to the questions, but on the question of a quote existential threat that you put, Joe, which I generally agree with, but if I try to ask about the current course of events, so there was the Pelosi visit, there was a predictable Chinese response. There's likely to be a McCarthy visit. There will be a predictable Chinese, another big slice of moving closer and closer to demonstrating a capacity to create a blockade around or a noose around Taiwan. In the politics of the US today, Republicans and Democrats continue jumping to the right of each other to see who can be tougher on China, whatever advice this panel or anybody else offers. And I would say that's baked into the dynamics of the democratic process that we're watching here between now and 2024, 25. So Mendez, the Democratic chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and Lindsey Graham put in the Taiwan Policy Act that they were proposing to recognize Taiwan as a non-NATO ally. So if I were Chinese and I thought Taiwan were an integral part of China, I might think that might be an existential threat to me, or at least to me if I were the leader of China, and a lot of other people believe that. So Joe, is that an existential, quote, existential threat?
It could easily become one, in the sense that if China interpreted it as the way we would interpret, let's say, Chinese holding Hawaii away from us. And so they felt they had to go to war. And the war escalated to nuclear. That's clearly existential threat. It's symmetrical, both directions. So when I said it's not an existential threat, like Hitler, it's not that China is trying to take over the United States. And it's not like we're trying to take over China. Could we do something really stupid and create an existential threat? Absolutely.
And then the even harder question, which we maybe will leave to a later panel, is if we could do something incredibly stupid and are likely to do something incredibly stupid, can smarter people think of any way in which, given the realities of American politics, we could stop short of stupidity? I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm leaving it to Tony's next panel. But this gentleman, you've been patient, please.
Thank you so much. It's a great conversation. Again, Harry, I'm a student of Kennedy School. I have two claims, historical claims, which could be wrong. The first one is China has never claimed or able to claim hegemony, global hegemony in its thousands of years of history. And the second claim, which could be more controversial, is that China in its history react more towards its external threat and react defensively through defensive actions instead of offensively, aggressively outside Chinese border. And my question based on these two claims is that can China behave offensively? And how would an offensive China would behave from the US perspective? Thank you.
Taylor, you've actually written about this, yes.
So on your first historical claim, I guess you'd have to ask all the people that were absorbed into various Chinese dynasties, Qing in particular, for example. You could describe that as a kind of hegemony if you want. But I think the more pressing question is the second one. And here, the real issue is, say, post-49 to date, I think you could make the case for a lot of China's uses of force. They were limited to its neighborhood. They were, at least from China's standpoint, defensive, even if some of them militarily are quite offensive, such as the devastating invasion of Vietnam in 1979. But China was also quite a weak military power, right? It had no means to be offensive. That's changing. And it's changing, as Andrew mentioned, quite significantly. I think it's going to take longer for China to have some of the more globally oriented capabilities. But nevertheless, I think one can certainly not discount the possibility, right, moving far beyond Taiwan, that a much stronger China could see that it has this great tool in its military power that it could use more effectively than before. And here I'm reminded of the Chinese Civil War. So the strategy of the Red Army in the Civil War, right, was actually quite defensive in many ways, seeking to conserve strength because it feared that it would be wiped out by the nationalists. And Mao had this sort of stage plan, right? The strategic defensive, the strategic counteroffensive, and the strategic offensive. And as post 45, right, as the PLA became stronger after it renamed itself, right, it certainly went on the offensive with the nationalists in quite a significant way when it had the capability to do so. And so I think that's an important lesson for the future. Now, the question is, at what point in the future would we get to a period where China might have these capabilities? That's a tough question to answer. I think China sees many, many challenges in becoming a modern military. And I think it has a lot of challenges in becoming a truly global military. Not to say that it can't get there, but it's really quite challenging. In the interest of time, I won't sort of go into the reasons, but I wouldn't simply say for these two past observations that we can sort of be confident, right, that the future will be sort of harmonious and peaceful, because I think the capabilities you have, certainly, right, more broadly speaking, international politics will shape the things you might think you can do.
Great. Andrew, quick, brief.
I think the PRC needs to do a much better job under Xi of explaining why this truly extraordinary buildup in military capabilities. And for details on that, any day now, the Pentagon should have its 2022 China Military Power Report out in excruciating detail. No document is perfect, but this is kind of a patchwork quilt, but it's a patchwork quilt with some of the best pieces of cloth anyone could ever have, extremely revealing, assembled under the guidance of Dr. Michael Chase, a well-known China scholar in his own right. So I'd commend that to people's consideration. And the question is, why won't China more fully address these issues and explain it for the military aficionados out there? Look specifically if the DF-27 and PHL-16 are addressed. These are very significant missile systems.
Good advertisement for a good product that'll be provocative. The bosses tell us we have 4.5 minutes left. So I think we're going to take the last two questions, just take this gentleman and the person behind you together to put your questions, and then we'll do the panel. And I apologize for the others that are up. Please, sir.
Thank you so much for the panel. My name is Yunjie Zhang. I'm with the Fletcher School. I'm a master student there. So my question is, what do you think of the idea that China's current foreign policy is washing away the center of shame and fending off Western dominance? And what role does that ideology play in the holistic US-China competition view?
Good. Please.
Thank you, panelists. My name is Shulin Jia, a Harvard Kennedy School student coming from a global health background. I have a question for Dr. Nye and the panelists about synergy of China and US soft power and how to leverage that in international development. Thank you.
Okay. So who would like to take the first question?
Well, maybe I should get it.
Take the second.
Take the second. And
give them.
I once wrote an article with Wang Jise, Peking University, about Chinese American soft power, and I pointed out that a soft power, which means attraction, getting what you want through attraction rather than coercion or payment, can be a positive sum game. If we don't have an existential threat to each other, the idea that China becomes somewhat more attractive in American society and America becomes somewhat more attractive in Chinese society is a gain for both of us. Unfortunately, all the trends are running in the other direction of both societies. And I think part of the answer is the role of nationalism. We talked earlier about ideology, but we haven't spent enough time on nationalism. If you look at the century of shame, why is it that China harps on this again and again? And the answer is because it plays to Chinese nationalism. And if you ask the question of why is China playing so much on nationalism, it's in terms of the performance legitimacy that we heard about earlier. If you don't get the performance legitimacy you want from the rate of growth, you get it through nationalism. And I would give you an anecdote, which is a classic case of this. China spent a lot of effort negotiating an investment treaty with the European Union just before the Biden administration came into power. The Americans were against it. The Chinese scored a coup by getting this treaty. Some German members of, they were European members of parliament, criticized China over its human rights policy in Xinjiang. And China essentially then proscribed those EU parliamentary members going to China, which meant the EU then said, we're not going to go ahead with the treaty. That's a clear case of shooting yourself in your foot for nationalistic reasons, just like wolf warrior diplomacy was a way to shoot yourself in the foot for nationalistic reasons. Wolf warrior doesn't appeal to people overseas. It doesn't increase your soft power overseas. Wolf warrior stimulates your nationalistic impulses at home, and that helps the party maintain control. So I think in addition to ideology, you have to think about the effects of nationalism. And I think that answers, to my mind, both the questions.
Good. Anybody else want to make a comment? Please.
So 2 decades ago, I had an extraordinary experience as an intern at the US Embassy in Beijing. I was supporting a congressional delegation. And as part of that, I had 2 hours on the Great Wall with then Senator Joe Biden. I've never met a more pro-personal engagement person in my life. If anyone were into people-to-people interaction, discussion, let's talk this through, listening, talking, in my view, it would be Joe Biden. Based on my personal experience, what I've seen subsequently seems to be what a lot of people say about him. That he, with his administration, could come to this point 2 decades later and having this degree of concern about PRC policies under Xi Jinping, I think speaks volumes. And I think it's worth reflecting on in terms of where have we come in US-China relations over the last two decades, including more collective leadership under Hu Jintao, but especially in the increasingly centralized, top-down, even dare we say, neo-totalitarian Xi Jinping years. So there are many perspectives and many angles, of course, but there has been a fundamental change on the part of the PRC now under Xi, and I think you can see that in the Biden administration's own assessments and policies.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not sure on many of the topics if we've come to conclusions, but for sure we've come to the end of this panel. So let's say thank you to the members of the panel.
So thanks, Graham, for a great discussion. 3 points of housekeeping. One is for the speakers, lunch down the hall. For everyone else, there's a cafe downstairs, Harkness Center, first floor of the same building. Also speak to people at the tables. There's lots of options of where to eat. And then we're going to meet again at 1:15. Remember that after you come back, it's first come, first served in terms of getting back in the room, because there might be even more people in the afternoon. So just remember to get back here certainly before 1:15. Thank you.
And we've got a whole slew of wonderful conversations coming up this afternoon. So we have to get started and we'll let people come in as they will. So I'm delighted to introduce our next panel, Competition and Cooperation in Trade, Investment and Technology. We all, of course, remember not so long ago when there seemed to be almost no limits to the opportunities for cross-border investment and trade between the United States and China. Now, instead, we've entered a time of decoupling and mutual paranoia. So despite this mutual distrust, can both sides define common norms of behavior in trade and cooperate on emerging technologies to address shared challenges? Or have we already moved into a Cold War in which such collaboration is impossible? We have four brilliant speakers to help us find some answers to these questions. Our moderator today is Mark Wu, director of the Fairbanks Center for Chinese Studies, and my boss, and professor at Harvard Law School. And our speakers are Elizabeth Economy, senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, and Meg Rithmeyer, professor of business of administration at Harvard Business School, and Dan Rosen, founder of Rhodium Group. Thank you all for being here. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Linda, and I hope everyone had a good lunch. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us. I hope this morning's conversations were thought-provoking. They certainly tee up this panel very nicely in terms of the fact that we heard from our Chinese speakers this morning, how this area, particularly with regards to trade and the technology restrictions, are at the heart of much of the tensions. We've also heard in terms of the security dilemmas, but also in terms of China's domestic plans in terms of upgrading the key role that trade, investment, and technology play. So I'm going to kick off our panel first by suggesting that oftentimes we oversimplify this by simply talking about decoupling or not decoupling. And the fact of the matter is, with economies as interconnected as they are, and with 21st century technology, patterns of interaction and so forth, there's no such thing as absolute decoupling. Rather, I think what we should be thinking about here is just the level of partial decoupling or selective decoupling, and that's only with regards to certain sectors and the like. And the other thing that I just want to say to sort of kick off the panel is one question that's come up very frequently in the other panels has been, what's the end goal? So I'm going to start off our conversation by just positing what I believe as a hypothesis, and to ask my panelists to react, for US goals in the space when it comes to trade, investment, technology, for Chinese goals when it comes to trade, investment, technology. I'll ask you all to react. Perhaps you think I got all four wrong. Perhaps you think there should be a fifth. Perhaps you think one's not a goal. But I'm saying this so that's to tee up the possibility of where we seeing clash and where do we see possibly the opportunities for coexistence. So here we go, okay? I would posit the US is seeking to preserve its innovation edge to prevent a dramatic shift in military balance of power. Number two, I think the US is trying to preserve dollar primacy. Number three, the US is trying to counter any new technologies that might destabilize the US as a society. And number four, I think the US is trying to manage the negative externalities of technological changes that are bringing about a number of social externalities, social changes with regards to job loss, worker disempowerment, inequality, and the like. So those are my four for the US. On the Chinese side, I think the Chinese, I will posit, again, feel free to react. They are seeking to become a high-tech power in order to avoid a high middle income trap. The Chinese are seeking to increase their economic autarky so as to prevent a choke point by other countries over its economy. The Chinese are seeking to increase the importance of the RMB in global transactions, and particularly with regards to digital currency and digital payments. And the Chinese are seeking to assert cyber sovereignty as a global principle. So I'll just open that up. Do you think I got the four right? Do you think there's others in this space? And I think it goes without saying, right? Those four are not necessarily mutually compatible. So I'll turn it over. Maybe Dan, we'll start with you. We'll go this way, then go the other way. You can just say yes. Right? I mean, we could sort of quicken the conversation, or you can say, hey, Mark, I think you got all four wrong, right? And so forth. So
you just gave me the phone book and asked if there's a guy named Tom Smith in there. And I think there is. I think you got it. You covered it. And then some. There's a lot there. The question is, among all those things, what is, most primary to understand what's animating everything we see happening in front of us here. I mean, underlying the framework you laid down is whether decoupling actually is happening and partial decoupling. And it is both in an active surgical attack on some things sense and also on a systemic level, right? The opposite of decoupling, engagement or whatever you think that is not a state of nature. It's something that has to be agreed upon between sovereign entities, right, that have different regulatory systems and all, and you have to work to create that interoperability. If it's not actively defended and protected, it will, tend to be reduced, especially in a dynamic environment over time, where what it means to be engaged, how intimately we are connected to one another, changes over time. And we've come to realize we're much more today exposed to other folks' choices than we were, say, 10 or 20 or 30 years ago. And so it's a very dynamic question. So you got everything there. If I could only pick sort of one thing on the American side, I would say it is an accurate observation that the core elite Chinese commitment to make headway toward market economy approaches to how to organize a society for prosperity, how to put the balance on economic welfare, that has hit a ceiling beyond which additional economic modernization requires some political liberalization, which is not yet accepted at all. And so that American concern is for systemic incompatibility. Professor Erickson said in the previous panel, what's the basis for cooperation in the security lane? We need to ask ourselves, is there still a basis? Has that changed? The basis for economic permissiveness from the US has changed because it was contingent on where Beijing was really trying to get to through painful and difficult economic reform that it did commit to and do over decades until pretty recently when it started to have second thoughts about it. On the Chinese side, I think your list of four does it for me. All that preoccupation with self-reliance, which of course will be elusive. China is forever more dependent on external sources of energy, food to feed itself. In technology, it is still a giant net beneficiary of an open global system, and it hasn't figured out how to replace that with domestic capabilities. It will not succeed in doing so. So trying to stabilize the benefits they're enjoying against the reality that they're not going to enjoy them, given where their politics are taking them.
So I'm not going to go through each of the set of four. I think they're all important and they're great. I maybe just would add one, which would be on the global stage, that I think that there is a competition, right, around norms and standards when it comes to technology, when it comes to sort of basic economic model, something like the Belt and Road Initiative, as opposed to PGII. I think there's a broader global implication of what's happening in the bilateral relationship or what we're doing at home that then is reflected out, right? So the steps that we're doing, any kind of reforms and changes that we're making, we are all now trying to, gain our allies and our partners to adopt similar norms and standards and frameworks, right? We have the US, EU, TTC. We've got what we're doing with Indo-Pacific and in IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. China has its Belt and Road Initiative that's not just about hard infrastructure, even digital infrastructure development. It also includes, training other countries on cybersecurity, on how to manage the internet. So to me, I think, yes, all of these are important, but I'm also really interested in how what each country is doing domestically is being taken onto the global stage.
Right. So I agree with a lot of that. And I want to just point out this fourth thing in the US goals that you said was manage the negative externality of technological changes and workforce changes, which is the way of saying, secure prosperity for Americans, which just sounds like a last bullet point, but that's actually the project, right, of a good society and how it's made. And so it's, it's a little bit about technological changes, but also about the dislocation that American workers have faced. And so, I think there's a lot to that. And I think that sounds right. There's something interesting, and when we ask ourselves, as you just did, what's the basis, right, for cooperation between the US and China? And Yashang Huang said something this morning, which is that, the US, often we think about, what did we get from globalization with China, as he phrased it. And his answer was lower prices for things. That's undoubtedly true, right? But I don't think that's the extent of it. We also got, and if you talk to American companies about this, I know my co-panelists do, access to an incredibly competitive ecosystem where if you think about the reasons why some elements of US business are reluctant to decouple, acknowledging that it's not, decoupling or not decoupling, part of what they want is continued exposure to that competitive ecosystem, right? And the ways in which you can scale products, you can manifest products, ideas into actual designs. And so trying to figure out how we might do that in the United States to make it more prosperous, I think is an interesting set of challenges. And then just one point on what China is trying to do, all of these bullet points, which I think are all right. The thing that's left out, right, is the way in which, in my view, the Chinese Communist Party feels insecure vis-a-vis its own domestic economy and not just outwardly, right? So this question of, as Dan has described it and written elsewhere about, why is it that Xi Jinping's market reforms seem to have been failures, right? Or seem to have been rolled back. And the answer, which I think, if I'm paraphrasing you correctly, right, is that each time, if you allow markets to allocate resources, there's a kind of inherent instability in that. And that's intolerable, right, to this particular regime, which then reverts to what you say is command and control, right? And so if you see that in the financial sector, in spades, right? So go into equity markets, then pull back, right? And so this kind of issue of control its own domestic economy and think of financial stability and economic stability vis-a-vis domestic participants as part of national security, I think also informs how the party interacts with the economy domestically, which has impacts, I think, for the US and other trade partners.
So at the heart of all this is technology, right? Because if we take everything that everyone's talked on, all of these goals, right? The technological revolution that we're undergoing today is at the core of this. And also technology is the great disruptor. And so the question that I want to pose to you all is we've seen China's technology policy has remained relatively stable externally in terms of having a high ring fence, but it's really changed domestically in terms of the party-state relationship with its firms. And we've certainly seen US technology policy shift in terms of building out a bigger ring fence. And we heard our Chinese panelists this morning touch on a small front yard is fine, but don't keep shifting the fence. And we heard a lot of talk this morning about overreach not leading to overreaction. So simple question, do you think what US policy is doing on technology today is an overreaction? Why or why not? So Meg, maybe start with you and we'll go the other way.
Sure. So it won't be the first time many of you have heard me say, it is my view that China has shifted its political economic model to something that is incompatible, right, with global capitalism as it's been practiced the last generation. And part of that is, whether we say it or not, made in China in 2025 and the role of the financial resources of the state stretching out and also the legal securitization environment such that, it's impossible to basically say a Chinese firm will not one day become an asset of the Chinese state vis-a-vis the United States or elsewhere. And so there is that incompatibility, right? But are we overreacting? So I would say yes and no. So let me give some examples of what I do think overreaction is. So there's this, there's the logic is, okay, well, if any Chinese firm, especially in the technology space, could become an asset or a capability of the Chinese government, either as a security choke point or through cyber intelligence or, espionage, et cetera, then we have to exclude them from participating in the American business environment. That's, not an unreasonable thing. But then to assume that every Chinese firm is acting, kinetically on the part of the Chinese government, I think leads us to make the other type of error, right? Which is to over control and over exclude. And so the two examples I would have in doing that, and I mean, we just had this interesting conversation at lunch, which is that the US is kind of reconfiguring its own relationship of the state and the economy, and sometimes in good ways and sometimes in bad ways. The overreaction, I would say, is something like the Department of Justice China initiative, which overreacted to the idea of state-society fusion in China and I think that will have long-lasting consequences for how things work in the US. Another overreaction would be something like the Trump administration's State Department Clean Network initiative, right, which went around the world bullying countries into doing one thing or another. And so, so that's a kind of overreaction to a problem that's really legitimate. And so what we're seeing now, I think with the TTC and other things, is a real consideration of how do we deal with that incompatibility in a way that preserves the institutional structure of American capitalism and global capitalism as it's been practiced.
Yeah, I guess I would say I see a lot of continuity in China's policies when it comes to technology. I think somebody mentioned earlier, there was indigenous innovation, then you have Made in China 2025, you have dual circulation. Now, of course, you have ramping up in terms of, national, security laws and intelligence laws that, are around data sovereignty, cyber sovereignty. And so there's definitely an increase in terms of sort of what they're doing. You have, as Dan and others have talked about, or Orville, the kneecapping of the tech sector. So where you have the free flow of capital and information, there seems to be a very natural impulse on the part of this particular leadership to rein that in, a fear, I think, of having tech companies that are able to operate independent of the government, again, when it comes to capital flows and information flows. And you have the same kind of push on self-sufficiency. I mean, the funny thing is, let me just say, I think it's important that we recognize that the sort of decoupling element in China is also not just about technology. That, if you look back at not the most recent, but the National People's Congress before that, they outlined, other sectors like sports and tourism and culture and pharmaceuticals and cosmetics, where they also wanted Chinese firms to dominate in the Chinese market. So there's a bigger effort underway that I think, reflects what we've seen in the past with regard to technology that's now being spread out to other areas. And of course, agriculture and energy, which are often cited as examples of where China's really pushing hard on self-sufficiency. Actually, those have been very traditional in Chinese history, right? Those are areas where a lot of previous Chinese leaders have been quite concerned. So those are very traditional debates. I think when it comes to US policy, yeah, I think the shift is somewhat more significant. I think we do see pretty radical change in policy across a couple of different dimensions. I think there are a number of reasons for this. I think, one, there's a new appreciation for the kind of challenge that China poses. So one is very clearly sort of an economic and security rationale, right? We now feel as though China, both with regard to Taiwan or even ultimately with regard to other sort of US, security priorities, could actually challenge us. So we don't want our leading edge, semiconductors being used by the Chinese to, support their hypersonic missiles. I mean, so there's that rationale for what we're doing, I think, in the decoupling space. I think a second is COVID. I think that also triggered a new sort of sense of supply chains, right? I mean, who talked about supply chains that much before COVID as a security issue? I don't know. Did you, Dan? You did. Okay. So you were super ahead of your time. I don't know. It's not what I was focused on anyway. But I think we've seen a pretty significant shift, right? So it's PPE, it's critical minerals, it's semiconductors. I mean, semiconductors doesn't even really, in the supply chain, doesn't even really relate that much to China. It's about Taiwan. So I think there's a new thinking, right? We feel new kinds of threats and challenges that require new policy responses. So I think that's, to me, that's a lot of what's driving sort of our changes. And then, human rights and other things that also are leading us to think in new ways about how we do or don't provide certain technologies to the Chinese. So I don't know. I guess for me, I think that there's a shift, but I agree. It's selective decoupling. It's not entirely decoupling. And then let me make one other one. I think there's a decoupling that I think may take place that's entirely inadvertent in many respects. And that is as a result of COVID, right? A lot of foreign nationals are not living in China anymore, have left, as sort of company heads, sort of the, US or other European companies based in China are now being, entirely run by Chinese nationals. And I wonder whether that's not going to lead to some different kind of separation that we haven't fully appreciated. I don't know, but it's another new kind of change born of this era that may have some kind of ramifications. Are those people going to be more subjected to pressures by the party, et cetera, than foreign nationals would?
Mark, I just want to mop up one little remaining part of your prompt to us. Whether the fence around the small yard can be stabilized, defined, and like, can we fix it so that it's more predictable? And the answer is unfortunately not. I mean, stability is an understandable aspiration, but it's just not the nature of what we're dealing with here for two reasons. First, technology is not stable. It is rapidly evolving. And really, someday, I think when we look back at the past 10 years, one of the observations that'll be made is that the pace of, like, every now and then in history, technology really zooms fast and it overruns the headlights, if you will take the metaphor, of government's ability to be comfortably on top of the security dilemma. So it's government's job to make sure that we are accurately measuring and dealing with vulnerabilities so that they don't get so pronounced that our ability to generally take a permissive stance to our world has to be shut down a while we catch up to security dilemmas and concerns. And that's in a sense what happened with the spike in technology evolution over the past decade. That's far from complete. There are vast changes to take place in our lives in the years just ahead. And the fences, their nature and the size of the yard is going to need to be dynamic and adjusted all the time in light of that. And secondly, while for the first 20 years of my career as a China watcher, I could say that the central tendency in Chinese policy was to continue down this on this journey toward market-oriented economic systems, right? But for reasons that Meg started to unpack, that has changed. It may be rational from Beijing, from the party's perspective, why the next round of marketization is no longer acceptable. Nonetheless, it's unclear what that mix, that sort of, a foundational drive of Chinese policy is really right now. And so even if we understand the technology, we cannot be as confident as we were about how those technologies are going to be used by the state in the context of markets by the Chinese in the future. And so, sorry, no fixed definition of defense possible. It's going to have to be dynamic, and we need to accept that, all of us.
And let me add, I completely agree. I think it's a really important point that is often ignored because everybody wants to have that fence that's fixed, and business often asks, please, just give us clarity and consistency, but it's really hard when technology is changing. But I think what it points to, at least for the United States, is a real need to have an ongoing dialogue with the private sector about where we see things going, what are the new challenges that are emerging, what should they be paying attention to and looking for down the line, to the extent that it can be done.
I was going to say the same thing, and to add, even though the nature of something like the list of emerging or foundational technologies, right, or critical infrastructure, critical technologies, that's going to have to change with technology, right? But the refrain, I think, to our Chinese counterparts should be, we institutionalize the decision-making processes. That part of defense building is pretty stable and predictable, and we communicate it really well. So whether we institutionalize it in things like ECRA, or constantly understanding, right, what the entity list is, or the TTC, right, to emphasize, we want adaptable institutions actually, but it's not a random process, right? It's a process that should be legible, both to the American business community and to counterparts in China. And so emphasizing that it is institutionalized defense building, even if the fence itself was not going to be stable.
So we have a near consensus amongst all of you, right, in terms of the fact that the recent policies, the semiconductor executive order, but also possibly additional measures that may be taken, as we heard this morning, in other sectors. This is a rational as opposed to an overreaction, at least the panelists here. This leads me then to a question, oftentimes you hear from the Chinese side, well, what types of actions or market actions, or even this morning, Arthur Krober highlighted possibility, right, for China to really sort of pick up its economic challenges. It may need to undergo another series of market-oriented reforms. She may be in a better position to do so, but the question oftentimes gets asked, is there something we could be doing that would lower the temperature on this? Or is it not tied to these types of measures because it's really all about security, or the future of the technology is so much tied to the cyber space, and there really there's not a common ground to be had there. So I just want to ask you, is there something the Chinese side would ask, right, that could be done in exchange to sort of lower the temperature here in terms of these types of measures? Anything come to
Well, I
mind?
mean, look, I think probably Liz, Meg, and I all are in consensus that the techno-specific policies taken by the Biden administration lately are pretty well fit to a reasonable understanding of the situation. But if you were to do a content analysis of American discourse on China, would that be representative? Right? 95% of the China talk in this country coming off the Hill and everywhere, frankly, is bonkers, half of it, right? And so I don't know if we can actually offer the Chinese some way to reduce the risk that we could have some gratuitous, excessively decoupling, stupidly so stuff that wouldn't really serve our legitimate security interests or whatnot. We almost did several things like that in the previous administration. Who knows, right? So, I mean, that's quite a giant problem. And if we could find some way to, bound that a little bit in our domestic conversation, I think that would be a terrific accomplishment. I don't know if we can really offer that, though, as a democracy to our Chinese friends. Liz, can we fix that?
Yeah, I think, let me offer a slightly different point. So I don't disagree that it would be helpful if we could lower the temperature, lower the rhetoric, just not have it be so hot and so sometimes over the top. And I'm not confident that we can get that. I think a lot of that comes out of Congress, and I just don't think there's any way to control that per se. But I guess I might offer the point that I think what Xi Jinping decides to do has very little to do with whether or not we lower the rhetoric, the temperature, or anything else, because the temperature was not high in 2012, 2013, 2014. It's become hot now. And he started taking those steps and making those actions that have led to this point in terms of the Chinese economy back then. And I know you make the argument, Dan, that it's been reform push and then a step back, reform push. To me, he's all about control. And so I don't see, and let's see, in a year I could be proved completely wrong. I don't see a giant market opening in China. I don't think that Xi Jinping is comfortable with that. And so I don't think that there's much that we can do to push China along on this market reform path. They had in leadership some pretty significant reformers. They have in a second tier of economic leadership positions some pretty significant economic reformers. Those guys managed to get very little done in terms of economic reform, and now they're all gone.
And it's even harder.
They're all
now.
gone.
The problem's
Right.
gotten bigger.
Right. So, is it possible that Xi Jinping is going to have some kind of, mind break and morph into something totally different? I suppose. But
Next we go to China, only she can go to the market.
yeah, there's that. Exactly. But I'm not optimistic.
I would agree. The only addition I would have to this conversation, right, is that sometimes, if we can't control what congressional leaders say, and we can't control, and we've all heard things like, well, the easiest way to sell this was to say it's about China. And so I just sold it. And that's, it sort of wins when you hear that, right? But we can control, I think, or someone can control, right? What actual members of the administration say, right? And so the issue is, I don't think that Xi Jinping will initiate some sort of market reforms, right? But I don't think it's good if he thinks that there's no way the US will ever let them grow, right? And I've heard someone say it's his view, no matter what we do, the US will never let us grow. And so, some of you were having this debate this morning, will China overtake the United States? The point is, it's okay to be the second largest economy in the world if they do. It doesn't necessarily change our standard of living, right? So this commitment to, we can't let China beat us in every sector, to me, that's really counterproductive language. And so to make clear that it's not about economic containment writ large, right? It's about, there are certain security realms and there's a certain level of securitization that is incompatible with our economy. But if you want to grow with China and become prosperous, the world wants that for you, right?
Meg, we have said that. Since the 1980s, 90s. I remember working on global climate change when the narrative in China was that what we were trying to get them to do with regard to climate change was just our effort to contain them economically because we didn't want them to grow. I think there's at least in some parts of Chinese society, a very deep sort of sentiment that this is what the United States is about. I don't think anything that we can say will change Xi Jinping's mind. It could have, I think, empowered potentially some of those reformers who no longer exist. So maybe if the Chinese economy tanks and then that, I don't know. I'm less optimistic that we have much
What's the
ability.
scenario?
No. If we have much ability to truly to shape.
Yeah, let
where
me talk,
China goes,
but let
but
me
you-
just unspool that
Yeah,
for you, where
okay,
you,
you do that.
I actually do think China will turn back to something more recognizable as a market, reform agenda out of necessity, because as hard as that seems for Xi Jinping, who did put it on the table in 2013 or let his people put it on barely, but
barely.
you know, enough to keep me at the party for another hour or so. But as hard as that seems, you know what's harder? China contenting itself with 1 to 2% a year GDP growth for the next decade, which is not enough to stay over stall velocity with 600 million people waiting their turn,
But
or
they have a
700.
great surveillance apparatus
Yeah.
and repressive apparatus that can kind of take
Yeah.
care maybe of those 600 million people living on $150 a month.
See, we
for the
got
next
some
5 to
lovely
10
pictures,
years.
you starving to death, you know, there you go. I don't know, we'll see.
But I think the key point here is that regardless, what I hear you all saying is that regardless of, right, how much a reformer Li Feng proves to be or not, regardless of how pro-business Li Chang is or not, there will be an invitation, going back to my original goals, right, for foreign investment for necessary technology to come into China. So China will remain open. It's just a question of degree. But those types of moves are not going to shift this move towards increasing securitization of certain sectors in American technology in light of some of the tensions that we heard this morning, particularly on the military front, right? Which then leads me to pivot over to, Liz, what you raised about third countries, right? We have a set of American allies, but even those American allies sometimes have a slightly different frame, either because they're further away, not as invested in the Western Pacific, or because they're much more economically dependent on a relationship with China, or even just simply the geographic proximity to China. And then we have a large swath of the world, right, that is determined to remain non-aligned, and actually perhaps sees this type of economic competition as something that is positive in terms of providing different alternatives and goods to each other. And so I just want to ask here, when it comes to third countries and thinking about these, are we locked into a competitive mindset? Are there possibilities for cooperation on, say, something on global debt, where certainly we have red lights flashing all over on something along these lines? When it comes to something as simple as, say, maritime traffic norms, anything along those lines, even, you know, the WTO, the talk on fishery subsidies proved to be a very difficult topic, right, in terms of getting to consensus. So I just want to ask about third countries. Liz, what you touched on, right, this race to set global norms. Are there places where a race is healthy? Are there places where perhaps instead of racing, we can really look to sort of work in a more G2 or at least at the G20 type of basis multilaterally, right, to set a set of norms here?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think there are definitely areas where, like in internet governance, where we're pretty much fundamentally on different sides of the equation, and we are competing, and we're competing in the United Nations, and we're competing, you know, in capacity building in other countries. And I think, you know, Meg raised the clean network. Melanie, what do we call it? Where are you? No, trusted enough. So, you know, so digital infrastructure, I think, is a space where we are going to compete. That's going to be competitive. But sure, and I think, you know, look, the administration has put out there a number of areas, and I think they were discussed this morning as well, you know, around climate change. I mean, we're trying to work on illegal and unregulated, unreported, or maybe I got those two used backwards, fishing. You know, I can tell you that the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, met with the Chinese Minister of Ecology and Environment, and we started talking about cooperation around marine plastic debris. There are lots of areas, right, that are related to sort of economic development, you know, or externalities from that, where I think we could be working together more. I will point out that simply because of Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, China just, you know, canceled all of the major bilateral discussions. And so it's really difficult to work with a country that simply says, well, you know, your speaker went to Taiwan, therefore we're not going to talk about climate change. That's hard. hard to work together, to cooperate and to collaborate when that's the mentality and the approach. So, China has many red lines. It's not simply Taiwan. And we've seen that with, Australia and COVID and the boycott. And there are lots of different ways in which China tries to exert, leverage and pressure that are quite destructive. And I think this is one of them. So, I would say the US government as a whole is extremely supportive of bilateral collaboration, cooperation on a range of issues, but China has to be willing to come to the table and can't simply close the talks down because it's unhappy with something in some other space.
Anyone else have anything else to add?
Well, how much money is out there from Belt and Road lending? Like 600 billion?
600 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And well, I mean, it's a rounding error on China's domestic debt.
Right.
To the property sector and whatnot. And so if they want to keep rolling that stuff out there, they could. But they're, at a time when their property developers, all of them at home, are defaulting on their bonds because that model just does not work. It's just not a good look, actually. And I think for everybody in the middle between Washington and Beijing, though, most embedded of all narrative assumptions that, well, no matter what, China is inevitably getting bigger and the US is getting inevitably less weighty in the global economy. That is now in play. That's now debatable. It really very much depends on whether China can work through these urgent domestic fundamental economic unattended to problems that at the beginning of Xi, and this to his credit, whether was market oriented enough, he did acknowledge right in 2013 that if we don't get this stuff fixed, like center local fiscal reform, so local governments don't pay for healthcare based on selling land to property developers, and they don't have any other choice, we are going to be in a blind alley. We're going to be in deep trouble. 10 years later, they're in a deep blind alley. They haven't been able to fix those things. They've pushed it all down the road. And until they do, their global pulling power vis-a-vis swing states, third countries, erodes.
I mean, I was just going to say, now it's a bit of like a presidential debate because I don't remember the question, but I have something to say. But maybe it's around, so it might be a rounding error domestically, and I agree with everything you just said, but from the perspective of the countries that have borrowed some of that money, it's not, right? And nobody wants to see a test. So to be clear, Sri Lanka's fiscal crisis came from its international sovereign bond sales rather than from debt to China. Nonetheless, nobody wants a bunch of countries experiencing July 2022 in Sri Lanka, right? China, it's not good for China, it's not good for the US, elsewhere. So like this whole issue of how is the sovereign debt going to be unwound, it seems like a profound area for cooperation. And I think it would be terrific if that cooperation started with the borrowing countries getting together and thinking about, rather than having the US run around and say, you've got to negotiate with China like this, or you took too many bad loans from China and you were opaque and you were so naive, right? Instead, encouraging them to do it themselves. And then the second thing that I want to say that's irrelevant to your question, which is that, everyone's obsessed with this issue of, can China's state mandate technological innovation to get out of the upper middle income trap, right? That's an interesting question. The other interesting question is China is trying to have a modern financial system without rule of law, right? So to Dan's point of like, can you have the next round of economic advancement without a financial sector? I don't think you can. And can you have it with the institutions that China has? I don't think you can, right? And so they have to work out not only in the fiscal sector, but also in the financial sector. And when you think about this problem of, the retirees in China and how they're going to finance old age insurance, that may be an opportunity for eventual, not this year, right? Not maybe in 5 years, but maybe in 10 years to say, look, we're going to need global finance to figure this out, which may initiate some sort of opening, right? And resumption of openness to market reforms in the financial sector. But it's a pretty big conundrum, I would say.
And I was gonna just add that I think, I hope at some point there will be an equivalent of this panel and this conference in Beijing. And I'm sure we have 4 Chinese academics up here. or others, they would be adding, well, the US has major problems, right? The US needs, can you have an innovative economy without state support and state commitment to renewable energies over the long term? Can you deal with this without US debt problems and so on and so forth? But the fact of the matter is, as I stated at the opening, both sides are very confident. And I think this panel, I hope, has given you all a lot of food for thought about the limited possibilities of coexistence, but the need to manage the type of competition and trade, investment, and technology. So let's open up to questions. Again, there's a microphone in the middle of the room. For those who have questions, if you could please identify yourself and please end a question with a question mark.
Thank you all very much. My name is Melissa Zhang, and I'm an MPA at Kennedy School student and an entrepreneur in the energy space. One question that's been in my mind through all the panels today is there's a paradox that I sense where as China's upper middle class develops, I grew up in Sichuan and Hong Kong before moving to the US for the last nearly 15 years. And I can't help but wonder, why is there not more push from both corporations and upper middle class people to demand more representation or change? And I think the question already sounds naive because the regime is completely different. But I do wonder, for these developing countries that are gaining wealth, how can kind of the wealthier pieces of the population kind of reconcile themselves with what's happening at the CCP level?
Professor? I'll say something about that. I mean, I think, so there's really interesting research that's been done out at Stanford by Jennifer Pan that looks at middle-class Chinese, some great polling survey data in 2019 and actually 2021 that shows that middle urban class Chinese want greater voice, want greater ability to participate, to gather independently, want greater reassurance on private property rights, but are still nonetheless quite nationalistic. I think if you look, so there's clearly a desire, right, for greater participation in the political system. I think if you look back to 2010, 2011, I mean, China was a very different place, right? It was very vibrant. You had calls for political reform on the internet. You had, civil society that was extremely active. You had 180,000 protests in 2010, which I think was the last number that we have that's officially sort of known. In the streets, lots of environmental and stuff. I mean, there's a very natural progression that's, was studied by, was Ray Engelhart, somebody correct me if I think it was Raymond Engelhart, right? The political scientist that showed that as countries get wealthier, the middle class develops and they want greater voice. So how do they reconcile themselves to this? I think for a lot of them, they try to leave, maybe they go someplace else. I didn't say that. So I think that's right. I mean, I think that's a big part of it. But I also think we were having this discussion a little bit at lunch. What would it be like? Can I say this? Who was with me at lunch? What would it be like if you had a president that you really didn't like, right, in the United States, who was going to be there, unnamed president, that was going to be there, and you couldn't get rid of him ever? What would you do? Right? What would you do? And I think for a lot of people, you just kind of go into yourself and have a sort of a smaller life, but you try to create some private space for yourself, but you're not going to try to challenge the system, right? So I think, to me, those are kind of the two options. I'll just finish by saying that, a lot of us have our Chinese, friends and colleagues like Jia Daozhong and Da Wei, and I think we've seen over the period of Xi Jinping how much narrower their space has become to offer their own perspectives, their own views. Many of them will simply say, I don't, even if I'm tasked by the government to offer a perspective, I won't, because if it differs from Xi Jinping's, then I'm, going to be in trouble. So to me, those are the options, but I'd be super interested to hear from actual people like you.
The only addition I would have is that, Dan and I sometimes think we're the only people who can read a balance of payments. But if you look at the Chinese balance of payments, right, you look at, for all the period of 2013 to 2018, for all of the books that were written about, well, is China buying the world and Chinese foreign direct investment, errors and omissions, meaning money going out of China in suitcases, exceeded that outward foreign direct investment or equaled it every year, which tells you a lot, right, about what people think. And you know, the classic, you're talking about the modernization theory, right? Here's the professor, but anyway, but the classic idea that the middle class articulates more and more voice, it was predicated on basically closed economies and closed societies. And what we find is that I think if you look at how the property class can affect political change, they don't necessarily do it by agitating for political change, right? But they remove their support for regimes so steadily that they induce crisis unintentionally, and then there's change. And I don't think that's beyond the pale for China. I don't think it's beyond possibility.
I would only add that until 2021, all these years, if you're middle class or above urban Chinese, your net wealth has been booming. And it's because 75% of your life savings is in property in China, and none of it is outside the country. And you've ridden that property bubble. And 2022 is a special year because the bubble is done. And so in my view, everything from here on forward is a new chapter, a different story, because we're now going to test what happens when people see their net worth just starting to decrease, as will necessarily happen in a property bubble deflation. So interesting new times, I think.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Cristian Rodriguez Schifel. I'm class of 2013 here at school and a fellow now at the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies here at Harvard. My question is about international rules on trade and FDI. So Mark here put together about 6-7 years ago a wonderful conference on the 20 years of the WTO. And I think 2/3 of the conversation went around the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TTIP, the US-China bilateral investment treaty, and the WTO, of course, which had a functional adjudicatory body at the time, et cetera. Fast forward to today, I don't think on any presidential candidate in the US, trade agreements or reinstating the WTO beyond being the capacity building institution is going to be on anyone's agenda. So my question really is, our rules, because you talked a little bit about cooperation, sure, but our actual rules, a thing of the past completely. Is there any path going forward for them, or we just peak there and there's no way back? Thank you.
Wow. International, are we peak rules-based international system, basically? No, I mean, for 98% of the commerce and risk-taking on planet Earth that was impelled by a rules-based international system 5 years ago, 6 years ago, is still being impelled. It's just the direction of risk-taking, the cycle and whatnot is being affected by these gargantuan new political risks that add to the sort of set of all risks that are hanging above business people and governments as well, that need to make investments to try to maximize resilient economic activity. So I think there are taking place tremendous changes, a shift toward more domestic or intra caucus, I think, activity. We do have a cycle taking place now as well, right? We're looking at a global recession, but I think the proven value, proven over a century, of the sort of liberal mechanisms of dealing with market exchange in a modern society, and how that's enabled by the rules that more or less we know what they are. All of that has proven its worth and will be carried forward into the future, maybe with different kinds of participation among all countries, though. I don't know. That's optimistic.
Anyone else wish to weigh in?
I think the TTC is a set of novel rules, right? That's a rules-based solution, right? So there maybe was this period where the idea of rules was challenged, but then, it takes human commitment, right? To say we want more and on better transnational rules to deal with it. And so
Should they leave the law school and go to the business school? That's the question.
I'm not sure that's the rules space.
I was saying, I was being very refrained in serving my role as a moderator as opposed to a panelist. So Dan, please don't have me to.
No, but please.
No.
Mark
all
would be
right,
the
next
best person to
question,
answer
please.
that question.
Yeah, let me just say, I think Meg is right. There are an IPEF is all about new, norms around, and standards around, clean energy, on supply chains, on digital trade, et cetera. What's missing in all of this is market access. That's really what's for right now, been taken off the table.
Hi, thank you, speakers. I'm Yu Hao. I'm a current master student at Regional Studies East Asia program at Harvard. And my question is regarding how do you view the agency of global entrepreneurs in managing this downward spiral? So I guess today we see on both US, China, and Chinese side, entrepreneurs are complaining both for their domestic situation and their position in this, crossfire relationship. So do you see the interest of US and Chinese business aligned? And is there any space for them to cooperate and maybe bring positive change in this situation? Thank you.
It's a great question. It's his thesis that I'm advising, so it's a great question. I mean, I'll say something from the perspective, I think, of US business, and which is that, there's this sense that we have right now, at least it's my perspective and the perspective of the business people I talk to. And I was very happily listening at lunch, to Liz talking about how she's been talking to so much business lately. And so she can say something about this, I think, from an actual policy perspective, right? But US business is now saying, I don't talk about China in public. I don't talk about China to anybody. I don't want to talk about what we get from interacting with China. And that seems to be a dangerous place, right? Because when we talk about, we want a fence that's constructed with predictability and deliberately, right? Then that requires interacting with, academia, industry, right, firms to understand, well, what's the advantage of cooperating with China on X sector, X thing, right? And if everyone's fearful of saying, this is what we get from China, this is what we don't get from China, then I think that's a pretty bad situation to be in. And so there is a lot of language coming from Washington right now about US business is now the enemy, right? And so, in the sense that they want to do things in China, not from Liz, but from others, right? The US business wants to do things in China and we don't trust them anymore. And so that seems pretty dangerous. But on the Chinese side, I'm not sure. I hear profound alienation from a lot of entrepreneurs in China and a definite unwillingness to speak up. And so I wouldn't prescribe anything for that group of people, but for our society, which is more open, I would.
I'll just say quickly from the US side, I think there are two messages and they're complementary really, which is, look, the US government is basically asking US business to recognize that we are in a changed geostrategic environment, geoeconomic environment, particularly when it comes to China. And they're going to need to sort of step up and work with the US government in ways maybe that they haven't before, right? So thinking about things like outbound investment restrictions, right? So, at the Commerce Department, we're canvassing like every interested party about what do you think, narrow targeted, what should they look like, right? So we're looking for input and we're saying, so step up, work with us. At the same time, we are trying to maintain a sort of small yard and high fence approach. We want to promote trade and investment with China. We have underway at the Commerce Department, which is where I'm currently on leave, an export promotion strategy right now underway that's been kicked off on personal care products. So, and we have a number of other sectors that we're planning to look toward in the future. So, we continue to want to sell goods to China, right? We think it's important, especially in a time when the relationship is frayed. Commerce is important. We consider our companies to be really important brand ambassadors for the United States and a good source of our soft power. So there's a lot going on there that I think, when business really engages with the US government and engages with, the State Department, Commerce Department, Treasury, and others, I think they hear a pretty clear message that, yeah, we do have new restrictions, we do have a different way of behaving, but at the same time, we do favor continued trade and investment. So, but I know your question was slightly different. I just haven't been able to think of a way that the entrepreneurs can actually work together to effect positive change, but I think it's a really important one.
Michael Enright, Northeastern University. Most of us seem to have forgotten that in January 2020, there was a phase 1 trade agreement signed. COVID shortly thereafter sort of derailed everything. It was certainly not an example of cooperation, but it was a mechanism through which the two parties put their interests on the table and had a hard-nosed negotiation and an outcome which, at least in theory, could have led to a phase 2, phase 3. In the absence of a broad cooperation, in the absence of agreement on principles, is that the model that we are going to deal with? Interest-based negotiations, creating a modus vivendi that the two sides can get along with.
So my answer, there's going to be different answers to this. My answer is no. It's absolutely not the right way to even have a kind of placeholder agreement. And I guess I'm like taking too much of a shortcut in explaining why it just doesn't work. It's not at all the advisable way to go. That it was defined only in targets for increase in US exports to China, regardless of where the room for those exports came from. It was inherently trade displacing from, in many cases, our key allies around the world, right? Who the Chinese would be throwing overboard to make room for US barley exports, or US airplane exports, or US whatever it is. It didn't matter how China achieved those numbers. It didn't have to be a net increase in Chinese imports. All it had to be was a net increase in US exports. And so, you know, the reason why in theory, bilateral trade agreements are meant to be challengeable at an organization like the World Trade Organization is that they can be parochial to the interests of those two parties who have made commitments to extend to other countries terms no less favorable. So it was just a textbook example of a kind of bilateral outcome that was not compatible with the rules-based international order or properly understood the strategic American interest, which thank God the Biden administration has cleaned up and gotten back to alignment as one of the crucial tenets of a sound American China policy, right? Because the prior administration, for all of its bombast, which was extraordinary, really, the actual instruments that it affected in the name of competing with China were inherently corrosive to what will ultimately be a sound way forward to deal with an aspiring nation that is testing whether it can do things in a way which is not compatible with, you know, the general interest that we've built our system and our interests and our societies around. So, sorry, that was a little bit of a soapboxy kind of thing, was more than you asked for. But whatever that thing was, it should have been on the dust heap of history a long time ago, which unfortunately it's not. Because the only problem here, to put in a footnote, is that the present administration never actually abrogated it or otherwise made clear that we were leaving it and walking away from it.
Thank you. My name is Hong Zhang. I'm a postdoc fellow at Ash Center. So I'd like to ask the panel a question more from the macroeconomic side, because our theme today is Coexistence 2.0. And when we think about Coexistence 1.0, one way to describe it was US was acting as a global last resort, consumer of last resort, while China was acting as a global saver of last resort, where the Chinese economy built on the export-oriented model and built up the foreign reserve, and then buys US treasury bonds to subsidize US consumers in a way. But today, of course, the picture is very different, with China also moving to a consumption-driven growth model, and also Xi Jinping increasingly talking about dual circulation or internal circulation. So China is probably not going to play that role of global saver of last resort anymore. So what would the Coexistence 2.0 look like in the global macroeconomic sense?
Nobody ever asked China to play that role of saver of last resort. In fact, I think most macroeconomists have been pounding on Beijing for a decade and a half for oversaving and the need to move faster toward ceasing this policy of hoarding saving at home to reduce borrowing costs for privileged borrowers, generally state-owned enterprises, right? And justifying the whole thing by lowering some consumer goods prices for American consumers and other consumers. That's not a framework that anybody agreed to. You could say that tacitly it was sort of accepted, but nobody in the economics community has ever been comfortable with it, I think, as a model for the international system in terms of balance of payments and a kind of macroeconomic framework. Mostly we've been like pointing out how problematic that is, that inherently it's going to be a more and more painful adjustment process when we get to the point where it starts to break down. And well, we're certainly there now, I think. Thoughts?
I wish Larry were here. He would have something interesting to say about it. But I mean, I do think it seems like macroeconomically, right? So China, the hard part is that China wants to become more of a consumption-driven economy, but it has a hard time doing that, right? Partly because it seems to be incapable of making the domestic reforms that it needs, right, to make, to induce its population to feel good enough to buy things. And so it's not clear that, within China, that fundamental model has changed very much, but certainly what China is doing now, and when we talked a little bit about the defending the dollar primacy, that doesn't seem to be a problem in the short term at all, right? But then the internationalization of the renminbi, I don't see how that's possible when you have a domestic financial system that doesn't guarantee convertible currency and seems run on a command and control model. And so, interestingly, the financial balance of terror thing that was like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, maybe, which was really, which was, depressing the value of the renminbi in order to facilitate exports. Now, China is really concerned, I think, about the value of its currency and protecting the value of its reserves. And so that model has already shifted on the Chinese side, but not in a structural way that's sustainable over time. It just seems to be more crisis prone, actually, to me.
It's really pretty easy if you, and Meg, you were talking about this before, you can't really take the next step in modernization unless you allow the financial system to go through an upgrade. And a big part of that upgrade is letting the price of money, right, find a new level, not just by nailing the door shut and saying that all capital will stay at home. But once you start admitting some amount of contestability and openness to the financial system, then domestic deposit takers have to offer a higher rate of return, which goes to the household sector, which gives them more buying power, which allows you to make the move to being a consumer economy, right? That's how this works. That's what this looks like. One, to get wonky for 30 seconds, one talks about consumer surplus versus producer surplus. And that arises from, when you have this massive pool of household savings in the banking system, who gets the return on that savings, whatever it is? How is it split between discounted borrowing costs for steel companies and the household getting a better return on their investment? The return is controlled by the government. They haven't liberalized those rates, principally because they want stability for their supply side, for the companies. They don't want to let them do what happens in capitalism, go out of business if they borrowed more than they can repay. And so they push the rate of return down in the name of stability, even though it's not accretive to productivity, and it certainly blocks the channel through which you move to a consumer-oriented economy, and that's where we are.
Okay, so we have time for one last question, but if you could please keep it quick.
Thank you so much. My name is Li Songliu, and I teach Asian American history at the Massachusetts College of Art and Design, and I'm associate in research at the Fairbanks Center. So business is always important to initiate and strengthen the ties between the two nations. And historically, we know it's 1780s, the U.S. sent the first ship to China to initiate the relations and to assert its independent status on the world stage. But I think we haven't been discussing a lot about the business relationship in the context of a political and ideological context particularly. And one of the most popular slogans now, right, in China, I would say, is there's a three-stage comparison, which means in the 1940s, after the 1940s, China stood up, 站起来. And then in the past several decades, China became rich, 富起来. But now, under this current leadership, China has become strong. That's a very, very powerful slogan now in China, 强起来, 站起来, 富起来, 强起来. So I just want to bring us to our attention to this slogan. Of course, it's quite nationalistic, but I think it's also based on this century-old sense of national humiliation. Now is the time for China to revive to its historical and legitimate status. My question is this: I think this is closely related to the sense of this cultural sense of being humiliated, racially marginalized, and compared with, based on my readings of the Chinese writings, there's always this comparison, current China with Japan in the 1980s. So when Japan's economy took off, but Japan would be viewed as a threat, both economic threat and a cultural threat and a racial threat. So I wonder what you think about that comparison. That's why in the Chinese, I think the public felt a bit indignant. But I think we also mentioned the China Initiative. Thank you so much. How can the business world, what can the business world do to reduce the harm of the historical legacy of this racism, colonialism that we can see now in the United States, this charge of the Chinese scholars, scientists at the whole society level as spies. So I think this is how to place the business competition in this broader historical and ideological context. And I would like to hear more about this. Thank you.
I'll say quickly. The universities are doing a lot of work to repair the damage done, I think, by the China Initiative. And the idea, right, that we are embracing our Chinese scientists and our Chinese students from everywhere. And I still have a bunch of Chinese students in my classes, and they're welcome in my classes. But I mean, I don't want to be kind of glib about, for getting that right, actually. And so I think that's a good optimistic note in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there are differences between Japan and China and the different kind of challenge that China poses to the United States. But I don't think we want to, go down that's too long a discussion. I will say on the China Initiative and what we should be doing, completely agree. And we had a really great set of discussions, a number of us at MIT yesterday, which has just come out with a China strategy report for MIT that deals with research integrity, and it deals with, how we should be thinking about collaboration science with China. But also we heard from a number of Chinese scientists quite directly, Chinese American scientists, very directly about racial profiling and being stopped in airports and this kind of thing. And I think for both, Melanie, who's in the audience, who's at the State Department, and for me, working in the Commerce Department, we are definitely taking this back to our leadership to get some action on this. I don't think either of us realized that these types of behaviors were continuing, and they clearly need to stop because it's not enough. And I think, every Biden administration official, when they talk about China, and if you look at Tony Blinken, Secretary of State Blinken's speech, very clearly decry, and the president himself as well, very clearly decry any kind of hate or hate-based action against Chinese and other Asian Americans. But it has to be backed up by all the other steps. And so I think, it's profoundly important for us to have those, discussions to understand how these things are playing out on the ground for people, because, it's the last thing that we want to see.
I think it's an important note on which to end, and just a reminder that what came up this morning, the strength of the United States in this competition is its ability to attract people from around the world. It's living truly to those values, and its ability to sort of combine that is what's at the heart of this economic system. So with that, thank you to Meg, Liz, Dan, and to everyone in the audience.
Ballpark. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ballpark. Ballpark corn. Ballpark corn. Yeah, not phone. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. That get on the time.
I'm so glad you are here. You make me feel so like comfortable. Thank you.
I know, it can feel intimidating.
Sorry?
It can feel intimidating.
You?
John?
Yeah. No, I mean like the fact that making people to talk, it helps, you know.
So you need to turn to Ian first because it's 3 in the morning.
Oh, okay. And then yeah.
Ready? All right, why don't we get going? So welcome back, everyone, for another afternoon panel. In some of the initial discussions around the design of this conference, Orville Schell had a great idea, which was, we all tend to focus largely on the bilateral relationship between obviously the US and China. And that would be important to have a panel that looked at the perspectives, interests, thoughts of other Asian nations. It's often an accurate criticism of both countries, the US and China, that our actions take little into account the interests of other actors in the region. And for that reason, we're very excited to have both individuals from the region, also individuals from Washington, D.C. to join us electronically, virtually, as well as in person. And so I will just take a couple quick minutes to introduce and then turn it over to Fatima. So Fatima Sumar is the executive director of the Harvard Center for International Development and will be our moderator. In terms of speakers, we have Ian Chong, associate professor at NUS, National University of Singapore. We have Bopa Porn, a Neiman Fellow and an independent journalist based in Phnom Penh. And finally, we have Ed Case, the co-founder of the Congressional Pacific Islands Caucus. And the point today is to think about how Asian countries see China and the US-China competition. What are their interests and how are they reacting to various dynamics and also mechanisms like trade sanctions, for example. So in the economic, social, and political front. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Fatima. Thank you.
Well, Ember, thank you so much and good afternoon, everybody. And to those like Ian, where it's 3 a.m. in Singapore, good morning, and thank you for staying up to be with us. It's great to see all of you, and I just want to really thank the Fairbanks Center and the Rajwali Foundation Institute for just this terrific conference today. For those of you that are just joining, we've had really rich discussions all day long, really looking at Chinese views on US-China relations, China's realities at home, cooperation and competition. And now today's panel is really looking, as Edward said, as how Asian countries view the US-China dynamic. And I'm really honored to join this panel. I'm over at the Harvard Center for International Development, but much of my career has been in Asia. I think I've been to almost every country in Asia in the course of representing the US government, both from a foreign policy and development finance landscape. And a lot of the issues that we're facing today are ones that are critical choices along the front lines. And so most recently, when I was in the Biden administration, I spent a lot of my time in countries like Nepal, which were really caught in many ways between US and China infrastructure politics, as in the case study of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which I was representing. So as Asian countries are against the backdrop right now of the pandemic, inflation, and uneven recovery, the transition to net zero, and looking at over $1 trillion financing and investment infrastructure gap, and that was before the pandemic, they're facing a lot of choices. And so I'm really delighted to have such a distinguished panel here with us today to really share with us the perspectives, both from countries like Singapore, Cambodia, other parts of Asia, and also Washington, D.C. How should we think about other views around the table? And the questions I want to put out there, big picture for the panelists to address, are looking at how do Asian countries really balance the fear of falling into whether it's debt traps or the positive aspects of Chinese investment with what the US can offer China and where the US can also think through issues like trade sanctions on China and what hope is there for what the US can offer these countries. So with that introduction and backdrop, I'm really delighted to first introduce and open the floor to Ian Chong, Associate Professor of Political Science at the National University of Singapore. And Ian, I really wanted to ask you to frame the question around Singapore in particular has always played a balancing act between the US and China. Is that becoming more difficult? Is Singapore stuck in the middle? Is the US or China trying to force countries like Singapore to choose sides through following particular technology or telecom standards, for example? Thank you again for being up and for joining us, Ian. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Thank you all for having me here. So this question about Singapore and trying to find some middle ways always sort of been out there. I think it's predicated on this view that from Singapore too, right? That it's really a beneficiary of globalization, right? That it's part of this value chain that links the U.S. With China via various countries, including Southeast Asia. And so that's been the sort of operating assumption for a really long time. as the US and China grow further apart, both because the US itself is perhaps not as internationalist as it used to be, but also as China is looking more towards internal circulation, that old model of trying to be part of the whole value chain, I think needs to be rethought a little bit. There hasn't been enough consideration of where things might go, what things might look like, what the sort of alternatives might be. So the default position has been this: we don't want to choose sides. But that's, if you think about the term, we do not want to choose, it's a very passive policy, right? In terms of having more positive options in order to buffer themselves, Singapore. And I think many of its neighbors, we haven't really come up with a solution yet. Part of it is because the main regional organization, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, is at this point sort of very riven by internal differences, that they don't have a good system going on. So there are lots of limitations to what we can do. I think also I want to add a little bit, which is this sort of view that the US or China wanting to make Singapore and others choose sides. I think that's I think it's true that neither the U.S. nor China want to make Southeast Asian countries choose sides. But the point is not what they. I mean, it's what they're doing, right? What they're not really actually thinking about Southeast Asia or other regional countries. I think at the forefront. So they don't intentionally want to get these countries to choose sides, but what they're doing, right, is creating a situation where there's more distance, where trying to work with both simultaneously and gain and accrue the same benefits as before is increasingly difficult. So that's in effect what's going on, right? So in short, short of not having some sort of alternative, I think that the region, and Singapore included, I think is a bit stuck at this point in time. There's a lot of fear of punishment from the PRC, and there's a lot less confidence in U.S. commitment and engagement with the region than before. I'll stop there for now.
Ian, thank you. And I want to come back to this idea of fear of punishment and what consequences that has, not just for Singapore, but for other countries in Asia. But let me turn for a moment to Representative Case. Representative, thank you so much for being with us here today. You're one of the co-founders of the Congressional Pacific Island Caucus, and you've really played a leading role in Congress on centering our foreign policy around the Indo-Pacific region. Can you share with us today some of your priorities for the Indo-Pacific region from Washington and strategies that you think are really important for the U.S. to consider vis-a-vis the rest of Asia?
Well, thank you so much again, first of all, for having me, and to all of the sponsors, particularly the Asia Society, who I work with closely. As you can tell, or may not be able to tell, I'm not in my office in DC and I'm not home. So I'm in transit in an airport as usual. And so it may get a little noisy and I may have to leave precipitously. So apologies for that up front. I think, first of all, I would recharacterize your question from Asia, the use of the word Asia, to the Indo-Pacific, to encompass a much broader perspective than what many people might think of when they think of the word Asia. So we're really thinking about the Pacific Islands. We are thinking about the Pacific Rim. We are thinking about Asia proper and broader Asia. So South Asia to be included. And so that's the context for my comments. I would also give you kind of a broad comment, and that is that I think at this point I'm just a ruthless realist on China. I suppose I would call myself. I had hoped, along with many throughout the world, that the last 20 years would have a different result, that we would not be in the position we are today, but that just simply hasn't happened. I think that if you want to frame perhaps the big picture choice and challenge, it is, does one think that the international rules-based order that has basically, with major exceptions, of course, but basically ensured peace and increasing prosperity for much, if not all of the world over the last 3 generations, should that continue or should it be supplanted? I think that's one of the large questions that each country has. I think also that if the basic question, first of all, I feel presumptuous answering the question of how do Asian countries feel or Indo-Pacific countries feel about the choice that they're facing, because obviously I'm not part of those countries. So I would characterize my remarks as how does one member of the US Congress think they are feeling about this rather than answering for them? You've got great panelists who can answer for themselves. I think the basic answer to your question is the balance is not being handled very well because I think Ian characterized it very, very well. It's a very difficult choice. It's very uncertain. It has pros and cons. Everybody wishes everybody would get along, that we weren't in this larger geopolitical challenge for whether the international rules-based order will continue or whether there'll be an attempt to supplant it or to create an alternative international rules-based order, which would force its own set of choices. And so it is a very uncertain time. We have certainly seen examples of countries that have been forced to the choice. Australia being the leading example, being forced to the choice by positions that China disagreed with, and China tried to extract consequences for that through trade cutoffs, which Australia, by the way, has survived very, very well. And in fact, it did not lead to the intended result for China. We've certainly seen that in the country of Palau, a critical country and friend and freely associated with the United States, where China cut off tourism to that country, and Palau is finding another direction. And so, other countries like Singapore have really, I think, done the best in the region of trying to, balance over time. But I personally think that balance is going to get increasingly difficult, at least on the current road we are. I think for the United, I take Ian's criticism or question about whether the U.S. Is sufficiently engaged, and your introductory comments of whether the U.S. has perhaps disengaged from the world. And I think if I was the rest of the world, I would think the same thing too, looking inward. I don't feel that we are disengaging. Personally, as one member of Congress, I feel that, I'm a member of the Appropriations Committee. We have substantially increased our appropriations to the Indo-Pacific. We have, created caucuses such as the Pacific Islands Caucus. We obviously have had a lot more legislators go to the Indo-Pacific, as evidenced by Speaker Pelosi's a visit to Taiwan. And so I think the real course here is, and I think that isolationism in the United States is a minority position that gets a lot of attention. But I think that the results of our recent election show that the American people really want a pragmatic approach, both domestically and in foreign policy. And I think that leads to a continuation and an increase in engagement around the world, including the Indo-Pacific. So I think the basic answer to your question is engagement increase across all fronts, and re-engagement where we already have been engaged. That's been our challenge in the Pacific Islands, where for a variety of reasons we lapsed in terms of continued engagement over the last 2 decades. China saw a vacuum there and is trying to move in. And so, from my perspective, if we're dealing with a ruthlessly practical China focused on its own goals, which is an extension of a sphere of influence throughout the Indo-Pacific and beyond, and that can coexist under a common set of principles and values. But if it doesn't coexist there, then you have no alternative but to eventually be put to a much harder choice. And that depends on all of us helping each other.
Congressman, thank you. I really appreciate the reframe as we think about the Indo-Pacific. And I'd love to come back and dig a little bit more into how the U.S., and as you see it from a member of Congress, what the incentives are on the table, particularly for the Pacific Islands and other parts of the Indo-Pacific, and we'll come back to that. Let me turn now to Bopal Forn, who's now a Nieman Fellow here at Harvard University. And Bopal, you've done a lot of amazing journalism and writing on the perspective on the ground from Cambodia and the choices Cambodia is facing vis-a-vis China, particularly as it thinks about its own economic choices. Can you share a little bit about Cambodia's changing relationship with China and some of the fault lines that you're seeing playing out today?
Hi, everyone. I'm here. I'm not an expert, but I try to share my perspective as a journalist in Cambodia. So as you may know, that it's been a long while that Cambodia kind of like trapped between the China and the US, started decades ago when the US bombed Cambodia and then have General Lon Nol to take over the country. And then Cambodia fall into the trap of Khmer Rouge being supported by Chinese government. So the changes that Hun Sen government who was tapped by Vietnamese government to topple, to kick out Khmer Rouge. He got into the position from that on, and from then he was he's with the Vietnamese government, and he's in the 1980s even said in one of the essay reportedly he said that China is the root of all that evil in Cambodia. But as the thing changed in Cambodia in the 1993, after the UN organized elections in Cambodia, the Chinese increased its relationship with Cambodia as well. I think the major noticing event was in 2006 when Premier Wan Jiabao visited Cambodia, and he promised Cambodia with $600 million in grant and loan. And from then, Chinese government have had Cambodia support with, without a doubt, supporting building road, infrastructures, bridges, and power, which provided more than 50% of the population's, power, electricity, which enable more than 50% of the people in Cambodia to use that power. And this infrastructure are very important for Cambodia to be able to kind of operate the garment industry, which contribute to about 9 billion to 10 billion every year. 99 to 10 billion dollars every year to the country economy. So that's the change. But then as the Chinese government have Cambodia in as the Chinese government have Cambodia more and more with funding the money, the US also become increasingly not so happy with Cambodia. So these are the things. At the moment, garment industry and footwear is the most important sector for Cambodia economy. So the reality is that the material, most of the factory are owned by Chinese companies, and Cambodian actually imported material from China, and then the US and the EU buy those products. So if something happening, or like the US decide to change anything in the system, it would hugely impact the Cambodia economy.
And I want to come back particularly, maybe we can talk about some examples from the garment industry when we come back to talk about some of this, because I think understanding even the entire value chain of how this is affected really teases out the tension point countries like Cambodia feel here. Could you talk a little more about the garment industry as an example of this, of the Chinese factories versus the US buyers?
Yeah, so I'm not sure how many people here know the fact that Cambodia and the US and the EU are the major market for Cambodia garment industry. That means they buying a lot of product from Cambodia that contribute to maybe 90 or 10 billion every year that Cambodia get from garment industry and footwear. And in this industry, ironically, most of the company or factories in Cambodia are owned by Chinese company and other foreign company not owned by Cambodian people. And the material that we imported from China. So if the US decided to change any, for example, it listed Cambodia as one of the member that can benefit from the general system of preferences. So if the US decide to change anything in that system, it would hugely impact the Cambodia economy.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for that. And maybe Professor Chong, could you just frame for us a little bit of how you're seeing the rest of Asia and some of the choices that countries make? Because there's a lot of regional differentiation, as we know, whether you're talking about Central Asia or South Asia versus South Asia or the Pacific Islands. What sorts of pressure are you seeing play out in a regional way across the rest of Asia that you may want to share with this audience?
That's like half the world. That's huge. But okay, let me try. So I think one of the discussions that's out there is that there's a lot of dependence on on China. I think to some degree that's right. That's right, especially in terms of trade in goods. So as Bopa has described, right, a lot of the connection with bits of Southeast Asia and other parts of Asia, I mean, the trade in goods is really high. China is a market for lots of components that they then assemble and sell elsewhere. But that's not the whole picture. The US, the EU, and Japan are by far larger investors. The Belt and Road notwithstanding, right? The sort of overall stock and also the inflow is much bigger from these places than the PRC. But I think they don't get that much attention because for one, there's a difference between realized investment and promised investment. The BRI has a lot of promised investment. Not all of that is realized. And the nature of that investment looks very different. So for the US, the EU, and Japan, that investment comes in through companies, right? It's a few million here, it's tens of millions there, it's 100 million somewhere else. It's in some cases $1 billion, those really big investments, and they accumulate, they add up. Whereas the way that the BRI works is that there's a big sort of flagship number. It's a big sticker number that's thrown on the headlines because it's very much state-led. So it looks huge, even though when you look at things cumulatively, it may not be the case. And also, if you look at trade and services, right, that tends to be much bigger with the developed economies, EU, Japan, the US. So what this all tells us is two things. One, much of Asia is on this sort of value chain, right? You have US, EU, Japanese investment coming in. They build factories, they provide services, and those factories will then produce goods that get sold to China or components that get sold to China. So it's part of this value chain that now, as the US and China are pulling apart in terms of the closeness of the trade, right, it's putting a lot of pressure on. So this gets me then to the different parts of Asia. Why I describe this broad overview is because everyone's structure of the economy is very different. Every economy is structured differently. So you have some economies that are far more trade dependent. They lean more towards the sort of export and goods type, what we've just heard from Wopa about Cambodia as an example, right, of a more sort of trade in goods dependent country. There are others that export commodities to China far more. Australia is a good example of this. That's why the sort of effort to punish Australia didn't work so much because China still needed a lot of ore. And in the case of Singapore, there's a playing up of this trade bit. However, if you look at ASEAN, for instance, we are each other's largest trading partner. Collectively, ASEAN is every ASEAN member's largest trading partner. But for Singapore, we do a lot more services. Services employ a lot more people. We, as a financial center, deal a lot more with investment. So in that sense, despite the talk about dependence on China, there's actually far less in Singapore. And just to give you why I talked about Cambodia and Singapore in this case is you find that because of where their interests lie, how much they need the China market, how much they need Chinese investment looks very different. And so that's one of the reasons why you have different countries across Asia pulling in different directions and why it's really hard, especially without a sort of coordinating mechanism for these countries to sort of get together and bargain collectively, right? So you have a lot of what looks like disarray, and each country individually, except with some exceptions, like say big ones like India and Indonesia, feel that they cannot withstand pressure from the PRC. On the US side, of course, the US tries to engage a lot, but I think the shadow of the Trump administration, I think, looms very, very large. There's a fear that a Trump-like figure or even Trump might come to office again with a Congress that looks very much like that at some point in the future. That those sorts of perceptions may not be true, but they will take some time to fix, probably more than one administration. So let me just hand off here. Thanks.
No, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to actually tease out a point, Congressman, from Professor Chong's statement around infrastructure in particular, and really get your views of how, I mean, compared to the Belt Road Initiative, when you engage and when Congress, from the caucus perspective, engages around what countries have, what the US has to offer specifically around infrastructure in particular, given the big development financing gaps, the infrastructure gaps. How do you view what the US has to offer here vis-a-vis the Chinese? And what are your thoughts more broadly on the US competitive space on infrastructure in Asia in the ways that you view it?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think that I think the question has to be framed in this way: what do countries need? Because oftentimes the question is framed in terms of what do we want to provide, and that model doesn't work when you're talking about some countries that have very specific. And every country has general needs, but some countries have very specific needs. So, and I think the question is, those countries are in an impossible decision where, and I believe this to be the case, most countries in the Indo-Pacific would prefer to associate generally with the international rules-based order to include the United States from a values and interest and prosperity and non-dependence proposition. But they have to take care of their needs. That's their number one obligation to their people. And they have to take care of those needs. And so, you know, the proper starting point is what does each country want and need, and who's trying to provide it under what conditions. That's really kind of where the rubber meets the road on all of this stuff. So let's take the Pacific Islands just as a subset, because I think it's a very discrete subset and it's instructive. The Pacific Islands need a couple of things. It's pretty straightforward. They are dealing with climate change. Climate change is an existential threat to these islands. They have to find a way to deal with climate change from an infrastructure perspective, from a resettlement away from the coastline perspective, if they can even do that. That's one challenge. They have very limited economic ranges. They don't do manufacturing. They don't do large scale services. Their industries are small scale. Their tourism. They are government to some extent, as a reference to Cambodia was, and they have to provide economically for their citizens. Their major resource, almost all of them, is their fisheries, and their exclusive economic zones are being, basically invaded by illegal, unauthorized and unreported fishing, to include China. And they need to enforce that maritime zone. And they need to have binding treaties on the high seas that will save the fish of the seas for their economies as well. So they have very, very distinct needs. And if we can't provide them, and if China is in there providing those, China's happy to try to provide those with I think, pretty good conditions on it. And I think we've seen examples of that in many of the Pacific Island countries. So I think we are very good in terms of capacity building. I think we're very good in terms of maritime security. I think we're very good in terms of kind of I guess I would call it quasi soft power. I think where China has been offering something that the U.S. Side, and I don't want to just limit this to the U.S. because we have a lot of partners out there that are very hardworking in the Pacific Islands, to include especially Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, and increasingly the Republic of Korea and others, and obviously Britain and France and India now are all involved in the Pacific Islands. That's all welcome. They're all providing. But the area that I think is the biggest gap is infrastructure, and that is where China has practiced delivery of infrastructure on conditions that have been very severe, and we've seen that happen in other countries such as Sri Lanka. That's where we have to step it up a little bit more, and I think that we have been doing that. The recent initiative by the Biden administration to forge a new Pacific Island partnership with the leaders of all of the countries in Washington, D.C. and the White House was a good example of that. And that's going to lead to a substantially increased infrastructure investment. But other countries need to do it, such as Korea, for example, which is one of the kings of large scale infrastructure in our world. And they want to do it. And so that we have to encourage that. Otherwise, we are not going to be meeting the needs. And that forces these countries to an impossible choice.
Congressman, do you see, I really appreciate those examples. Do you see any political interest in Washington from Congress to increase development financing for infrastructure for the Pacific Islands, for instance? Right now, there's very limited aid budgets, for instance, if it's USAID or Millennium Challenge Corporation or support through other USAID development finance institutions. Do you think that's something that would be of interest in deeper investments to actually offer grant financing or debt financing for infrastructure?
Well, it's not just of interest. We are actually doing that. We actually have been increasing the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the Development Finance Corporation. We've been increasing our partnerships with other countries to increase. So the fact that we have a infrastructure assistance delivery gap is not lost on us, and so it's not a prospective goal. It's an actual initiative that needs to continue and it needs to increase because we're not at the level we need to be yet for the needs of the countries throughout the Indo-Pacific.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I think this is something where the numbers still, even as we deepen, the gaps are still, I think, evident here of where we could go and develop. But I'd like to open it up now to the audience for questions for the audience. So there is a microphone. If the audience at the airport wants to ask questions too, they are welcome. There's a microphone here in the hallway. Please do line up, introduce yourselves to our distinguished guests, and end with a question. So who would like to go first? Please, thank you.
Ben, a retired businessman residing in Cambridge. I followed Australians' reluctance in choosing between prosperity and security for a number of years. It took people like realism scholar John Mishmeyer to persuade Australians to pick balance and choose side last year. Do you think most other countries in the region will follow suit sooner or later?
Thank you. Would any one of you like to take that question?
Yeah, I can take that question. So I don't think what Australia did is a matter of someone like John Mearsheimer or anyone else convincing them. I think what convinced them was China's punishment. That because they were trying to ask about the origins of COVID with the view that zoonotic diseases will be a big thing in the future. They had differences on the detention of Australian citizens in the PRC. So I think that's what did it. But I think the Australians' experience is also useful because what they show is that punishment from China, big as their economy might be, is limited. In essence, right? This sort of punishment is a unilateral sanction. And what we know is that sanctions generally are less efficient in getting the kinds of outcomes that you want. So you look at the sanctions on Russia, they bite, but they haven't stopped Russia, right? And that's multilateral. On unilateral sanctions, they are highly symbolic. They may create a shock. They may create costs for transition, but ultimately, they are pretty leaky. Countries can get around them. And that's exactly what Australia has shown. It's not just Australia. You look at South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Lithuania, the Czech Republic, Norway, Sweden, France. What they have in common is they've all been punished by China in some way or the other, and they've managed to recalibrate, right? And the sort of pressure has been somewhat eased. And I think that's a lesson that other economies need to learn and figure out how to do.
Yeah, I agree with everything just said. And I would make the observation that where there is disproportionate leverage in relationships, trade, defense, elsewise, that choice comes a lot faster. And so, for example, if countries in the Indo-Pacific have a broad alternative of trading partners, and ideally, if they could trade equally with a number of countries, including China, the United States, and everybody else, then it is less likely that punishment by cutting off trade would have an effect, and therefore it doesn't quite force the same range of choices. China's mistake with Australia was trying to punish Australia when Australia was willing to take the heat and had some remaining obviously trade that was 100% dependent upon China. And you see other countries in the region that are far more dependent on China in terms of trade, and it's a lot tougher for them. And so I think that one of the goals here, again, we're not trying to get to a point where China is not a part of the world. We would love China to be a part of the broader world. A set of rules that are common to everybody, that are economic, democratic, environmental, human rights, a whole range of things that we've been trying to accomplish over the last 3 generations. That's the goal here. That can be achieved. I have some degree of hope for it. And I think there's some conditions under which it actually could happen, what we've been wanting to happen for 20 years, but it's not happening. But clearly one of the goals here is to increase the alternatives for trade for many of these countries throughout the Indo-Pacific. So the Pacific Economic Partnership that the White House has announced and is initiating with Pacific Island countries. I felt it was a tragedy for our country some years ago to walk away from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP. I hope we get back into some framework on that where, we're heading towards a hybrid, and I hope that happens. But that will help on this choice question.
Congressman, I know you're tight on time, so just wanted to check in with you. Are you okay on time for another question?
Yeah, I'm actually good. I'm pretty close to the gate, so I'm just kind of watching it.
Okay. We really appreciate that you're with us so far. Let me turn to the next question here.
Okay, that's good. My next question is primarily for you, Representative Case. Although if anyone has any thoughts, I would love to hear it. My name is Connor Bralla. I'm a graduate student at the Fletcher School at Tufts. And I'm also have been resident in Shanghai for the past 8 years. So Representative Kevin McCarthy in July, in the lead up to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, said that if he were elected speaker, he would also visit Taiwan. Now that it seems that he will almost certainly become Speaker of the House, I just wanted to ask Representative Case and everyone else if you think, to what extent you think this is a good or a bad idea, and why, and what the effects might be if he does visit.
Well, obviously, we've already seen that China feels it needs to make a point when senior U.S. Leadership visits Taiwan. And so we can expect that if probable Speaker McCarthy visits Taiwan, we'll see roughly the same reaction. But I think that the United States government is entitled to, on invitation, visit Taiwan. And I think when we give that up, when we concede that basic point, we take a already fraught relationship into a whole range of other challenges. I think that incentivizes China. I think it puts in danger a number of things. I wish China wouldn't react that way, but if it's going to, we have to be able to maintain our basic understandings. And that includes visits from government officials from the United States. We can't let China dictate whether we do or don't visit Taiwan.
I just jump in real quick. 2 points. One is the question taken from Representative Case is the degree to which the U.S. wants to allow China to veto its actions, right? So countries in the rest of the Indo-Pacific will be looking very closely at whether that happens. If China is able to establish some sort of a veto, I think that will create more doubts about U.S. credibility and commitment. The second point is that I think with Speaker Pelosi's visit, there's a view that it's this out of the blue. It's not. It's a trajectory. It's been building up. The Chinese military activity around and near Taiwan, crossing the cross-strait median line, having naval patrols around Taiwan, blocking off areas for exercises, including missile exercises. That's all been happening. It's just that once the visit happened, they shifted all of that to around Taiwan. If you look at the year before, I think there were almost 1,000 military flights that had been near Taiwan. So people have not been paying so much attention to what had been going on before. But essentially, what happened around Speaker Pelosi's visit is a new step, but it's not one that's come out of the blue. It's one that the PRC has been building up toward, and it's important to recognize that.
Thank you both. Dinda?
Hi, I'm Dinda Elliott, and I wanted to ask a couple of questions that bring this down slightly more to the ground level. One in particular for Bopa, I wanted to ask you about the different conditions that the U.S. and China require when they are making investments in Cambodia, and whether the Chinese behavior feeds into corruption. And just building on a conversation we had a couple of days ago, wanted you to elaborate on that a little bit. And then for Ian, the question is about is a more psychological and loyalty focused question having to do with Singaporean identity. Whether Singaporeans still feel comfortable identifying themselves as Chinese, or are they feeling that they really want to identify themselves as being Singaporean? Sorry, talking about the Chinese Singaporeans, not all Singaporeans. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, actually, I wanted to I want to point that out as well. As you see that the relationship between Cambodia and China becoming stronger and stronger. I actually did not finish my whole thing when I first started talking. So now China is one of the biggest Cambodian bilateral trade partner. From that to one of the biggest loan giver to Cambodia, and also it's provide one of the biggest one of the country that provide Cambodia a lot of power. Electricity that allows a lot of business to operate in Cambodia. But with this investment in infrastructure and constructions and many other investment, and with the BRI that allow other investors to come to Cambodia, with this, without a doubt that it has brought Cambodia a lot of benefit in terms of economy. So many Cambodian benefit from that. Cambodia is a benefit from that. But I want to emphasize that most of the company that from China that coming to Cambodia, they are mostly doing business with tycoon, like a well-connected, powerful people in Cambodia. So most of the money mostly go to those guys, not directly to the poor people. And because of the loosely regulated law in Cambodia, the investment in that China brought in could also bring in a lot of criminal activity. For example, started in 2015 or 16, many Chinese company that come to Cambodia, that gambling company that hijacked the BRI, they brought in gambling and scams. So Cambodia coastal area became a slave compound, $1 billion slave compound for Chinese criminal and other corrupt officials that help them to operate. And it became like a breeding ground. And if you want to check, you can also Google slavery in Cambodia. You see how big and how grave it is. So with the benefit, and it comes with that. In regard to the investment with the US, the US also provided a lot. It helps boost Cambodia economy. But I think the way the US does business in Cambodia, it's very limited, and the US require Cambodia to pay more attention or to become closer to it, which is impossible because the way the US respond to, for example, the Chinese and Cambodian relationship, for example, last year it cut off its aid for the forest protections and also military academy for the students. These are the two examples. And the other thing is that when it comes to investing in Cambodia, the US itself wrote in its own climate statement saying that Cambodia is a very corrupt country, and not many US company interested in investing in Cambodia. And the other thing is that when it comes to investment in the US, the regulation is very, very complicated, and oftentimes the US decide to give. Through my observations, oftentimes the US decide to give opportunity to the countries, not even though it say that, you have to follow our condition, for example, avoid human violations or any forest exploitations. But in reality, it would give benefit to the country that it see us give the US more benefit. You see what I mean? Even though it say that, it say, all right, we're gonna cut off this aid because you guys violate like human rights or exploit the environment. But as the observers say that the US actually did not mean that, doesn't mean that. The fact that it react to Cambodia impulsively and cut off the aid for the forest protections, it was in response to Cambodia allowing or taking the funding from China in terms of renovating the naval base in the coastal area. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bofa. And Ian, do you want to take the question around Singaporean identity?
Yeah, so I want to say that the PRC, for its part, has been trying to reach out and sort of get traction on this idea of having special affinity for the PRC because of race, largely reaching out to ethnic Han Chinese, right? You see this also in the 20th Party Congress work report. Now, and also some of the United Front stuff. This is a sort of old phenomenon where the Chinese states, not just the PRC, before the PRC, the ROC state and the Qing state as well, had tried to mobilize, use ethnic Chinese communities overseas. And when you look at what the PRC is doing today, it's not just Singapore, it's in many places where there are ethnic Chinese communities. Now, for a place like Singapore, which I have to state for those of you who don't know, we may be majority ethnic Chinese, about 70%, but we are a multi-ethnic country. Right. And so we are not defined as being Chinese ethnically or culturally, even though many of the people there are here are that way. Now, are of that sort of ethnic group. Now, for Singapore, the way that we've defined our identity since independence has been very negatory. I mean to say that it's been defining ourselves in terms of what we're not. We're not China. We're not Western, however defined. I don't like that term, but we're not Malaysia, we're not Indonesia. So what that also creates is a certain vacuum for many people, including ethnic Chinese in Singapore, who some of whom are looking for this sense of belonging, identity, authenticity, which when China comes with this claim about Chineseness and how the PRC state is representative of that, it's attractive to some of these people. And that pulls at Singapore society, as it does with many other ethnic Chinese society, other societies with ethnic Chinese groups. And so in Singapore's case, this creates a lot of pressure and tension. It helps drive some of this discriminatory behavior towards some of our minorities, which I don't particularly like. But this is something that the sort of effect, right, of PRC efforts to play on ethnicity has created. And it's not just Singapore. I just want to say that during the 60s, there's this similar effort. You see this sort of blow up in a very violent way in Indonesia, and the PRC state just basically withdrew. And that's something I think for ethnic Chinese communities we have to be aware of. And it's also important to recognize that the PRC and the CCP, they're political entities. One's a state, one's a political party. They claim to be synonymous with Chinese culture or Chinese ethnicity. They are not. Culture, ethnicity, this stuff has predated 1949 and 1921 if you look at the CCP. And so in that sense, sometimes in a lot of the discussion, there's a lot of conflation among ethnic Chinese communities as well. And that sort of creates pressure and friction locally that could potentially be quite divisive, right? I don't think ethno-nationalism worked very well for Germany or for Serbia. I don't think it's going to work very well for China either, right? If they're going to be playing this game in places where there are lots of ethnic Chinese who are not PRC citizens.
Thank you very much, Ian. We can go to the next question.
Hi, I'm Chi Xiang. I'm a MA student in the Regional Studies East Asia program. I'm Singaporean, by the way, and happy also to discuss this issue about like ethnic Chinese Singaporeans and our identity within this wider culture. But my question is with regards to this notion of non-alignment in the context of US-China rivalry. So given the seeming inevitability of continued US-China rivalry in the international system, there's been talk about a need to have a reinvigorated non-aligned movement so that middle powers and smaller states can act in ways to manage this conflict in a manner that is not so unstable that they cannot survive or thrive otherwise. So my question is, how viable do you, all the panelists, think such a construct might be? Who the likely members would likely be, and what such arrangements could look like? Thank you.
Who would like to start?
I mean, I guess I guess my immediate question is, I don't know the answer, but my question is, what has changed since the Cold War and the non-aligned movement of post-World War II? What is different, and does that construct work? That was, of course, a construct that was to that time, and in large part, many of the countries in the non-aligned movement weren't forced to the choice, but eventually, I think they gravitated one way or the other, at least in terms of kind of a post-Cold World War construct. I wonder whether the scope of international involvement by kind of the U.S. and its partners and allies and friends, and China and its equivalent is much broader than kind of a U.S.-Russia construct, so that it really does not have the same effect. You cannot find the same safety in the non-aligned movement as perhaps you could during the Cold War. Of course, if enough countries join that construct, then it becomes very effective. And I don't think that's a bad thing, by the way. I think that what's important here is that we have a world in some kind of an equilibrium where what I view as very unfortunate goals by China to exert domination and influence and to ignore the international rules-based order, especially in the Indo-Pacific, but not just in the Indo-Pacific, should not be accepted. If that equilibrium denies China that opportunity, and that equilibrium involves a non-aligned movement with critical mass to really be able to resist leverage, as I put it earlier, from China, or for that matter, from the other side, because I think that non-aligned movement, whatever it calls itself, by definition is going to be more defensive from a China perspective, and probably more inclined towards kind of, again, the international rules-based order of the last 3 generations. And so it's an interesting question. I'm not sure it would work exactly as you have laid it out, at least the goals, but it might not be. It certainly is. It's certainly in effect informally, but formalizing it may have some good advantages. That's a quick reaction.
So I'd say that the non-aligned movement worked rhetorically during the Cold War, but not particularly effectively. And I think that's going to be the case today as well, and probably even less effectively, for 2 reasons. One, what I just laid out, the various countries, and as they engage the US and the PRC and others, have very diverse interests, right? So there's going to be a massive collective action problem. And for a non-aligned movement that is global to really have an effect, they have, and to perhaps be able to bargain collectively, they need to overcome that collective action problem. It's not apparent to me how that's going to happen. And so those internal rifts may very likely cause the whatever arrangement to fall apart this time around, just as it did the previous time. The second issue is externally, right? If there's a view that non-alignment is seen as inimical to the interests of one major power or the other, there's going to be a lot of pressure from the outside, whether this is in terms of trying to entice and pull various members aside, and we starting to see this with ASEAN, or if it's the case of putting pressure and punishing particular governments. And of course, it's not just on governments, right? You can see potentially the support for various political parties, insurgent movements, etc. Domestically, this is a very tempting proposition, I think, for major powers to engage in. It's happened historically, and there's no reason why it won't happen again. So that kind of pressure may also cause the whatever effort at non-alignment to fall apart. So there's both the sort of internal difficulty as well as the external one.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm going to interject and leave you all. I've run out of my time. So I really appreciated the conversation here today. I look forward to kind of working with all of you. And again, thanks for my own education today. By the way, I just want to remark that on Cambodia, that's thought-provoking what you have said about Cambodia, because I don't know, I had not thought that there was a road back, and that's instructive that when these choices are made, and I think Cambodia was forced to a choice for whatever reason, we can argue about the reasons, to go kind of in the direction of China, that quickly compounded itself and made it harder to find your way back. And so that's that's that these are just observations on the comments on Cambodia. But I'm going to leave you now, and good luck with the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Congressman, thank you so much for joining us, and have a safe flight back home. Thank you. Ian, I wanted to actually just follow up on one piece that you said, and then we'll turn to our next question. So actually Mongolia came to mind.
I think Bopa had something to say just now, though.
Oh,
yes, I would like to add to the Nanya line part. I don't think it worked because in the past, if my memory doesn't fool me, Cambodia, like the former king Norodom Sihanouk, he wanted to be like neutral, you know, and so the U.S. was angry with us, and the U.S. bombed the shit out of us along Vietnam border. So that's, you know, that's what happened when you want to be neutral.
There you go.
Just something that I learned, you know, like a small fact.
It's very sobering, but it's very sobering to think about what these consequences and what these choices of the terminology mean. Ian, before we turn to our next question, I just wanted to pick up on one piece that you talked about earlier about, can you talk a little bit more about ASEAN and the options that you're seeing in the ASEAN space as countries, as Asian countries consider what their options are? Because I think oftentimes we could fall into this trap that everything is just about the US and China, when in fact you're seeing so many different types of options, both bilateral and multilateral, that are actually different modes and models of opportunity. Are there any thoughts here you want to share on what you're seeing on your perspectives vis-a-vis ASEAN?
Right. So for ASEAN, there's a lot of talk from the outside about ASEAN centrality. But I think within ASEAN, there's a lot more debate about where to go. So there's some of us in the region joke that, well, talking about ASEAN centrality, we're sort of looking like a donut or a bagel where the center might be hollow or empty, because for ASEAN members, getting together on to find common ground is becoming increasingly difficult. So what often you get is the lowest common denominator that might not really be very meaningful. So there's questions about how we move ahead, whether we do ASEAN reform, and whether if we decide to go that route, how it's going to be done, who's going to help pay for it. All that is unsettled. There's the question of, okay, maybe ASEAN can continue in the way that it has, ineffective and all that, with some other supplements, right? Maybe there can be other arrangements that can be made within certain members of ASEAN or with external extra ASEAN partners, but that could also further erode ASEAN's role. And so that's something that sort of is up there and unsettled as well. So I suppose in an ideal world, Southeast Asian countries, you know, would want ASEAN to work because that gives them a bigger platform. Collectively, they have more voice. But I think when it comes down to practice, ASEAN is proving quite unwieldy, and how to move forward is quite unclear at this point. I just add that makes ASEAN subject to more competition by the US and China. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, talking about ASEAN, I think it's somewhat ironic because I think Cambodia at some point, because of its close relationship with China recently, it has caused some Asian members angry, especially in regard to the issue of South China Sea. For example, I remember 10 years ago, I was covering the Asian Summit when Cambodia chaired ASEAN. During that time, the Chinese government gave Cambodia $500 million in loan and grants. And that was the first time that in Asian history, after 45 years, that the member could not manage to issue a joint statement because of the wording around South China Sea. So there's that. And also, I think Ian must know also that there's some suggestions that Cambodia and other countries should be kicked out because we are too close with China. And I mean, Ian could add to that because the scholar, I think, from Singapore, and also the leader, Mr. Lee. Yeah, Mr. Lee also mentioned that in the document in WikiLeaks that journalists wrote a few years ago.
Right. So there's a lot of frustration with Cambodia and Laos in particular. So that you're mentioning a retired diplomat, Bilahari Kausikan, and the WikiLeaks from our prime minister. Now, the question, though, is, I think kicking out Cambodia and ASEAN and Laos from ASEAN is, I think, an easy solution. I think ASEAN it does pull apart in many different ways as well. So the question also is, how are ASEAN mechanisms going to be more effective? ASEAN works by consensus. It works by avoiding any sort of intervention or intervention-like issues pertaining to member states. So that makes regulation, that makes implementation of any agreements really, really difficult. So apart from sort of kicking out the current members or creating some subset of ASEAN, if there is interest in continuing to invest in ASEAN, there must be some thought put into how ASEAN works. It's very different from the EU. Just the Secretariat in terms of a coordination function is pretty weak. Do we sort of put more resources in there to make the Secretariat more effective at its current mandate? Do we sort of increase other things? These are also debates that simmer below the surface, but there's very little political will among the leadership of ASEAN member states to discuss. And that, I think, creates more potential for US-China contestation within ASEAN and puts a damper on ASEAN's ability to function to its full potential.
Thank you. Thank you both for those views on ASEAN. We have about 5 minutes left, so maybe we can do one or two last questions. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hillary. I work in the renewable energy sector. I have a question for Ian and Bipul. So we talked about the US and China impact on from the trading and infrastructure development perspective. I was curious about from the soft skill perspective, how does people in Singapore and in Cambodia see US and China? Do they have a more positive view over US than China, or China over US? Or there's no noticeable difference, or people think both countries aggressive and arrogant? I'm just curious about that.
Yes, actually, so that's the question, right?
Yeah, that's a question.
Okay, I can talk from my own perspective as a journalist. Definitely, clearly that I might indirectly, or I don't see it, that I at some point benefit from China in terms of economy, in terms of the infrastructure that Chinese government have tapped Cambodia, without a doubt. I think that's, the road and bridges and everything else. But as a journalist, I really need a free space to talk and to, to express my feeling freely. And that is very important to me. And I don't think Chinese government could give you guys, Chinese people that, or even me. So actually, as Cambodia and China getting closer, our leader become more authoritarian. That means people like me having a hard time. That's why I'm coming here. So the only side that could provide me with this opportunity to, kind of using my skill and what I want to the fullest, which become one of the best reporters, and I hope in the future I will become one, is the US. The US government has helped me along the way to not only give me the education, for example, allow me to take part in the State Department program, Hubert H. Humphrey, providing me a year of studying to be whatever I want to improve my quality. And now this opportunity to study here for a year as a journalist to improve my skill and to be even a better journalist. So without a doubt that I love the US for that. But what I want more from the US is that come and work with the government and try to find a way to invest, I don't want Chinese government to just take control. To take so much, influence Cambodia so much that the the US government could not kind of penetrate, get its stance in Cambodia, because it would affect people like me and a lot of Cambodian people, especially now, expressing your idea or your opposite idea to the government online you could be in trouble in Cambodia. So this is the things that me as a journalist do not like Chinese government so much when it comes to influence on Cambodia. But on the other side, I do not like the US so much when it comes to investing in Cambodia, because Of course, the US want us to be a democratic country, but I think the US should ask itself, does it do enough to influence Cambodia in that kind of side? Does it give Cambodian people enough opportunity or windows to study and to learn, to really understand what the freedom really mean? And I think it's very important to really kind of spread the educations that how important freedom is in this kind of country. I mean, other part of the country that controlled by authoritarian leader as well. So I don't have like a view on one country, but I have pro and con for each country, and I hope that's enough for you to understand. But if you want more, maybe I can explain to you afterward. But this is, as a Cambodian, I want to reiterate that freedom is very important. And unfortunately, over the past 6 years, when Trump got into power, the fake news spreading. So right now, I don't know where to go, because the US too suffer this kind of problem. In the past, when I came here, actually I came here in 2013 to get a Courage in Journalism Award, because I was detained and got shot at through my job. And the US journalist said, oh, we're so lucky that we do not have the issue like you do in your country. But this time I came here, they all complain about all these issues that we are under pressure, and now our government become more and more authoritarian, and it has become harder and harder for them to report and to their job. So I don't know where to go for help now, because I feel like American journalists also having this problem. Yeah.
And Ian, just one moment before, just as a side note, for those of you that don't know Bopa's story, it's an incredible story of what she's gone through to do reporting and journalism from Cambodia, and including the winner of the 2013 International Women's Media Foundation Award. So please do check out her incredible story. And we're very lucky she's at Harvard for the year with us this year. Ian, would love to turn to you.
Yeah, so I think in Singapore, views are quite varied. I have to say that. Generally and historically, the US has been seen to be a regional stabilizer, and that tends to be quite welcome. However, there are also concerns that the US sometimes may be uncommitted. So the withdrawal from Afghanistan weighs very heavily, that the US sometimes can get into these adventures that it draws other actors in, such as the invasion of Iraq, right? So that also weighs pretty heavily, especially since we have a pretty sizable Muslim minority. So for them, that sort of Islamophobia that sometimes creeps up from the US is of a concern. Now, this sort of sense that the US might be potentially problematic is, of course, something that the PRC side tries to emphasize now in the messaging. And so this gets me to the looking at the PRC, where there is what we see is there's a lot of effort to sort of work the media, work social media, work private chats to sort of shift opinion, sometimes with this sort of emphasis on the superiority, I suppose, of Chinese culture. That, of course, creates domestic tension, as I had mentioned, as sort of loyalties get pooled. The PRC also, but for some people, they see that pull of the PRC as being sort of a culture that they find attractive, that they find that the PRC's authoritarianism, as opposed to the US push for more transparency, more restraint, is something that they're more comfortable with. So there's that certainly that attraction. There's the view that China, the PRC offers economic opportunity, that it offers perhaps the way forward in the future. So those are very, very split views, I think, that you find in Singapore. There's a lot of contestation right now that I don't think will get resolved anytime soon. But I do want to add one more thing, which is when you look at some of those investment that the PRC is putting in the region, you have to also ask why previously there was less investment. Some of this has to do with the fact that they're fundamentally risky. So in terms of market forces, there's less attraction. And so when the PRC comes in and does some of these investments, it might be working with various regimes, parties that might be less favorable towards, say, good governance. And so that creates instability in the region as well. And it sort of feeds the rent-seeking behavior of some of these parties, right? So in a way, whether it's a debt trap diplomacy, I don't know. There's a view, but there's certainly a possibility of what the PRC is doing is very similar to the sort of unequal treaty stuff that other foreign powers were doing in Qing China and Republican China back in the day. So there is also that view that the PRC, through its money, can potentially be destabilizing.
Well, Ian, thank you very much for those views, and Bopa for your views. And I know the congressman had to leave, but I just wanted to say, as we wrap up this panel, some of the things that I'm taking away around this is not a zero-sum landscape of what choices countries are facing in terms of how they think through multiple options, whether that's on the infrastructure side, whether that's looking at social choices, environmental choices, obviously with climate change and the backdrop of COP27. And then as you think about some of the more democratic authoritarian choices also that countries are also trying to face as they think about the models that they want to put through, and who can you rely on at the end of the day to really be there for you and to model that way forward. I think it's more complex than ever in many ways. It's much more multifaceted than where we were coming out even 50, 60 years ago. Thank you very much. First, Ian, a huge thank you to you. It's 4 a.m. in Singapore. We are very grateful. You are still up and looking so alert. So thank you so much for really such a rich conversation. Bopa, thank you for everything that you have contributed today, but all your ongoing courageous journalism and work. And a huge thank you to the congressman, who we hope is on his plane safely, returning home. Edward, thank you very much. And the floor is back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great job. Thanks, Hannah. It was a great discussion. Breaking for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 4 o'clock to start looking at what the U.S. should do.
The US
Should be interesting. Following on you. Good call to arms.
Thank you so much for asking me that question.
I'm sorry, I just didn't want to ask, but I just wanted to get you to talk. So
We get moving.
Oh, I'll give it back to you.
So we're going to reconvene for our next panel. This panel is going to pick up where Bopa so adroitly left off, which is fundamentally, what should the US do? What is the US getting right? What is the US getting wrong? And in that sense is a full circle return to the beginning of our day. We couldn't be in better hands to guide us through that discussion in the form of Professor Bill Alford. Bill is a faculty member here for many decades in the law school. He's also been the faculty chair and director of the East Asia Legal Studies program. You know, I think he holds a special place in the heart of generations of China specialists. He taught me, and he taught, I think, most of us who hang around and are denizens of both Cambridge, Beijing, Shanghai, many other cities in the world. And I found that his unique approach to not just obviously simply the issue of the law, but also the ways in which the party and the government interact with the law and how the law is a mechanism for shaping society. So we are in great hands with Professor Alford, and he will also in turn, since he knows the speakers so well, he will introduce the panelists. So Bill, thanks again for doing this, and over to you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you very much. And I also very quickly want to thank Mark and Tony and Orville and Susan, Mary Kay, Dinda, and probably loads of other people for organizing this. And also, since we're the last panel of the day, for giving me such wonderful, illuminating panelists. I'm going to briefly introduce everyone, but first would note they all have extensive firsthand experience in China, albeit mostly pre-pandemic. So Jude Lancet over here holds the Freeman Chair in China Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in DC, but that title really doesn't capture fully how influential his ideas are, what a terrific analyst he is of China. His 2019 book, China's New Red Guards, The Return of Radicalism and the Rebirth of Mao Zedong, is really sharp-eyed and very prescient, almost depressingly prescient in some ways, about political life. And he writes for many popular media as well. Melanie Hart is Senior Advisor to the U.S. Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy and Environment, in which role she serves as China Policy Coordinator for a host of extremely important issues at the nexus of foreign economic policy, including working with our allies on rewiring supply chains. And she's also played a very prominent lead role in semiconductor policy and implementing the department's so-called CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act, which you've all read about, sort of a response in part to China. Bob Ross, next to me, is an old friend who is professor of political science at Boston College, a fellow here at the Harvard Fairbanks Center. He's taught at Columbia, where he earned his PhD in the University of Washington. His books, many books, include China's security policy. Columbia, yeah, Columbia said one. Oh, you taught also. I taught there. I'm sorry. Yes. PhD at Columbia, where he taught also. Bob and I are both getting older. Yes. At least I am. Bob's books include China's Security Policy Structure, Power and Politics, China's Ascent, Power, Security, and the Future of International Politics, and others. He's also a very keen observer of the PRC. And our fourth panelist is my old friend Orville Schell, and he's had an extraordinary and varied career. At present, he's the Arthur Ross Director of the Center on U.S.-China Relations at the Asia Society. But he's done all kinds of amazing things earlier in his life that I think inform who he is. He was Dean of the School of Journalism at the University of California, Berkeley, where he was an immensely creative dean. He's been the recipient of Emmy, DuPont, and Peabody Awards for his work producing documentaries. That's pretty cool. And he was the co-founder of the Pacific News Service back in the day, as we like to say, those of us from the 60s, in the day. Also the Neiman Cattle Ranch, if you ever want to eat healthy beef. And last year he published a novel, My Old Home, a novel of exile,
So pretty cool. So our format is in the next 25 to 30 minutes, we will engage in conversation, and then we want to open the floor to all of you to ask questions. Now, our panel is intended cleverly, it's not my doing, but the organizers, to look ahead to the future. But I can't resist starting with a few questions that look back, partly at the recent history and partly at what we've heard today. And so I want to start with Melanie, if I might. So Melanie, we heard a lot about the, as mentioned before, Melanie is in the administration. We heard a lot today about the administration, different views. I think the panel with Joe Nye and Jessica Chen Weiss offered one take. Mark Wu's panel offered a slightly different take. I wonder, first question to you, how do you respond to this? So what would you like to, if anything, take issue with? Where do you situate yourself?
Sure. So thank you. And thanks for having me. Really glad to be here today. I think one thing, as China experts, a lot of us, myself included, have spent decades traveling to China, building relationships there, really investing in the US-China relationship. And so it's really hard to see that relationship take a difficult turn. And so I completely understand the disappointment that people feel and the grief that a lot of us feel when right now it's very hard to travel to China. We don't have those kind of feel good elements of the relationship to point to feel like all of us are being successful. That's really hard. So I totally understand and empathize with that feeling of frustration and welcome criticism of everything that we're doing within the administration. One thing about the United States, this is an open system. We work for you and we welcome your criticism and how we're handling all manner of policy, including China policy. But one thing I really wanted to highlight as I was listening to some of the conversations earlier, it takes two to tango. And we have to deal with the China we've got. We have to deal with the Xi Jinping, the PRC government that we have at this point in time. As policymakers, our job is to be realistic. Our job is to deliver results for you, for the American people. And it's a responsibility. And I wanted to make clear, I think that at least in the conversation earlier today, there was a lot of focus on the pushback elements of the US strategy, the export controls, the areas, the human rights, the areas in which we are taking resolute action to defend US national interests, defend US national security, and uphold American values. We will continue to do that because that is our duty to the American people. What's missed is we are also keeping that door open to collaboration with the PRC and actively seeking it. There haven't been big moments of pomp and circumstance to celebrate that collaboration because we haven't gotten much back yet, but we continue to try. And I just wanted to give a couple of concrete examples. I think I really appreciated Andrew Erickson's comment earlier today. Let's be concrete and precise. At this moment in US-China relations, there's a lot of bombast. There can be a lot of, it's horrible, it's wonderful. And so I think being concrete is really important. And I wanted to provide two concrete areas where we are actively seeking PRC collaboration so that we can work together on the global stage. That's climate and food security. On the climate front, last November, we worked with China to sign the Glasgow Declaration on Enhancing Climate Action in 2020. That focuses on three areas: methane abatement, reducing coal consumption, and reducing illegal deforestation. The United States has proposed to Beijing specific actions that we can take to make progress on those areas. Beijing has promised to deliver a national action plan on methane abatement. China's 2020 or 2030 and 2060 climate targets do not cover methane, despite the fact that the climate warming impact of China's methane emissions surpass the climate warming impact of US CO2 emissions. So we need to do something about methane. That's why we signed the Glasgow Declaration with China. So far, there hasn't been any concrete action there. China's promised a national action plan on methane this year. We are waiting to see it. If it's a strong plan, then hopefully we will have something to celebrate. But that is concrete. We have to deliver real action on that issue. It was very unfortunate that Beijing cut off climate engagement after August of this year. Great that the presidential visit seems to have restarted that, but we need to see action going forward. As policymakers, we have to focus on that. And then, one other example, food security. In May, the United States introduced a roadmap for global food security in the United Nations that calls for nations to contribute to humanitarian organizations, keep markets open, not put export bans on food or fertilizer, share market data, and invest in long-term agricultural production so that we can support the food security crisis triggered by Russia's war of choice in Ukraine. Over 100 nations have signed on. Beijing has not. Instead, we face with Beijing trade restrictions on fertilizer, hoarding grain, not sharing data, which would be very helpful for reassuring markets. Those are very concrete things. We continue to engage. I'm hopeful. It would be wonderful to have China sign on to this broad initiative that's in global interest. These are the kinds of things that we are pursuing. If we get good progress, then we will get those good moments. But those good moments will have to be based on action and concrete measurable progress.
Thanks, Melanie. Now, Orville, Melanie said it takes two to tango. When we were communicating before, you said you might want to ruminate how you thought there might be a possibility given the failures of the zero COVID policy and trade conflict and the sort of ways in which some non-aligned countries were reacting to the shrillness of the wolf warrior approach. There might be some possibility of Xi Jinping sort of becoming a little more accommodationist, a little more receptive, understanding the need for the West. So I wonder if in that light, you would engage with what Melanie just had to say.
Yes, well, it's great to be here with you all, and thanks, Bill, for wrangling this group. I think Melanie really went to the heart of the matter when she said that it really, it's essential that we have two parties to get anything done in this standoff. We do not suffer from a deficit of common interest. What we suffer from is a lack of reciprocity. And I think, Melanie, you also said, and I concur, that we all are feeling a little bit triste at the situation in which we find ourselves, because we all, I think almost everyone in this room, it would be fair to say, is a child of engagement. And what is engagement? What was, I should say, engagement? It really was, what's the title here? Coexistence 2.0. Why are we renaming it? We're wistfully looking back to the era where there was not only an actual supply of common interest, but we were capable, even as we had major disagreements, and we've had some whoppers over the last decades, but of working together sufficiently enough that we could slowly build up musculature between the two countries. And that has ended. And I think we have to really ask ourselves, why did it end? Americans have many faults, and our government has many weaknesses, and God knows, I don't know, we need to go through the litany of reasons why we should lament our failures and our weaknesses. However, there is one strength that I think Americans and Joe Biden, in his curious avuncular way, I forget, was it you, Andrew, that said it? Yes, you did. I've been on 2 trips with Joe Biden and Xi Jinping. And I have to say, there is no human being on earth capable of melting the likes of Xi Jinping with his Mona Lisa-like smile and non-revealing mien than Joe Biden. I mean, he comes up and slaps you on the back and gives you a big hug and big grin on his face. You know, I've never seen Xi Jinping grin back at Biden. And I thought one of the great failures of the Biden administration was not appointing, the Obama administration was not appointing Biden Mr. China. If I had been Biden, I would have said to Biden, go to Beijing, don't come back until you get a deal, a better deal than the one we have. He didn't do it. I mean, and Obama was, he was Obama. So I think that this is really, there's a tragedy here that we've, for reasons which I think do have a great deal to do with Xi Jinping's nature and his deep suspiciousness, which is a current that has flowed throughout Chinese contemporary history. You remember when John Foster Dulles back in the 1950s said, well, if we can't get them by, I paraphrase here, hot war, we'll get them by, well, the Chinese called it peaceful evolution. We'll just sort of slowly peck away at them culturally, politically, and soft power, et cetera, et cetera. And there's always been this deep, abiding distrust that what America was trying to do to China was to overthrow the Chinese Communist Party one way or another, and engagement was just another way to do that. Engagement was going to just sort of hug them to death, trade with them to death, send so many ballet troops to China that China would just surrender. But it didn't work. And the great mystery to me, having spent my whole life following this sort of evolution of China, is what happened? Because I don't think we're going to be able to put this thing back together again until we figure out why the earlier version of Coexistence 2.0 went over the edge. And I think, frankly speaking, it went over the edge for the reasons that I just only lightly alluded to. Just the way the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, particularly under Xi Jinping, approaches the United States. Deep distrust, deep paranoia. And here he has supped from the wellspring of Chairman Mao, who saw enemies everywhere, whose whole notion of sort of the philosophical construct of the world was contradictions. And what was that theory about? He saw two kinds of contradictions. One was contradictions among the people, and they could be solved by debate and discussion and whatnot. The other was antagonistic contradictions, the 敌我矛盾. And I think, alas, this is the way Xi Jinping looks at the United States. And I'd be damned if I know what to do about it. Because in a climate like that, every approach just seems to be another way to subvert the People's Republic of China and overthrow the Chinese Communist Party, whether it's civil society or whatever. So those are some cheerful thoughts, and I think I'll stop here.
Well, I can't let you escape that easily, or all that optimism. You intimated before that it might be perceived by Xi Jinping that it was in his interest, not out of kindness or morality or generosity, but just self-interest of preservation, to be a little more accommodations. The real estate market is tanking, all the other issues I mentioned. Do you still hold that view?
My view is I'm always hopeful, and I think one of the great strengths of this country, when it is strong and smart, is to keep the door open and aggressively keep. And I think the Biden administration is doing this, trying to curry possibilities. And I think it is conceivable that Xi Jinping could arrive at the point where, for one reason or another, a feeling of weakness or vulnerability, he would want to change course. But I have to say, I went to China when Mao Zedong was still alive. I went on the trip with Deng Xiaoping. I've been on all these trips with presidents watching the leaders. And I mean, Hu Yaobang was a kind of a wondrous character, actually, when you look back on it. And then Zhao Ziyang, I remember an interview he did with Tom Brokaw in 1986, and he sat there with a little table and a bottle of beer on the table, and he was talking to Tom Brokaw as if he was his uncle. Inconceivable now. I remember Jiang Zemin when Clinton arrived at the Great Hall of the People and went in, and it was announced they were going to broadcast this thing live over radio and television. And Jiang Zemin and Clinton got going like two vaudeville actors. It was incredible. They enjoyed each other's company. They wanted to be together. Jiang Zemin didn't want to be a strange leader like Kim Jong-il. He wanted to run with the big guys, and on and on and on. And I don't feel that emanating from Xi Jinping.
So let me turn to Jude, who has studied so carefully how the party works. So Jude, as you look back at the Arshada, do you see any signs whatsoever of on which we could build? You know, again, Orville trying to look to the future, or just structurally and in terms of Xi Jinping's personality, we're sort of at deadlock.
Hello. Can I first just give a couple thoughts building on what Orville just said? And it's fitting from your vantage point that I'm on the left and Orville's on the right, because I'm going to give some maybe sort of dovish remarks to his, some leftist remarks to his, rightist remarks on the relationship. I mean, one is, I understand what we mean when we say engagement is dead, but engagement isn't dead, of course. And I think we just have to look at the state of the bilateral relationship comprehensively to see we're still very, very, very much engaged with China. So there's this strong thread of buyer's remorse here in the United States on the bilateral relationship. And I think there's key elements that I can completely understand. But I also think we have to recognize that both as a descriptive matter of the state of economic, trade, cultural, technological ties, we're very much engaged, even if that engagement is atrophying relative to where it was 5, 10, 15 years ago. The other is we are engaged with China just by virtue of the physical realities of the world. There are viral realities, there are ecological realities, physical realities that make us in perpetuity engaged with China, whether or not we want to, given how important, big China is in the world. So China is not North Korea to us, and I think it's important remembering that. So really what we're talking about is, what's the name of this panel? It's also, it's what the new type of engagement is going to look at, not whether or not we are engaged with China. I think the second is, I do feel like in a lot of the US policy discussions, the story is very much everything is China's fault on this. And I just think, again, as a historical reality, that's an insufficiently self-reflective view of the world. I bet the same sort of discussion is happening in Beijing policy making circles too, which is everything is America's fault. And if we're going to get to coexistence 2.0, part of this will be a maturation of the discussion to where both sides can recognize to some extent, you know what, you actually have a point. So on peaceful evolution that John Foster Dulles mentioned in his Senate testimony, guess what? You can look through the records of US intelligence operations. We have been known on occasion to engage in some covert activity, maybe even regime change. I can imagine how China looks out at the world. It sees the United States as having not completely benign intentions and having a track record of doing some somewhat nefarious things. And I think to pretend like we don't have that on our balance sheet is just inaccurate. Now, again, my inverse point is not Beijing is right and we are now actively seeking to thwart or subvert China's regime. That's clearly not the case. If we were trying to subvert it, we've done a very, very, very bad job over the last 4 decades. But it is to say that I don't think we can deny the entirety of the hostile forces narrative in China, even if the party cranks it up to a 14 when it should probably be about a 4. And again, I think an inverse narrative is happening in Beijing, where Beijing is completely unable to see how it could have contributed to the deterioration of relations, and where its actions and some of the criticisms of the United States are in fact well justified. So our long-term coexistence 2.0 will have to be, again, some maturation on that. I think the final point is, I guess I differ on the Xi Jinping part of this equation because, first of all, things were heading south before, the 16th Party Congress 18th Party Congress in 2012. And in fact, I remember two essays, one by Henry Kissinger in 2011, which was his first "We're in the foothills of the Cold War" essay, which he then dusted off and republished a couple of years ago. And then a really great essay by Yen Shui-tong, the Chinese scholar, who said in 2010, things are really bad right now. And the only way they're going to get better is if we start being honest with each other about how bad things are. So I think part of this is it would be nice and an easy story if everything's galloping along, Xi Jinping comes to power, then it all goes off the cliff. But I think the reasons leading up to where we are today are multifaceted. They run in both directions, and they're not going to be resolved by Xi Jinping, choking on a dumpling tomorrow and someone else taking over for him as general secretary. I think we'd still very much be in the same position that we are. And then just very, very quickly on Xi after the 20th Party Congress. Now I'll switch over and put my rightist hat on. No, I think what I hope we don't do is overinterpret events of the past couple weeks. I hope we don't overinterpret the Biden-Xi meeting. Melanie can correct me on what the official line is, but we didn't solve anything on Monday. It was a very, very, very good first step. It's necessary, but not sufficient. All the distrust is still there. All the major issues we have to find resolutions on, technology, Taiwan, those are all sitting there still at the center of the relationship. And I also think there's a view in Washington, at least, that we came into the meeting with a stronger hand. We had the midterm elections, CHIPS Act, Inflation Reduction Act. I fear that we're both looking at different scorecards here, because I bet Xi Jinping went into that meeting feeling pretty darn confident. And real estate market, COVID not aside, I think China looks at its position today and feels pretty good about it. And the bad analogy that I use is, I think we often look at China and see a terminal, patient with terminal cancer. And I think China right now sees itself as a bodybuilder with a cold. It is dealing with some economic headwinds. Almost all of these are bad policy decisions. Of course, the slowdown in China's major export markets is not China's fault, but COVID zero and its mishandling of the real estate sector are policy decisions. So I expect Beijing had really smart, sound reasons for going into the meeting with Biden. There's a dual strategy working at cross purposes here, where we both want to arrest the decline in the relationship for our own strategic benefit. I think China's view is it would very much like to level this off a little bit, because it has just seen a fairly unrelenting series of actions that have been coming out of the Biden administration. Again, many of these quite sound, but I think from Beijing's view, it would like to get in there with Biden, grab the joystick and the stick and pull up on this a little bit. But I think, we should be no under illusion that we're in a better position, because if, Speaker McCarthy takes a congressional delegation to Taiwan in April, we're back to August 6th again. And I don't think Xi Jinping has become less nationalist, less ambitious. To Orville's point, he's been in power for 10 years. We know what his view of the world is. It was laid out in the 20th Party Congress political report. That hasn't changed in the past couple of weeks. This is a very, very dark vision where he sees the next decade as defined by tension with the United States.
So thanks, Jude. So it's Bob's turn. And I'm going to ask Bob a question that both in this vein, but takes us toward looking to the future too. As you may recall, when I mentioned the titles of Bob's books, he uses the words power and security more than once in the titles of his book. So Bob, I want to ask you, from the viewpoint of promoting US power and security, maybe global security, where should we situate ourselves in terms of what a principled engagement might constitute? Is not exporting certain kinds of semiconductor technology to China promoting our power and security? Or conversely, does it incentivize the Chinese to try to develop the same more quickly and therefore not? I mean, what's your take on this? Power and security, Bob Ross.
Thanks, Bill. I promise to get to your questions after a long introduction. First, I want to sort of say, what does the US face? What's the challenge? And Taylor Fravel mentioned earlier that China's doing what you would expect any country to do. After all, since World War II, the US had bases in Korea, Japan, Philippines, de facto bases in Singapore surrounding China, and created basically an American lake in the South China Sea where US naval vessels could go up to Chinese territorial waters, sometimes in them with impunity. No rising power would accept that. We would expect China to push back. And this is what China's doing. So, and relatively speaking, the terms aggressive and belligerent don't apply because relatively speaking to TR with the speak softly and carry a big stick, China looks like a peacenik of the 1960s and 70s. It hasn't engaged its navy, it hasn't gone into ports, it hasn't overthrown governments. So it's doing what it's expecting any rising power to do in a way that is less belligerent than perhaps depicted in Washington. And it's been, we must say, quite successful. We've heard terms about backlash and so forth. We have an expression in English, in America, we say no pain, no gain. So that if China wasn't out there exercising its power and making people nervous, you wouldn't have the countries in Southeast Asia and East Asia saying we're moving toward equidistance, we don't want to take sides. They didn't say it 10 years ago. 2014 major defense agreement with the Philippines. 10 years ago, we were using Malaysia for anti-submarine warfare activities in South China Sea. 10 years ago, we put missile defense in South Korea. We don't do that anymore. These countries are adjusting to the rise of China, and China's throwing its weight around a little bit by distancing themselves from the United States. Also, we should just keep in mind that China is successful, still successful in economic growth. Our headlines bemoan the state of the American economy. They talk about the state of the Chinese economy, but they don't put the two together. So if Arthur is right that China grows at 4% a year, they'll still grow faster than we will. And at 4% a year faster than us, the incremental growth in their defense budget, their aid budget, and so forth will be greater than the US. So the trend is still not good in the United States. We're losing in East Asia. There's nothing the US can do to offset the naval balance. The Chinese naval spending is just killing the United States, and there's nothing we can do. The US Navy requested a 39 ship reduction in ships in service for next year. 39 ships gone in 1 year. That's what they've requested. Chinese are adding more ships every year. So what's our response? Well, we are determined to not allow China to be number one, period. And you can see that in National Security Council Sullivan's speech on technology. The United States must dominate global high technology because that will enable us to maintain military dominance. All this technology that we're worried about, he made clear, it's the military spillover. Second, what are we doing? The National Strategy Report, we must dominate the world order and not allow China to influence the world order. And dominates everywhere, superiority is everywhere, and perhaps in all but name. So how is the US doing this? How are we, well, we're waging a trade war. This is a Donald Trump trade war, but the Biden administration has continued it, despite Janet Yellen's insistence that it has no strategic value and it contributes to inflation, no matter how small or how large. She said, since it contributes to inflation, we should try and mitigate the trade war. She lost that war. Catherine Tai won that battle, and the Biden administration has not shown any inclination to reduce the trade war. We now have a tech war. We now have an ideology war. We have up-tempo naval exercises in the South China Sea and up-tempo naval presence in the Taiwan Strait. We have a Taiwan policy that's changed. This is all an effort to resist the rise of China to maintain America's number one. But let's be clear, the costs to America are very high on this. At the security level, we have no cooperation with China and North Korea, no Chinese cooperation with America and Iran, and we are now have a greater risk of war with a major power, with a major naval power over Taiwan and the South China Sea. That's a high cost. Second, the cost of the American economy. The trade war is expensive. It does contribute to inflation. The Secretary of the Treasury ought to know. And it's going to impact American technological development as we pursue decoupling in technology. There's also a cost to American civil liberties. Let's be clear that the changes in American foreign policy toward China have contributed to the FBI activities. And the FBI has shown no inclination to set this back. Just the other day, the head of the FBI's testimony before Congress made clear that he sees China's intelligence threat to America as great as ever, and counterintelligence against Americans and Chinese coming into America remains very high despite that. And of course, we've seen an uptick in racism, which we can expect to continue should the US-China conflict grow. This has been an expensive policy on the part of the United States. So it's a gamble. Let's say that it's a gamble. It's a gamble in two respects. We are trying to defeat the rise of China so America can be number one. And you can see it in NSC Sullivan's comments. You can see it in the National Security Strategy Report. That is our objective. So first, it's a gamble because you better damn well win. Otherwise, you pay a lot if you don't win. And two, it better be worth winning, even if you do win. And that's where I want to get to Bill's point. What could we do different? Well, it's never been part of American security policy since day one that America has to be number one in the world. We found ourselves in that position in 1991 or 1989, and we like it, and we want to keep it. But we already have, if you will, number one with no competitor in the Western Hemisphere, which makes us one of the most secure countries in the history of the world. And we've never defined American superiority in Europe as necessary, only that the Soviet Union couldn't have superiority. And we never defined our Asian interests as being superior in Asia, only that another country could. So the first step forward, Bill, would be to accept bipolarity. And you accept bipolarity by acknowledging how strong America is. It's not about to be eclipsed by Chinese hegemony. We can be confident in that. You accept bipolarity by saying the United States remains dominant in the Western Hemisphere, the greatest security, perhaps, a country in history. And then you compete. And then you're able to compete surgically. And as I say, well, not all technology, but the way Europe is doing it, Japan is doing it, say this particular company, that particular company. But for the most part, you can maintain cooperation technology. In trade, well, certainly we can walk back trade where it hurts Americans and try and ease it. The Chinese have sent no signal that they're prepared to reciprocate, but we don't know what they will do if we take first steps. And as Janet Yellen said, it's in American interest to take the first steps. So that would mean trade. In Asia, I mean, let's be clear. We have fundamentally changed our Taiwan policy where no member of the CIA, State Department, DOD says China has the capability to occupy Taiwan. They basically say 2027 is when they may have an amphibious capability, which tells us that their capability vis-a-vis Taiwan hasn't changed in 15 years. Basically, since 2005, they've had the same missile capability, the same submarine capability, the same air capability, and no ability to land. Now, the American US-China naval balance has improved, but their ability to do a landing, no, nothing has changed. But so the threat to Taiwan has not changed. What our Taiwan policy is. So we are all deterrents all the time on Taiwan. If you want to avoid a war, well, I do believe you can negotiate. After all, we have negotiated.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks, Bob. So I know that some of our panelists would like to respond to each other, but what I think I'd like to do so as to bring the audience in is now pause our part, bring the audience in for questions and reserve maybe the last 10 minutes for each of our panelists to not only respond, but look to the future as to what we might hope for, wish for, want, build for, need to avoid. So let's, okay,
yeah.
Questions.
Okay.
And please indicate who you are.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, has the Communist Party in China...
Your name is?
Oh, Sandy Singer, I'm a local lawyer. Has the Communist Party in China ever had a woman chair? Is it possible? Is it cultural, or is it just not happen? And one of the reasons I'm wondering is I think 50% Kamala Harris is going to be the next president. And is there a Chinese counterpart? And maybe sisterhood doesn't have the macho, and maybe there can be some coexistence.
Thank you. Who would like to take that? Jude as the of the party?
No, there's never been a general secretary or leader of the Communist Party who's been a woman, and there's actually been a retrogress. This year, after the 20th Party Congress, there has traditionally been at least one, at the most two on the Politburo. There are now no women on the now 24-member Politburo. And actually, the Communist Party puts out statistics every year on demographics of the Communist Party. And women have always been a strong minority within the Communist Party as a whole. So this is a deeply patriarchal structure of the Communist Party. And you can, I'm go off script here a minute, but you can see in how violently the party has been cracking down, especially on some of the protests that have been led by women over the past couple of years. And one of their deep frustrations is, of course, how could we ever expect any degree of representation of the issues that matter to us when this is at the top all men? I see no prospect ever that there will be a general secretary. The most that we could hope for is in the next party Congress, they reintroduce at least some female representation on the Politburo.
Thank you. Our next questioner, your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mario Artaza from Chile. So given that we are a Pacific country, Chile is, my question is geared towards Latin America and facing the Pacific. The event at this moment tries to touch upon what should the US do. We're seeing that China is making great inroads in Latin America. Many Latin American countries today, in a decade, have turned to China as their #1 trading partner. We've seen countries like Panama, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua recognize the People's Republic of China and leaving behind its recognition of Taiwan. So, given the fact that we're seeing this inroad by the People's Republic of China, Latin America, given the fact that Latin America is part of the American continent where the US is part of, what should the US do in Latin America in order to ascertain more dialogue, more interaction, more positive momentum when it comes also to China? Thank you.
Sure. So thank you for that. I can tell you what we are seeking to do. And what we are seeking to do is deepen our economic relationship with our partners in Latin America and South America. So you saw the recent Americas Summit. We're now launching the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity. One thing that COVID taught us is that we need more supply chain redundancy. When you look at friendshoring and nearshoring and opportunities for deeper economic partnerships that are geographically quite close, that is obviously where we turn to. So, we are working with Latin American nations on semiconductor supply chains, on energy issues. We're doing a lot to deepen our relationship there. And we recognize that the other nations that those nations deal with, that's their choice. We don't ask them to choose between the US and China. We just ask them to choose to do more with the United States and have more partnership with us. I think Bob had mentioned earlier that some countries are at times kind of resistant and fearful to doing I know you didn't put it this way, but there's definitely, what we hear from partners is China will punish us for our choice, but you don't. We want to maintain that, of course, but also create more space for nations to have choices. We want to provide choices, provide opportunities for deeper US partnership and have that attractive model. That's what we're seeking to do.
And Bob has a
Brief comment. We face an uphill battle on the one hand. The Chinese market's 4 to 5 times larger than the American market and growing, 50% faster, 75% faster, so that there will be more exports going to China, all other things being equal, than the United States. And what these countries tend to want is market access. And we have a difficult time in expanding our market access. Having said that, it's good for the people of Latin America. It raises their standard of living, investment's good. And I don't particularly feel much alarmed by it because the United States retains significant military capabilities. Bill mentioned I do security, I do. Significant military superiority. I remember Jesse Helms once got very, very upset because the Chinese got the maintenance contract for the Panama Canal, and that was 30 years ago, and it really didn't matter, right? Because American ships dominated the Panama Canal. So I'd like to do better, and and we should do better, and we should offer them more choice. But I don't think it's something we need to worry about.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Thank you all for being here. This is Jason Xu, originally from Taiwan, currently a research fellow at Kennedy School. So in reflecting today's conference, it seems that the outlook for US and China relationship is pretty grim. And moving forward, if the political ideology take over reason or rationality, Taiwan could likely be or continue to be the receiving end of the impact of a US and China deteriorating relations. And let's say Kevin McCarthy took the Republican congressional delegation to Taiwan, and that would further provoke China's anger and aggression, and or a version of a Taiwan Policy Act which moved towards recognizing Taiwan as a sovereign state got passed in the Congress. So what advice you would give to Taiwan or Taiwanese government in thinking through the strategic move or room and space in order to create some possibilities so that we can shelter from the impact that's created because of the US and China competition? Thank you.
Thanks. Who would like to take that? Warble? Yeah.
One thought is that, we obviously don't want to do anything to unnecessarily provoke anybody and create conflict. It is conceivable that President Tsai in Taiwan could say to Kevin McCarthy, listen, we will welcome you here at some point. Let's use your trip as a way to see if we can't engage China first to yield somehow, or to make some sort of concession or get some sort of a dialogue going with us to see if we can't work this thing out before the trip, or maybe that would make it unnecessary for the trip to happen. Something like that, it would seem to me, makes sense. And she is in her last year. And this is the time when she could do something very bold and risk burning up a little political capital, perhaps with her own party.
Thanks. Well, I can't help but note that in response to the previous question, there is a woman head of state in Taiwan. It is a Chinese society, so it suggests that culture is not all determinative. Our next questioner.
Hello, my name is Quay. I'm an engineer. I'm not associated with any Harvard, associated with any facility here. So my question, I hear from the panelists talking about the topic, what should the US do? So we heard a lot about trust. So how are we going to have a trust? So, lead by example, right? So Chinese people, I'm not talking about the leadership. Chinese people is very peaceful. The people were not interested in war. After 1949, after...
Again, question, if you have a question.
Okay, so China only have, after 1949, only involved two wars. One is Indian, above the border. Second is Vietnam. Well, the Vietnam War, I wouldn't say is a personal war, it's Deng Xiaoping's war. So other than that, China have not invaded anything out of the border. Taiwan, based on US and China relationship is based on when US and China built a relationship, 1972, recognize Taiwan is part of China.
Please ask a question.
So the question is, what should US do to earn the trust? That's my first question. The second question is.
Yeah, one question. Yeah, what should US do to earn trust? Right. Okay, thanks. So who would like to?
Maybe if I understand the question is about the US, but let me talk about maybe one thing both sides could do. The US and China, of course, Taiwan has agency as well. It does make it hard to find an enduring solution when one side is threatening an invasion. And of course, as codified in China's 2005 anti-secession law, they hold out the prospect that if they're unsatisfied with the pace of developments, that they will use non-peaceful means to bring a final solution to the Taiwan question. So that, on the one hand, that's what makes it hard on one side to find a peaceful solution to this. And I think on all sides, people are, especially in Taiwan here in the United States, are strongly hoping that we can find some way to bring this to a successful and peaceful resolution. But it's hard, again, when one side is threatening an invasion. On the US side, I think we have as a responsibility, obviously, to reassure China. But frankly, reassurance right now is just consistency and clarity about our policy. So what I would like to see the US do is be more forceful in the clarity of its one China policy. And oftentimes the best thing the United States can do is nothing. In this case, a trip by Speaker McCarthy. There are challenges to what any administration can do with Congress, and that's one of the challenges of a democratic society is elected leaders are allowed to go visit other democratic polities. So I think that's one thing both can do is China should take much more significant steps to assure that it is not intending to use force to bring about a solution, and the United States should be clear and consistent on its one China policy.
Okay, thank you. Our next questioner.
Thank you so much. I'm a student from the Graduate School of Education, and now also from China. So a lot of people believe that Xi Jinping
is your name?
My name is Yan Liang.
Thank you.
Yeah. So a lot of people believe that Xi Jinping is kind of conservative. He's not really an open person to the world. So when, after 20 years parties conference, something happened to the stock market in both in China and Hong Kong. But at the same time, German Chancellor Scholz has visited China to find more opportunities to invest. How do you think about these, the investing environment in the future in China? To what extent do you think it's different to the European investors and also to the US investors? Thank you.
Thank you. And who would like to take that?
Well, I think to just in regard to Germany, I mean, Germany has a unique problem in that its auto industry has the China needle deeply in its arm, but they're not alone. And this speaks to what, Jude had suggested that we are deeply coupled, even as we may be in the process of some modest decoupling. I think that, one of two things will happen. We'll slowly readjust our supply lines, or something will happen as it did in the Ukraine and blow the whole thing to smithereens, and we're going to have to make the best of it. Industries tend to prefer the former.
Thank you. Our next questioner, please.
Hi, my name is Connor Bralla. I'm a graduate student at Tufts. I'm also a longtime resident of Shanghai. Kind of building off of two questions ago, what I'm kind of getting, I'm not sure I'm 100% correct here, but it seems like there's a sense that, at least from the US side, we're trying to reach out, we're trying to meet them halfway, and then China doesn't really do anything. I wonder, my question is there's anything that the US can do to kind of make the Chinese maybe a bit more comfortable or a bit more willing to reciprocate any US overtures in either in the political sphere or even just kind of person-to-person contact?
Maybe I'll ask Bob, since he was in the vein that we need to do better.
So we could take some unilateral steps to help the American economy by removing some sanctions. And that might elicit reciprocity. I don't know. If it doesn't, you at least help the American worker. There are things you can do on Taiwan. We've been about 10 transits a year through the Taiwan Strait. We could signal some moderation by cutting those in half. Congress won't notice, but Taiwan will and the mainland will. And I think also Jude's point is an important one. At this point, reassurance is doing nothing. And if we showed some restraint going forward, the Chinese may feel we've stabilized our Taiwan policy, and that could be helpful.
So Dinda, who's done a great job of organizing the day, reminds me just now that it's 10 minutes. I thought we started at 10 after. Don't we get 70 minutes? scheduled for 5:15. Okay, so we'll take. Yeah, okay, great. So one more question, and then I want to give each of our panelists an opportunity to look to the future. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Benjamin Gallant. I'm a PhD student here studying early China. Professor Graham Allison raised a question this morning that he said would be left for the afternoon, which is, given the reality of American politics, what can we do? And given kind of the structural economic factors that are influencing the rise of populism in the United States, what should we do about what the US should do? Thank you.
Maybe more, I could take that as the moderator. And so one of my pet peeves over the last 30 years has been that in general, American administrations have not been as forthright as they might be about the implications of engaging China. So here I'm focusing in particular on the Clinton administration, where the entry of China into the WTO was sold as a cure-all. China was going to converge, adopt rule of law, market economy, and perhaps even some form of liberal democracy. It would be relatively cost-free. Censorship is nailing Jell-O to a wall. So I feel administrations, Democratic or Republican, have an obligation to be straight with the people. I think Melanie is setting a good example here, to be straight about the implications of our policies so that there aren't later recriminations. Also, yes, as was said in an earlier panel, for I guess Yashang or somebody, I can't remember, goods are cheaper to buy, but there have also been a lot of social costs that have come from particularly hard-hit communities. So I teach trade, I believe in free trade, but I also believe in total candor about the implications of decisions taken. So I think that would not be a cure-all, but it would be an important initial step. And of course, what's good for the goose, as we say, is good for the gander. So ideally, it would be the same in China, right? So it would be less of a one-sided media that was censoring a great deal less, much more candor on the part of the government, much more room for free expression, academic freedom, and so forth. So I did promise, and Dinda was very nice to give me an extra 2 or 3 minutes there. I wanted to give our panelists each a chance to look to the future. And the way I would pose this is, I'd like to talk about what I call principled engagement or principled interaction, if you don't like the word. I started to teach a course called Engaging China with US Harvard Law School students, many actually from China, and Renmin University Law School in China. And the word Engaging China, we chose this title because it seemed kind of neutral. But I must say, over the 10 years, people began to assume it wasn't neutral. But whether we call it engagement or interaction or whatever, how in a principled way, given the realities that Jude and Orville and many others talked about, where we are bound together on certain issues, whether we like it or not, so as to avoid disaster, whether it's ecological disaster or a military disaster. What's your best advice for wise people here about how to, again, engage, interact, connect with China, but do it in a way that is consistent with our values and our interests as a society? That, namely, if it's simply an expedient interaction, it's not, seems to me, going to hold. So who would like to start with that? Okay, or
well, a quick thought. I think for me, that to arrive back at coexistence or a new form of engagement, I would need to know what kind of a scenario they would embrace. And I have not yet heard one that would work for both sides. I think one very practical thing might be for our president to call up Xi Jinping and say, I want to send a team of 3 or 4 people over to Beijing or some neutral country. You appoint a team, they'll sit there for a few days, they'll come up with a couple of scenarios that the 2 teams agree are possible off-ramps and roads forward. I would think that would be a constructive step that would lower the temperature.
Okay, and is there, may I ask, is there a role for civil society at all in promoting that?
I would think these should not be government officials. They could be former government officials or other people in other walks of life who know something about China and US-China relations.
I remember many years ago, there was a meeting where a diplomat, US government official was giving a talk on North Korea. Members of the audience kept saying these suggestions on how to reach agreement with North Korea. And he said, well, those are all great suggestions. If only I can get North Korea to agree. And I think that's what our suggestions are for the Biden administration. We can all think of good things for the Biden administration to do, but getting them to accept them is a whole nother matter. And the reason I say that is quite clear the Biden administration likes the trade war. The Biden administration likes its tech war. It likes its Taiwan policy. It likes its up-tempo naval operations. It likes its ideological war. This is its policy. And I see no indications that it wants to mitigate that policy. It is competing. And they will say it again and again, they are competing. And the instruments of competition are trade war, tech war, ideology, Taiwan, naval exercise. That's what they want to be. Now, I have all kinds of things that I think would be helpful. But I think we have to go forward and be pessimistic. That's saying the trend is what it is. And I fear that we are all deterrents all the time. We've heard American officials say today, negotiating with China isn't going to help. Xi Jinping is Xi Jinping and he is what he is and we got to deal with them. No, we can be strong, but we can talk and negotiate and seek compromise simultaneously. But that's not where we're at. I worry about Taiwan. Late 2023 to late 2025 are going to be a very difficult 2 years. You have a presidential campaign in Taiwan, and we all know that Democratic candidates tend to be irresponsible during campaigns. And so I worry what they will say and how the mainland will react. And then we're going to have a presidential campaign in the United States. And we all know, and I think the Republicans and Democrats will be tripping over each other to see who can be more pro-Taiwan and more anti-China. And then we're going to move into a post-election where the Chinese are going to gear up to make American politicians walk back what they said. The Americans are going to be in no mood to compromise because we're all about face and prestige and resolve and standing up to the rise of China. And China is far stronger than it used to be and will be less inclined to simply accept American policy. So I think going forward, I think we need to be pessimistic and we need to think, how can we curtail or constrain what current trends are by perhaps persuading Taiwan, as Orwell was suggesting, to be somewhat more forthcoming, have the United States do nothing, as Jude was saying, and altogether we may find ways to exercise some constraint.
Thank you. Well, it's fortuitous that Melanie is next in line.
Thank you. You know, we have to be precise. We are not pursuing war of all kinds.
Oh, I didn't
with
say
the
that.
PRC. Well, you listed about 5. So precision is important. So I'll give you an example. In the semiconductor sector, you know, earlier someone mentioned the November 7th measures by the Biden administration. Those measures impact less than 1% of US semiconductor sales to China, less than 1%. They focus specifically on high-end chips, high-end manufacturing equipment, and supercomputing capabilities used for weapons of mass destruction, China's military modernization, and mass surveillance in Xinjiang. It is our duty to the American people and to global stability to make sure that we are not selling equipment to fuel weapons of mass destruction, mass surveillance, and China's military modernization. Less than 1% of US semiconductor sales to China. Precision matters. Less than 1% is not a tech war. You know, our aim, the end state we want, is not to contain China or contain China's rise. We do not, we welcome China to develop economically, to have flourishing exchange with the United States in ways that are on a level playing field, that don't undermine US national interests or universal values. And I think that President Biden's approach to the meeting with President Xi is a perfect example of a principled approach to China. It is showing up and doing the meeting, not being afraid to stand up for our values, stand up for our interests, stand up for the international order, stand strong with our allies and partners, be frank and open about our interests and our principles, and also welcome collaboration. Welcome collaboration on climate change, on food security, on these common issues. And also, we are being very intentional about recognizing intense competition requires intense diplomacy. My door is open to Chinese counterparts. I have not denied a single meeting. Unfortunately, I only get to see the Chinese embassy because due to China's zero COVID policies, we don't have officials coming over from Beijing, but I have a lot of meetings with the Chinese embassy. I have an open door policy. President Biden just met with President Xi. My boss, Secretary Blinken, is planning a trip to China, maybe he'll do some form of the exercise that you recommended. We are taking a responsible approach to the American people and US-China relations. That does not include, it would not be a principled approach if we did what it sounds like you're suggesting, which is give up on human rights, move back from, critical actions of deterrence, drop actions that are critical for our economy, close our eyes, cross our fingers, and hope for the best. That's not, the responsible approach. So I think we are taking a principled approach.
Thanks, Melanie. And Jude, you wrap it up for everyone.
I'll be very, very quick. I just two things that I can think of. One is for a lot of folks who are frustrated with where US policy is, I'd start from the position that folks in previous administrations, this administration, are basically trying to take a period where there was not really good self-policing across various industries, sectors, technologies, and trying to think of solutions. And I think if you talk to any of them, they'll say they're doing some of it better, some of it worse. What I think would help is for folks really frustrated, come up with solutions. And we were over at MIT yesterday and they came up with that China strategy group came out with their report on how the university is going to engage with China. And we had a discussion about that yesterday. And I think that's where we should all be, is where you're frustrated, come up with a better mousetrap. Because oftentimes it's not the case that there's, rabid ideologues running around the Biden administration trying to smash China. It's just they're trying to get us up to speed, protect their understanding of national security imperfectly. So whatever we can do to plug in and give them better mousetraps. And then I think for folks who are all in on Smash China, and there are folks not here, but there are folks in DC on that, I think that the great challenge would be to remember the humanity of all of this. And go from this abstract notion of the party or China, and that happens both ways, by the way, of the United States is just Trump. And really remember that we're talking about profound issues of human dignity, of trying to find a world where there's robust human flourishing. Now, a lot of that will bring us into contention over issues like values and how we want order structured. But nonetheless, I think we oftentimes so abstract. And so when you say you want China's economy to slow, what you're really saying is you want sort of cognitive delays in child development, right? You want all the profound negative effects that come with slower growth. So I think just centering that in our head of, even if we have to make tough decisions, which you do in policy making, you're fundamentally talking about human beings and their lives and dignity.
Wow, I'm glad Jude got the wrap up there. To remember the human dimension. Thank the panelists. Thank you all.
That was an incredible conversation. Thank you so much. And it makes perfect sense, I think, to end the day with a conversation with someone who has been watching, analyzing, writing about US policy toward China for longer than just about any of us here today. Winston Lord, sorry, we're moving on to okay. Winston Lord accompanied Henry Kissinger on his secret trip to China in 1971, and he has been helping to shape US policy and watching China closely ever since. Have we got Winston ready? Okay. Okay, good, perfect. Ambassador Lord served as ambassador to China from 1985 to 1989, when I was based there as a Newsweek bureau chief. And those were tumultuous years that saw the country's rapid opening up and then the crackdown on the 1989 democracy movement. Ambassador Lord, of course, later served as Assistant Secretary of State from 1993 to 1997. Ambassador Lord, we're happy to have you with us here. Good to see you.
Good to be with you.
So I think Orville and Tony are going to have a conversation with you, and I'm just going to hand it over to the two of them. Thank you, Ambassador.
Hi, Winston. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now, yes.
Good. Well, then, great to have you on board to end what's been a really wonderful day of discussions. And Tony Sach and I are going to just kick off the conversation, throw some questions at you, and then let you talk, and then maybe open it up to others in the audience. Let me start by just asking you, when you obviously went to China in 1972, you probably had no sense of where things would lead. Ultimately, the visit that you made with President Nixon and Henry Kissinger led to you becoming ambassador and then Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia, and the whole 9 presidential administrations that embraced engagement. I wonder, during that period, what did you imagine the end game was going to be? Where did you imagine the US and China would end up? What would the evolutionary place finally be?
First, a couple of grace notes. I'm particularly happy, I don't know Tony as well, but to interchange with both of you. And Orville is an old friend and one of the greatest observers in China. I cannot resist, of all the books he's written, all the articles he's written, the single best one you can get is his novel, My Old Man, which is the second greatest novel by an American on China in the last 100 years. To answer your question, we're supposed to be talking about history and not policy, and I'll stick to that. But I want to play off the last panel and get back into your question. Let me say that I respect all 4 in that panel, but I'm firmly in the corner with the two tango rightists as opposed to the whataboutist leftists. And I say that because I think leaders make a huge difference. And it gets back to my initial trips with the secret trip with Kissinger and Nixon and so on. I think Xi has made a huge difference in our relationship. And I think that's been a theme throughout the last 50 years, that leaders on both sides make a huge difference. I'll elaborate that theme in a minute. To get to your point, when we opened up to China, we did feel over the long period, given its history, given its culture, given its dynamism of its people, given its Middle Kingdom dominance for thousands of years, that China in the distant future would reassert itself and be extremely important. Nobody, not only us, but nobody else could have envisaged the astonishing growth and how fast they've reached the point of one of the 2 world's great powers. So we saw it in geopolitical terms. We saw the immediate terrain quite clearly, helping us versus the Soviets, helping us in Vietnam, helping stabilize Asia, helping lift the morale of the American people by a bold move, helping to show American credibility on the world stage that we weren't bogged down in Vietnam, and knowing China had 2 objectives: getting out of its cultural revolution isolation, and therefore more relationships would follow opening with us and to get into UN, and secondly, of course, balancing the polar bear to the north. So the near term was a geopolitical view of China as a useful adjunct, but we could not envisage just how far and how fast it would come by 50 years later. Now, I would like, very briefly, I'll get to your next question. The reason I think these are important, if you take what I would roughly divide the 4 phases of US-China relations in the last 50 years, leaders have been decisive. Of course, culture, history, geography is also important. But when we opened up in the 70s, it took leaders like Mao and Zhou on one side, Nixon and Kissinger on the other, to have the strategic vision and the political courage to move ahead despite 22 years of mutual isolation and hostility. So they made all the difference then. It was not foreordained that we could get in touch with each other. Then you go to the 1980s up to 1989, where we began to put in place the pieces of normalization after the relationship was established in 79 and began to increase contacts and trade. I was fortunate at the end of the 80s to be ambassador, where Dinda's husband was my shortstop to my second base on an American softball team. But it was the most open period in terms of internal debate, and also was the best period in US-Chinese relations. And that was due in large part to Deng's positive influence in terms of reform and opening up. He was decisive on that, and American had normal presidents. But in '89, Deng was also decisive in the nosedive because of Tiananmen Square, and therefore leaders made a difference. He made a personal difference in the nosedive, even as he made it in the building up. Then in the 90s, you had the building back of the relationship after losing the glue of the Soviet balance, and the raising of human rights after Tiananmen Square, trying to establish more positive elements to the relationship that would last over time. And you had relatively normal American presidents and relatively more moderate Chinese leaders in Jiang and Hu. Then you get to the 4th phase in 2008, and since then, late Hu, but above all Xi. And that's why I'm in the two tango camp, not the whataboutism camp, because I think the deterioration has taken place as China's gotten stronger, deserves a rightful place on the world scene. But I think Xi is above all responsible for where we are today. Sorry to be so long. My future answers will be much briefer.
Okay, Winston, Tony Sage from the Kennedy School is going to follow up.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's been an extraordinary journey which you've undertaken. I think it's really important, you know, thinking about how that relationship started. And as you said, it really was a geopolitical issue, and both because of Soviet Union, and particularly, I think, with Vietnam. And then, in a sense, as you talked about, what was really unexpected was all the things that followed on from that. One thing struck me, you know, because you're the ambassador at a crucial time in those late 80s, and I've maintained for a long time that, to me, the most fascinating decade in China was the 1980s, and Orville's books that have sketched that are superb. But did you get any sense of a potential pushback and a backlash to that opening that was beginning to happen before the dramatic events of 1989?
I certainly did. We arrived in 85, and up to about 88, we had a situation where my wife, an author, an artist, and I, and our embassy officers could host dissidents, reformers, government and party officials around the same table talking about political reform. And we had a situation where our relationship, coordinating against the Soviets, high-level visits in both directions, increased trade, et cetera, was taking off. But by 88, the warning signals were there. First in 86, around Christmas, Hu Yaobang was sacked after demonstrations in Shanghai. So that was sort of a overture to what happened a few years later. But the most dramatic example that I picked up was personal. In 1988, students at Beijing were running what was subsequently called Democracy Salon, where they would invite various speakers to come to the campus. the people who organized this turned out to be some of the leaders during the Tiananmen Square demonstration. We knew there was some unrest, but we had no idea the extent of it that was coming a year later. So my wife went out, and we spent a couple of hours with several hundred Chinese students. I was very careful to stay away from sensitive topics, knowing there were agents, of course, in the audience. We talked about our marriage and Chinese and American culture and many things. I even praised Deng Xiaoping's economic reforms and opening. The Hong Kong newspapers, for example, said, Lord praises Deng Xiaoping. Well, to get back to your point about warnings, 3 days later, I was at a banquet. The then Chinese ambassador to the US, Hong Shu, came up to me with an extraordinary personal rebuke of me by Deng Xiaoping, in which he said, Mr. Lord, you should not be going out meeting with students like this without our permission. I replied in diplomatic language, but I basically said, get lost. I'm going to keep meeting with students as I have been and with think tankers. If your ambassador, you, Mr. Ambassador, wanted to go to Harvard, you wouldn't have to get our permission. So that signaled to me the nervousness of Deng of what was happening. And indeed, the next 2 weeks, mysteriously, all my scheduled events at universities and think tanks got canceled. And we finally got over that, but that clearly told me more than anything else that something was afoot, although nobody could predict a year later that there'd be demonstrations, not just in Beijing, but 250 cities. And it wouldn't just be students, it'd be Chinese from all walks of life.
Sorry, just one follow up on that. What do you think was really at the source of that growing sort of fear amongst the elite of those kinds of contacts and the kind of atmosphere that was beginning to evolve on the campuses?
Well, I think this theme came up in discussions during the day, which I followed with great interest, by the way. A terrific day of panels. It's this debate between whether you can have a managed control opening to the outside world or whether you're going to be paranoid. And of course, right now, I think she is in the paranoid stage, getting nervous about what was happening when he came into power. I think that happened then. Unlike Susan Shirk, for whom I have the highest respect, Deng Xiaoping is not a hero to me. He's a hero, and that's what she meant, on economics and opening in the US relationship. But on politics, of course, like every Chinese leader, and that's a constant theme throughout the last 50 years, and as long as they're in power, is the Leninist political attitude. And I think Deng and the other leaders, except for, of course, Zhao Ziyang, who he dumped. By the way, Deng dumped Hu Yaobang, he dumped Zhao Ziyang, he was head of the anti-virus campaign. Once he used Wei Jingxing and Democracy War to get himself in power, he locked him up. He's been pretty constant before Tiananmen Square. So even though Deng might have flirted for a while with opening, and he still tried to square the circle, I think he and the other leaders were getting nervous that this was beginning to get out of hand.
Winston, before we take some questions from the audience, let me just ask you that you were back in the government when Jiang Zemin was party general secretary, and rather miraculously, some elements of opening and reform did return after 1989. And I wonder how you looked at that period at the time. Did you think, well, we're back on track here for reform and a fundamentally somewhat convergent relationship with China?
Well, we were trying to repair the relationship. This was, of course, only 4 years after Tiananmen. And so the trick was to expand the relationship, to handle the human rights situation in a context that didn't take precedent over everything else, but remained important, and to build up not only our bilateral relationship, but begin to cooperate on some global issues. Of course, China was much less powerful in those days. By the way, Jiang Zemin and Clinton may have gotten on later, but their first meeting was a total disaster in Seattle because Clinton made the mistake of asking Jiang Zemin to talk about Chinese reforms, and he went on for an hour and a half. And it was a terrible relate. We all we went out, I briefed the press and told everyone how they loved each other, and it was a fantastic meeting, but it really didn't get off. But they got on better later. To answer your question, Orville, we knew it was going to be a tough slog, but we were hopeful that we could lay a broader basis for the relationship. We did see some minute efforts after WTO and so on, which came after I was Assistant Secretary, that maybe they would open up, but our hopes were dashed in recent years.
So why don't we open it up to questions? So if you have a question, please come to the microphone and we will take them. While we're waiting, few people are coming, maybe a quick answer to the question of what would you do now if you were in office to try to turn things around, get things back on track?
Well, the first thing was done in Bali. I hope it does stabilize the relationship. It did lower the temperature. We'll have to see, as many pointed out, what happens on Taiwan, not just McCarthy visit, but arms sales and other legislation in Congress. I have trouble finding fault with what the Biden administration is trying to do. And I'm no shield for them, and I'll criticize them. And their big gap, of course, is having no good economic initiative and proposals for the Indo-Pacific area. If you don't open the US market, others aren't going to be interested. So that's the single biggest gap, and it's a bipartisan gap. So I happen to believe that we should keep the lines of communication over. I want to make clear we've made some mistakes, even though I put myself in the two to tango camp. But as I said, leaders are decisive, and I think she has made a decisive difference. So frankly, we should try communication, we should try negotiation, but the basic Biden policy of invest, align, and compete, I think makes sense. I think they made very clear they're not trying to be number one over everybody. I think it is clear, as Melody pointed out, that we would be happy to have China compete in a reasonable way, and that we're not trying to dominate the world. And I think we made clear that we will stand by certain pledges. So I feel that the key to our success and better relations with China is getting our own act together here at home. And that's why the first one of investing means soft power and hard power, saving our democracy, reinvesting in our future to be competitive, then aligning with other countries for greater leverage on China. And then on top of that, competing peacefully is not only the best course for America and our policy around the world, but I think it'll gain China's respect and attention. And with China, we have to divide it into three areas that many have pointed out. The first one is cooperate where we can, and Melanie's given some examples of that, pandemic, climate, et cetera, and we ought to keep doing that. We have to stress to China that they're helping with us on this is in the global interest and in their self-interest, and not a favor to us. So I wouldn't give up on those possibilities. Secondly, you compete where you can, economics and other areas, but again, trying to stand by international norms and rules, many of which China has violated. And then thirdly, the insoluble problems. You have to manage them, and here we need red lines and military-to-military contacts. I didn't see that coming out of Bali. I might have missed it, but I think it's important we head off accidents and miscalculation. So I think this general approach is the correct one, and I think it's the most apt to succeed. But as long as she is in power, I'm pessimistic.
Okay, first question, identify yourself, please. And let's make questions quick, and I love those question marks at the end of a brief sentence.
Jed Schwartz, county writer, sociological perspective. Do you think, Ambassador, that one of the underlying causes of the increased tensions between the United States and China and Russia, for that matter, also has to do with the increased levels of unequal wealth distributions in all three of those countries. That is, it's a kind of unconscious or semi-conscious attempt to deflect resentment against the very wealthy against an external enemy. Either so that either we would, I mean, it's not a coincidence. I'm suggesting that, you know, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and even Joe Biden.
Let's find a question mark here.
The question is, do you agree with that description of the situation? Thank you very much.
Give a quick answer, I can say no. Now, I do think the domestic dimensions are crucial here with US and China. We ought to be treating the China challenge as a Sputnik moment. Wake up. We have tremendous assets. China's got tremendous problems, and we ought to be able to compete confidently. But that requires the answer to the first of the two big questions in our relationship, both of which are domestic. Can we save our democracy? We had a glimmer of hope last week. I'm not trying to be partisan here, but is that a blip, or are we on the way to getting to a point where we can invest both in our soft power as an example and to make our system work, and in our hard power so we can compete? So that's the key question for our China and our world policy, and that is our domestic strength and democracy. The other key question, which has always been there, is whether the China model, which I think has changed back under Xi, but whether the China model, which has been tremendously successful in many ways for the last 10 to 20 years, whether it can defy history and proceed to grow despite the lack of political openness and freedom. The jury is still out on that. So those are the two key questions to our relationship. So you're right, there is a domestic dimension, but I wouldn't put it the way you do.
Next question.
Okay, well, thank you. My name is Ming Ye. I teach at Boston University. So my question is about the Chinese political economic logic. So I think we have a lot of discussions from top down, but what about bottom up, right? So the Chinese people, of course, very diverse, but in general, I think they want to have a stable government and society to achieve the economic aspiration. And then ruling elites, the party members, ruling elites, and they are afraid about stability, and they think the Communist Party is the only available organization to stabilize China. And then moving a little bit up, and then the party elites then think Xi Jinping is the only person at this point of time or Chinese development that converges, can deliver the stability, the strong party, hence stability, hence development. So I think that kind of logic and rationale is pretty prevalent within China. I wonder whether you accept this logic, and whether U.S. As operate in the future can operate on this China logic and work on that foundation. Thank you.
Well, a lot of this was discussed during the day and very well, and I don't have time to do it justice. I wouldn't presume to speak of what the prevalent view is among the Chinese people. That society now is so opaque. I have no idea how people really feel. It is clear that they're human beings like everyone else, and they need a good life materially, but I also think they're human beings that desire some degree of autonomy and political freedom. And you can see that it is not Chinese necessarily to not care about democracy. Just look at Taiwan, which has got a Chinese flavor to it. The issue is whether stability can come, and again, this was discussed earlier, from this clampdown, from the shutting off of innovation and free flow of ideas, of people not telling the leaders or the leader what may be going wrong. And so I think there are some real questions whether Xi's policy of controlling from the outside rather than managing outside influence can succeed in economic terms, and that in turn has a lot to do with political stability. So I don't pretend to say whether the Chinese logic is prevalent the way you describe it. I just think Chinese are human beings like anyone else, and I think there's other elements here that man or woman does not live by rice alone.
Next question.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kuei. My question is, what the history teach us our lessons, what we learn from the lessons from the history, like 1989, the crash after that, and then US support the leadership later on. So what we can do differently back then, it will help us now, you know. So, what's your opinion?
When you say, what can we do, who's the we?
I'm sorry, United States.
Well, I mean, again, history tells me several things about China in my experience the last 50 years. I've always felt that the Chinese leaders from the very beginning, even though it was a long-term proposition, were determined to reassert China on the world stage. After all, China is the Middle Kingdom. It dominated the world for thousands of years, where other countries were either tributaries or barbarians or irrelevant. Then China had a very tough century, to say the least, in which they were humiliated by the West. And only lately has China gone from a poor country to a regional power to now a global power. So for the first time in its history, China is dealing with the outside world as equals. And this makes for a very complicated psychology and a difficult one to deal with, to answer your question. Namely, you have a mixture of self-confidence, even arrogance, based on thousands of years of Middle Kingdom dominance and a great culture and history, mixed with a sense of humiliation and vengeance because of outside powers' domination for a century. And you see that exhibited in Xi, who is a combination of self-confidence and grand plans for China's future, mixed with paranoia and I think a sense of insecurity and a feeling that they're being challenged and threatened by the West. So it's very difficult to deal with this psychology. Saying what we should learn from history, I think the common threads in our China policy should continue. I would argue that one of our great successes in American foreign policy has been our policy toward China and Taiwan the last 50 years. Very great challenge. We've had ups and downs, but China's managed to grow. We've managed to have, until recently, a fairly stable relationship with all our differences. Meanwhile, Taiwan has flourished economically and democratically, and its security has been assured. And that's been a bipartisan policy that's been pursued by 9 presidents. So let's give ourselves some credit for the past. But for the future, I think it's going to take the same elements in general from the American side. First of all, have a strategic perspective. That's true generally in foreign policy. It's going to sound like bromides, but they're true in China. Secondly, put yourself in the other person's shoes. We do have to, and many speakers mentioned that, put ourselves in China's perspective, including some of the things we've done which would look suspicious or antagonistic to them. Thirdly, always appeal to their self-interest as opposed to exhorting. They're not going to move on things unless you have a mixture of pressures and incentives, but above all, appeal to their self-interest. That's what Nixon and Kissinger did from the very beginning. And then, as I've said, we've got to build up our own strength and be self-confident in our competing peacefully. I agree with Susan Shirk and many others that the overreach by China, and specifically Xi, has been matched by overreaction in this country, sort of a hysteria, not just the anti-Asian, anti-Chinese sentiment, but a feeling that China is going to take over the world. And we said the same thing about the Soviets during the Cold War, Japan in the 1980s. I think we have every advantage over China in terms of assets if we get our act together at home. So self-confidence, treat this as a Sputnik moment, as I said, is our best way of dealing not only with our global position and our domestic cohesion, but with China.
Maybe one more question, please.
Good evening, Ambassador. My name is Harsh. I'm an officer of the Indian Civil Service and pursuing a degree at Harvard Kennedy. I'm curious to understand what the role you foresee for India in the US-China relationship going forward. In particular, the National Security Strategy document that came out recently laid a fair amount of emphasis on the Quad. Is that the sole platform that you think the US should be engaging with India with regard to the China relationship? Or do you think a closer involvement perhaps with the Sino-Indian border dispute, which I think is the main bone of contention between the two countries of Asia? How do you see it playing out, and what do you think US policy should be? Thank you.
Well, the key policy toward India, and I think the Biden administration and previous ones have tried to do this, is to treat relations with India as an end in itself and not as a weapon against China. Implicit is their concern about China, and part of the blowback and the overreach to what Xi's been doing is what they've done with India, not to mention what they've done in Southeast Asia, Taiwan, South China Sea, and interfering in other countries. But rather than making India forcefully choose sides, and that's been true of our approach to various countries around the world, we ought to explore common interests and let the inherent security dimension take care of itself. India, even though it's disillusioned with China, given geography, given the nuclear weapons dimension, given their competition, they're not going to want to alienate China, and we shouldn't make them overtly choose. But we can work constructively with them, and several administrations, including this one, have got off to a good start with that.
Well, maybe we'll leave it here. Winston, thank you so much. We miss you. We had a great 2 days here in Cambridge, and God willing, you will join us next time.
Well, I miss being there. I caught most of the panels today. I also will miss the fact that I could be seeing Yale win the Ivy League football title tomorrow. I'm sorry to miss that.
You won't want to see the results, no. Winston went to Yale. Well, thanks so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are we meant to be wrapping up? Okay, it's been a long day, but a very fruitful day. So we're not going to detain you too much longer. It was down as some kind of concluding comments, but I guess I'd say just very quickly 4 things. One word that strikes me as encompassing what we've been talking about is quite simply complexity. I think at every discussion we've had, we've just got down deeper and deeper into more levels of complexity. And I see that manifested in a lot of the discussions. Second point, I would say, I think I see with Xi Jinping's approach a very odd combination of Marxism with his idea of historical materialism and a very traditional Chinese notion of tianxia. The idea that, traditionally China was at the core of a cultural sphere which radiates out, but now I think it's also at the core of an economic sphere that radiates out, which goes beyond regional to global. And there, I think, again, the complexity comes up that we've talked about of are we seeing that distinction between what first was described as an economic Asia with China at the core and a security Asia which still has the United States at the core. Is that now moving to a global set of challenges in terms of economic and security divisions? But what I heard there, and particularly Ian from Singapore mentioned that, even though it's 4 o'clock in the morning, I thought that he posited that actually that's much more complex to simply divide this out that there is an economic Asia or even an economic dimension which really has increasingly China at the core. And that's something we need to think about, because what does it actually mean for the relationship? And related to that, I think there's a question of that we touched on, China's domestic challenges and what that will mean for growth. And I think this is really important for understanding the relationship, because should the growth slow to only 1 or 2%, or even stay at 3%, it's going to mean that we're dealing with a very different China in terms of the way it can deal with its domestic challenges that we heard, the aging, various other things, but also meeting international obligations. Can it keep up the same levels of investment? Can it fund fully, as in the past, the military obligations it feels it has to resist the United States of America? And what in that sense does that mean for how people in Washington should be seeing the relationship? And so the next level of complexity that comes out for me here is that we need to think about multiple scenarios if we're going to think about the nature of the relationship moving forward, and not get locked into the idea that there's a singular path. And also, whatever our scenario is, we're going to have to keep revising it, because the world is changing constantly, and the relationship as a result will have to keep changing consequently to be able to track with that. And the last point really takes me back to where I started off this morning, and that is I do believe that if we want to achieve global public goods, there has to be ways to find discussion and collaboration in key areas. I think one question there is China actually willing to take on responsibility for providing more of the global public goods? Is it willing to pay for them? Is it willing to engage in that sense in the way that America has in the past? And again, I come back to the 3 areas that I think about for trying to push that together, the idea of a global commons. And we see movement there around climate change, but there's many others. Global engagement with areas such as pandemic, piracy, high seas, water, so on and so forth. And then last but not least, which we touched on in one of the panels, the dramatic need for global regulation in key areas around trade, investment, and cyber security, for example. So it's been a wonderful day, and I just want to go back to thanking everybody again who put this together. Orville first approaching us with these ideas, and then Mary Kay and others putting this together, and Dinda and Edward and Mark, of course, who's also been instrumental in shaping the agenda that's taken us through this somewhat long, but very entertaining and very valuable day, I would say. Mark, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you very much, Tony. Since I've been back here in academia, I oftentimes hear, Mark, I want to just hear what you think. What do you think should get done? Well, I will say that day will come, but I think I'm going to disappoint you today because I've learned through the years, you never really can top Tony Seixas' analysis. So I'm going to close with just 3 mundane points. The first is I'm going to reiterate what Tony just said as a word of thanks, but I'm going to do it a little bit more overtly, which is just to say an event like this, 10 hours with at many points during the day, over 1,000 people viewing this online. The fact that this has gone, except for the opening moments, largely without a glitch, is thanks to a terrific team that I have at the Fairbanks Center and that Tony has at the Rajawali Foundation Institute for Asia. So I just want to invite everybody who's been part of making this happen, also from the Asia Society, from UCSD's 21st Century Center. If all of you can come up to the front of the room here and please take a bow. And I know my team at the back there. Please come on up. We're gonna do it. No, come up. there are countless hours of hard work going through lists, making sure the coffee is up to speed. And needless to say, I think Professor Seychert also wants to thank you for being an impromptu appointments committee as well. So thank you all very much for being here. So my second point is we talked today about the fact that we are locked in an intense strategic rivalry. And I think the contents of today's discussion make that clear. And yet we also talked about the fact that we must find ways by which to coexist. And so the thing I want to do is to draw it much more back to what happened today. What happened today is a demonstration, at least for our Chinese friends, of how the United States and I believe Western liberal society would like to engage on this question of how do we find a means to coexist. And if we don't like the term coexist, if that's too loaded, as we heard in the first panel, we can use some other gong, whatever verb you wish to follow from that. We can use a different 词 than gong if that's not acceptable. But I think we know what we mean. We should not be locked into a disagreement over semantics. We all inhabit the same planet. But I think it's important for those viewing this, and I know there will be people who will be viewing this event after the fact, to understand that for us, it is important that we have debate, we have disagreement, we remain open to views, not just Chinese views, but views and input from all around the world, that we acknowledge mistakes, we correct mistakes, and we believe in subjecting our current and former officials to open questioning from the public. That is the terms of how many of us who live in these societies view as how we would like to engage in the debate of how we would like to exist in a world where we coexist. And so I want to remind everyone that it's important for us to realize we can discuss everything, but there are ways in which we wish to live as individuals who live on this planet, and that we must find ways to preserve how that can be done. And so my last point is to all of you. We've talked many times today about the United States, about China, about other countries. And we talk in these very abstract terms. And of course, we are academics, right? We like to talk in terms of theory. We like to have different concepts that have different meanings. We like to talk about ideologies and so forth. But at the end of the day, as I reminded all of us when we began this day, the vast majority of citizens who live in these two countries and who live on this planet all want the same thing. And it is important, especially for those of you who are students, who are young, and especially those of you who are determined to seek that common future, to realize we all have agency in this. We are not here simply to say we accept what our leaders do. We are not here to say this is the world, the times we live in, so we must learn to live with it. We have agency in shaping a world in which we can coexist and to address the common problems. So I hope for all of you sitting here, you leave today a little bit more charged to take that agency and to find ways to, as I said earlier this morning, to navigate the choppy waters ahead so that we can find a way to achieve what we all seek together as human beings. Thank you very much for being with us here today. Thank you. Thank you.